membara harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Rasa api tak kunjung padam,
Marah
ke hadapan
kita
sehaluan,
jangan
simpan
Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Renung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam.
Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi idol.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi idol.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama
Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi idol. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Kita jaga.
jaga,
Kita jaga.
jadi idol.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
walk in. Pasukan Vamos yang akan dimulakan oleh gol leader mereka, player berbakat yang mempunyai naluri hebat untuk mengesan musuh. Sorakan untuk Nets!
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, selamat datang ke Majlis Anugerah MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-14. Wow! Full house. Dan saya nak memperkenalkan diri. Saya Sid selaku side host dan saya ditemani oleh dua bidadari yang jelita, iaitu Rose and of course Cheryl.
Alright, terima kasih Sith, and it is an honor to be here. Johor, how are you guys? Tengok, energy dekat sini memang lain macam. And honestly, I dah tak sabar dah nak start kita punya awarding ceremony. So Cheryl, you excited ke?
I'm super excited. Just take a look at this crowd. The energy is just simply electric. It's simply what I'm hearing right now is the roar of the Gaya Harimau right here at Educity Johor. So I'm so excited to be here. Now this is the first time I'm hosting an award ceremony here at MPL MY, and thank you so very much for giving me this honor.
Nak tak Cheryl jadi host untuk MPL musim hadapan? Alright. Nampak diorang nak, Rose?
Tapi Sith, kenapa awak ni lebih-lebih?
Biasalah, dua kan lagi bagus.
Tapi betul lah tu, Rose dah macam bosan lah host seorang. Best kan macam kita panggil jiran kita tolong Rose. Satu, bosan. Dua lagi best, betul? Cheryl, I think the Malaysians love you.
Betul.
Wow, betul! Wow! Okay, now guys, I nak tanya. Korang rasa korang dah ready ke untuk start award ceremony ni? Cheryl, I don't feel the energy yet. Not yet.
Right. So let's feel from the crowd. As mentioned earlier, you guys did amazing. So let's check in with you guys. First up, Educity Johor. Are you guys ready? Not bad. Betul. Not bad. But once more, guys, on the bleachers, all together here in the arena, Educity Johor, are you guys ready?
Look at all this crowd. Jadi, tanpa kita membuang masa, kita akan menjemput pasukan-pasukan MPL Malaysia kita sekarang juga. Kembali ke MPL selepas melayakan diri melalui MPL musim yang pertama, membuktikan kehebatan sehingga berjaya mendapat tempat yang keempat. Dipersilakan Red Esports. Tujuh kali mewakili Malaysia, 7 kali menjadi Grand Finalist dan 3 gelaran juara. Hampir ke Grand Final, namun tidak menyebelahi nasib mereka. Sang Raja Lautan, Toda! Pasukan yang akan mengibarkan jalur gemilang di kejohanan dunia, mendominasi playoff tanpa sebarang kekalahan, dijemput masuk para pahlawan Malaysia, Team Vamos! Satu lagi pasukan yang akan membawa jalur gemilang. Mereka membawa misi untuk mendapatkan gelaran jago dunia. Berikan sokongan kepada juara MSC, Selangor Red Giant! Sekarang kita menjemput calon-calon anugerah kita. Dipersilakan Virgie, Danish, Trap, Raf, Zeno dan juga Mortizi. Tidak dilupakan juga kita ada Zakyuti, Evie, Max, Chico dan juga Anja. Berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada pencalonan kita ini. Mereka membuktikan sesuatu dan mereka telah berjaya menghasilkan kejayaannya. Memperkenalkan kepada anda yang sentiasa menemani dan sepanjang perjalanan merancakkan lagi dan menghangatkan permainan, dipersilakan barisan caster Bahasa Melayu. Kita ada Lafel, kita ada Karakuri, Adin, Mas, Safros dan Riz Pipi. And we would love to welcome our very own English caster. Please take off the spotlight. Gideon, Husky and Staffa. Next, we have our neighbor caster all the way from Singapore. Let's welcome Abstract, Churros, Deadeye, and GZ.
Banyak gaya kita punya casters. Memang stylish lah diorang punya entrance. And guys, kita dah ready untuk start awarding ceremony kita untuk musim ini. And of course, untuk award pertama, ini adalah award mana kita nampak macro skill kepada player-player. And of course, every week kita ada gameplay of the week. And now kita nak award gameplay of the season.
Betul, Rose. Now we're gonna go through the gameplay of the season. Now what we're gonna do is recognize the player who has been making jaw-dropping, game-changing games. And with that, let's take a look at all of the exciting individuals.
Dan untuk menyampaikan anugerah ini, kami membesar hati untuk menjemput Miss Crystal Tan, Business Development Manager of Moonton Games, untuk menyampaikan hadiah kepada pemenang.
And now, let's take a look at the nominees.
Gameplay yang sangat-sangat menarik, tapi hanya satu yang boleh menang anugerah ini.
So yes, those are very exciting gameplays that we saw, but only one winner can emerge for gameplay of the season. And with that, Miss Crystal, the honor is yours to unveil who is the winner of this category.
So rasanya siapa yang pemenang? Yes, Cedric. Okay. And the award goes to Cram.
Congratulations kepada Cram daripada Selangor Red Giants. You may now come and claim your prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, presenting to you, Graham!
Terima kasih kepada Miss Crystal Tan dan tanya kepada pemenang. And with that, kami ingin menjemput tetamu kehormat kita, Mr. Iqbal Krisman Hakim, League Opera...
Hello.
Graham, we would love to hear from you, so please say a few words.
Thank you for all the vote and for all the fans that supporting me. My gameplay sa muda, even my grandmother's grandfather can do it.
Wow! Terima kasih kepada Cram. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
My grandmother, my grandfather can also do it.
Wow.
That sounds crazy.
Wow.
Alright guys, untuk anugerah yang seterusnya, gameplay. Sorry guys. Rose tengah excited ni. So, untuk anugerah yang seterusnya, kita ada Fan Club of the Season. And with that, kami ingin menjemput tetamu kehormat kita, Mr. Iqbal Krisman Hakim, League Operations Manager of Moonton Games, untuk menyampaikan anugerah Fan Club of the Season.
Now this is very exciting because this award celebrates you, the fans. And with that, this recognizes the dedicated fan clubs who bring unmatched passion and spirit.
So, korang rasa siapa fan club of the season for season 14? Louder sikit! The fan club of the season for season 14 is Selangor Red Giants!
Congratulations kepada Selangor Red Giants for winning the Fan Club of the Season award. Now Cheryl, I'm not sure if you're aware, but every game they have back in KL, back in MBSJ, the crowd, the hype, the ultras are just really next level.
I'm super excited and I can see that as well. We have all the family members here in the crowd as well. So this is truly an amazing sight to behold.
Thank you very much to Mr. Krisman and terima kasih kepada pemenang. Congratulations. All right, you know what?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah 4 tahun SRG Pamelia bersama tim SRG berbahagia. Terima kasih semua. Alhamdulillah.
Congratulations once again kepada Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, so we're excited to give out this award as well because you guys are what that gives MPL, you know, that flavor, you know, being here with you guys. If there is no fans, it wouldn't make the league possible.
And you know what guys, kalau korang tak tahu kan, Cheryl, dia daripada Singapore. And bila dia masuk ke arena MPL kita, dia cakap, wow, is this M6?
It really, really feels like it. In Singapore, unfortunately, we don't have anything of this scale. And thank you so much, Malaysia, for giving me this opportunity to see you guys, the passion that you have for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And it's just simply magical.
So Cheryl, now that you see or you witness such event happening in JB, do you think that M6 is potentially going to top this?
Of course, this is playoffs, baby. Can you imagine M6? It's going to be bigger, better than ever before.
Yes, greater than ever. Guys, korang dekat sini, korang rasa M6 kita boleh ke full house untuk tunjuk dekat negara lain that we are the M6 hosts? Boleh? See? Boleh.
Betul.
Alright, and with that, mari kita throw it to Sith. Sebab dengar cerita, Sith ada award lagi untuk nak bagi kepada siapa tu Sith?
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Rose dan juga Cheryl. Yes, betul. Kita bukan ada award-award yang main dekat sini, tapi kita ada side award yang special khas untuk anda. Seperti tadi kita dah saksikan Fan Club of the Season. Tapi kita ada satu award, Most Supportive Family. Dari ada hari pertama regular season sampailah ke saat ini, fan-fan tidak jemu-jemu berikan sokongan kepada pemain-pemain saudara mereka yang bermain. Jadi, pemenang untuk Most Supportive Family jatuh kepada Ibu Stormy. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you so much. Okay. Anything to say? Good luck to SRG, back-to-back champion. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Alright. Nampaknya saya sekejap je. Jadi saya akan pass terus kepada kita punya host, iaitu The Bidadari, Rose dan juga Cheryl.
Terima kasih kepada Sith, and of course congratulations to Mama Stormy. Now Cheryl, if you are unaware, Mama Stormy is actually very supportive.
Tell me more, tell me more.
Tell you more? Well, she treats the SRG kids as if they're her own kids. And she found out I was ill today. She got me medicine too.
Adopt me, please.
I think we need more mamas like this in the scene, right?
Yes, we do.
So guys, untuk anugerah yang seterusnya, ini kita semua take part in this because we all voted. Anugerah yang seterusnya adalah Rookie of the Season. And of course, untuk present this award, kita ingin menjemput tetamu terhormat kita, Mr. Hernando Tanico, Southeast Asia Assistant Marketing Manager of JB Sports, untuk menyampaikan anugerah ini.
So yes, let's unveil the Rookie of the Season.
All right.
Now, Rose, I'm so excited to see all these new blood, the new generation of Mobile Legends Bang Bang making waves right here at the Land of Dawn. So, who do you think it's going to be?
How about let's ask Mr. Hernando Tanico, who is the winner?
All right. And the winner for the rookie of the season is Bergie.
So Cheryl, our rookies earn points based on their in-game ratings throughout the season, and MVP also plays very crucial role in this point system.
Betul. Now, once we have the top 5 highest scoring rookies, a final vote is cast by Moontan crew, talents, team captains, and coaches to determine the ultimate winner.
All right, Virgie, smile for the camera. All right, Virgie, whenever you're ready.
Tes. Terima kasih kepada MPL MY dan terima kasih juga kepada bos manajemen tim Ray yang sudah datang. Pada penyokong tim Ray, terima kasih sudah sokong kita orang. Maaf lah kita tak bisa melaju lebih jauh. Thank you semua.
Terima kasih kepada Virgie, and of course to Mr. Hernando. Congratulations Virgie juga. Dan sekarang adalah saat yang memang semua orang memang nantikan, because this is a Dream Team Award.
Now, honestly, I'm very excited for MPL SG. We don't have this Dream Team Award. I've seen it previously in MPL MY, and I'm so excited to be part of this.
Everybody takes part in this Dream Team Award. The talents, Moonton, production, the crew, even the fans.
So we're so excited to be unveiling soon this brand new Dream Team Award. Now it's gonna be a big one. I can't wait to know who's the winner. So let's jump straight into it and let's take a look at the nominees.
And to present this award, we have Mr. Fikri Rizal Mahrudin, Marketing and Business Development Lead from Malaysia, to present this award.
So let's take a look at the screens for the nominees. And the crowd goes wild. So many nominees, but there is only one dream team. So I sincerely wonder who will be in this dream team for this season. With that, Mr. Fikri, what do you think?
I think we're going to announce the EXP laner first, right? Okay, cool. So, the winner for Dream Team Award, Best EXP Laner, Kram.
Congratulations, Kram. Come on over and join us here on the main stage. Now, next up, we're going to be going through the jungler, I believe. Mr. Fikri, take it away.
Right. So, Dream Team Award, Best Jungler, Sakais.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Sakais. You may now join us on the main stage. Mr. Fikri, Mr. Fikri, who is our dream mid laner?
Dream Team Award, Best Mid Laner, Stormy.
Congratulations, Stormy. Now come on over and join us here at the main stage. Now, next, Mr. Fikri will be unveiling the Dream Team Roamer. Take it away, Mr. Fikri.
Dream Team Award, Best Roamer, Zon.
Congratulations, Zorn. You may now join us on the main stage. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Fikri, who is our gold laner dream team.
Dream Team Award, Best Goal Laner, Season 14 Playoff MVP, Innocent!
Congratulations, Innocent. Come on over and join us here at the main stage. Now, the next one is going to be the coaching staff of the Dream Team, the brains behind the teams that are playing. Mr. Fikri, do the honors.
Dream Team Award, Best Coaching Staff, SRG, Coach Arcadia, Ozora Vecchi, and Chief D Gaming.
All right, maybe Coach, thank you very much to Mr. Fikri, Coach Ark, Becky, and Jifte. Would you guys do the honors in giving a speech? Yes. Thank you very much. Guys, give it up for the Dream Team coaching staff.
All right. First of all, I just want to say thank you for all the one who voted us. And thank you so much for all of the crowd that went here for the playoffs. This support means a lot to us and semoga kita back-to-back nanti. Thank you guys, thank you.
All right, you guys may now join us on the main stage. And guys, kurang boleh nampak kita punya dream team of the season. We have Kram, Innocent, Stormy, Zorn, Sakai's, and of course, Selangor Red Giants coaching staff. Once again, a round of applause.
And with that, Educity Johor presenting to you MPL MY's Dream Team.
Smile for the camera, guys.
Now we're so excited, isn't it? This is a Dream Team, a reflection of who, the fans love.
All right, boys, you guys may now take your seat. Once again, congratulations. Wow, I feel like Zorn is like the odd one out there, It's like SRG featuring Zorn.
Yeah, SRG featuring Zorn, that's absolutely right.
SRG featuring Zorn. That's kind of funny and it's kind of cute too.
Yeah, and later on, they're gonna face off each other over at the Land of Dawn. So this is going to be exciting.
It kind of reminds me of last season's Dream Team.
It does. But still, nevertheless, it's nice to see what the fans think, who they want to see on the Dream Team.
But before we continue with our main stage segment, let's throw it over to Sith. Sith, dekat mana tu?
Hello Rose dan juga Cheryl, saya berada di tengah-tengah fans yang menantikan perlawanan terpenting kita untuk musim kali ini. Tapi sebelum itu saya ingin memberi satu lagi side award dan kali ini sedikit berbeza sebab side award ni adalah Best Wake Up Call dan pemenangnya adalah Sepak. Alright, Sepak, congrats. Okay, ada nak kata apa-apa tak ataupun fans yang datang kat sini untuk support Vamos especially?
So, shout out to all supporters Vamos and SRG. Keep supporting tim kegemaran korang dan doakan kita orang. Okay? So,
untuk Forza Vamos. Doakan kita orang champion kali ni dan kita orang akan bawa balik MPL MY ke untuk Vamos guys.
Alright, amin. Thank you so much kepada sempat Best Wake Up Call. Dan untuk kita meneruskan anugerah kita yang seterusnya, seperti biasa, kita akan serahkan semula stage kepada our beautiful host, Rose and Cheryl.
Terima kasih kepada Sid. And congratulations juga kepada kita punya SS. Right? Our SS as what he mentioned on yesterday's Offstage. Dan seterusnya, dengan rasa berbesar hati, kami ingin menjemput Yang Berhormat Dato' Luqman bin Abu Bakar, Ketua Pegawai Eksklusif KPRJ, untuk menyampaikan anugerah Most Improved Player of the Season.
So yes, what we're gonna do is actually show who's the most improved player of the season. And with that, let's take a look at the nominees. Wow, what an exciting lineup it is, Rose.
Yes, now this is the reason is because they have performed and they have improved tremendously compared to their performance from the previous season.
So yes, that's right. I've been watching them as well. You know, from regular season now to even playoffs, they have made improvements, leaps and bounds, may I add. So this is going to be something that everyone's looking out for.
I completely agree with you, Cheryl.
So yes, now we would love our VIP to unveil the winner of this segment of Most Improved Player of the Season.
And the most improved player of the year goes to Max.
Pemain yang tercalon dipilih oleh MPL MY League Operation berdasarkan prestasi, dedikasi dan peningkatan kemahiran mereka sepanjang musim. Dan akhirnya, undian dibuka untuk komuniti memilih siapa yang layak menjadi Rookie of the Season.
Alright Max, we want to hear from you. Tell us more.
Thank you buat semua vote-nya dan sorry juga buat semua orang yang udah sokong aku dan manajemen GP Niners belum bisa ngasih yang terbaik di playoff ini.
Terima kasih kepada Max and congratulations. Thank you so much. Okay, now Cheryl, I feel like the next award is the reason why MPL MY is so fun to watch.
Definitely is. They are the essence of the show, may I add.
Exactly. Now, these are the people making the environment much more livelier. Ini adalah suara yang kurang dengar sebelum match mula, selepas match, during the match. They are what makes the game super duper exciting to watch.
That's right. You can imagine watching the broadcast on mute. It wouldn't be as exciting, is it? They are the ones who give us the hype, who give us the storyline, who give us the reason to catch up to MPL MY week after week after week. And what we're representing is the Talent of the Season Award.
That's right. This award celebrates not only the player, but also the talents, because they are what makes everything so much more fun to watch. Just imagine someone commentating as you're like going to clashes after clashes, right?
That's absolutely right. So with that,
we would like to invite Miss Liu Muntip, Head of Marcom Max's Brand and Marketing, with us to help us present this award.
So let's take a look at the screens. Incredible stuff. Now these are the faces of Mobile Legends Bang Bang MPL MY right here. So we're so excited to give them the recognition that they deserve.
I agree, Cheryl. I cannot wait to know who else will be holding that award. So now, Miss Liu, would you do us the honor in announcing the talent of the season?
Yes. And the talent of the season goes to Sunfrost!
Sunfrost, selepas beberapa season, our rap god of MPL MY, Educity. Give it up for Sunfrost!
Thank you so much, Miss Liu. Sunfrost, let us hear from you. What are your thoughts?
Hello guys. Thank you so much kepada semua yang support. Thank you so much kepada semua yang always terima saya punya pantun, saya punya ayat. Thank you so much juga untuk semua crowd yang always, korang yang selalu clip, korang yang selalu share, korang yang selalu support semua. Even season ni saya ada rasa nak berhentikan semua support. Thank you so much. Saya sangat-sangat terharu untuk menang di season. Alhamdulillah. Aduh. Okey lah, saya bagi satu. Pendek sikit je lah. Panjang-panjang dekat match nanti, okey? Enak rasanya, buas selasih. Alhamdulillah semua. Terima kasih.
Dan itu dia pantun god. He's not only the poetic god, he is also the rap god. And akhirnya, finally, Sunfrost has gotten his best talent of the season.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, best talent of the season goes to Sunfrost!
So, with that, I dengar cerita kita punya Sith has something for up his sleeve too. So, Sith, ada apa pula tu sekarang ni?
Alright. Kalau Sunfrost ada pantun, saya pun ada pantun. Ikan kekek mak iloi-iloi, ikan gelama mak ilai-ilai. Sunfrost dah menang best caster, amboi. Tapi sayang, kita tak ada Faiza Ilai. Okay, alright. So next, kita ada side award kita yang seterusnya. Award ini untuk menghargai pemain-pemain kita yang mempunyai bakat yang terpendam. Cuma saya tak tahu apa bakat orang ni. Jadi, untuk memberi anugerah kita, Best Hidden Talent Award goes to Zaid! Alright, congrats Zaid. Okay. Okay, apa bakat terpendam awak sebenarnya?
Tak tahu lah.
Selain daripada baling roti canai.
Rembat muka orang.
Okey, itu. Mungkin awak boleh menyanyi tak?
Boleh.
Boleh, okey. Nyanyi satu rangkap je. Satu rangkap je.
Terus melangkah melupakanmu.
Alright, berikan tepukan kepada Zaid. Thank you so much. Jadi itulah dia. Kita dah melihat Zaid menyanyi sambil lempar roti canai. Tapi kita akan lemparkan acara kita seterusnya kepada kita punya host, iaitu Rose dan juga Syara. Please take it away.
Terima kasih kepada Sid and congratulations to Zaid. I tak tahu sebenarnya that dia actually boleh nyanyi. Sedap juga suara dia, tapi harap dia tak baling roti canai dekat Rose. And with that, untuk anugerah yang seterusnya, iaitu MVP regular season.
Now this award celebrates the player who has demonstrated exceptional skill, resilience and impact throughout the season.
Untuk menyampaikan anugerah ini, please welcome on stage our honored guest, Miss Ellie Chen, Country Product Manager of ACES ROG Malaysia.
And with that, let's take a look at the nominees.
All right, Miss Ellie, would you do the honors in presenting us with our MVP of regular season?
So, the MVP for season 14 goes to Innocent.
Our regular season MVP is chosen through a unique process. The top 5 highest scoring players are then voted on by Moontan staff, production team, media, and each team's captain and coach. This ensures our MVP represents the very best of the season. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, once more, our regular season MVP, Innocent!
All right, Innocent, what do you have to say?
Hello. First of all, I want to thank my teammates and coaches because I cannot really play well if I don't have them. So I'm really thankful to have such a good teammates and coaches. And thank you to all of our fans, especially the one who came here to watch us. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much and congratulations to Innocent, our regular season MVP. And with that, I rasa ini adalah saat yang sangat-sangat dinantikan because every year this award only goes out once. Sekali sahaja, setahun sekali. So with that, mari kita... Sith?
Yes.
Are you ready? Are you ready, Sith?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready?
All right.
So, Sith,
kita akan menjemput Encik Vicky, tapi kita akan saksikan video untuk kita saksikan siapakah nominees legenda-legenda kita untuk tahun ini. Inilah dia legenda-legenda kita. Sudah bertahun-tahun mereka menapakkan kaki di dalam arena MLBB Awards ini. Dan pastinya Encik Fikri yang akan mengumumkan kemenangan. Tetapi anda rasa siapa legenda untuk MPL Malaysia? Saya tak dengar. Saya dengar banyak nama. Siapakah legenda untuk MPL Malaysia? Okey, saya nak memanggil Zon lah. Zon, kita nak interview sikit, Zon. Alright. Menjadi salah satu calon-calon untuk legenda dan jadi the best dream team untuk Roma. Apa perasaan Zon selepas diiktiraf untuk menjadi salah satu calon untuk legenda kita?
Rasa dihargai tu sih.
Rasa dihargai Okey. Alang-alang dah rasa dihargai, ada tak kata-kata kepada semua yang menghargai Zon daripada season 1 sampai ke season 14 ni?
Thank you guys. Korang semua yang daripada season 1 lah, especially yang support saya. Walaupun saya belum lagi di-announce sebagai legenda, tapi dah kena announce So terima kasih korang yang sokong lah daripada awal sampai sekarang. Okay, thank you guys.
Alright, insyaAllah doakan semoga Zon akan dapat dinobatkan sebagai legenda. Okay, silakan ambil tempat dan kita akan interview calon kita yang seterusnya, Ciku guys, daripada pasukan Soda. Alright, perasaan menjadi salah satu calon untuk dinobatkan selaku legenda kita. Apa perasaan awak ke Ciku guys?
Perasaan happy sebab tak tahu macam mana. Rasa dihargai juga. Sebab dah lama saya dari season 4 sampai season sekarang.
Mungkin ada sedikit kata-kata kepada tunjang belakang Ciku guys, mungkin kawan-kawan, family, orang yang menunggu di rumah ataupun bahagian management pasukan Todak yang tidak putus-putus memberikan sokongan dan juga dorongan kepada Ciku guys.
First kali saya nak cakap terima kasih dekat management Todak sebab menerima saya daripada season 4 sampai season 14. Dan terima kasih juga kepada kawan-kawan saya, teammate-teammate yang pernah bermain dengan saya. Especially Yum lah sebab dia lagi dia akan main grand final kan. So terima kasih semua.
Alright, kita doakan juga Ciku guys mungkin akan menerima anugerah ini. Dan saya nak menjemput my very own friend Lafel menjadi one of the caster yang ada dalam anugerah legend ni bro. So how do you feel man?
Jujur cakap sih ada macam-macam perasaan yang tengah ada sekarang ni. Rasa nervous ada, rasa excited ada, rasa happy ada, rasa marah ada, semua ada.
Kenapa marah? Ini hometown awak tau.
Tak, dia memang kalau macam nak menang sesuatu, kita nak action, kita segalanya. Kena rasa takut, kena rasa excited, kena rasa malu, semua kena ada.
Alright, saya nampak dekat awak punya Facebook, awak ada post gambar first awak cast dekat dalam MPL. Mungkin awak nak terima kasih kepada orang yang membantu sepanjang perjalanan anda sehingga ke sana ini.
Kalau nak ucapkan terima kasih, jujur cakap terlampau ramai yang saya patut berterima kasih. First of all, of course, thank you very much kepada I punya family, mak ayah, adik-beradik semua sebab mereka support sentiasa. To my wife, of course, Fai, dia pun support I since I started this journey. Kepada Jeannie dan juga Harrison, mereka yang bawa saya ke dalam dunia ini. Carmen yang mendidik saya sampai hari ini, IO Esports, Munton. And of course, my casting friends, semua bantu saya untuk grow, untuk jadi the person I am today.
Alright, hopefully boleh dapatkan kejayaan ni. Thank you Lafel. Dan kita akan memanggil the next legend in line, Repo. Hey, sini. Alright, soalan biasa. Apa perasaan berada di kalangan legenda future ini daripada Repo sendiri?
Sebenarnya perasaan saya sangat gembira sebab sebelum ni kan sebagai best EXP laner kan. Sekarang tersasul ke legenda. Tak apalah. Okay.
Dia terlanjur jauh tau, tapi terlanjur yang bagus lah. Okay, alright. Any last word pada siapa yang menyokong daripada bermulanya kerjaya Repo sampailah ke sana ini?
Sebenarnya saya nak berterima kasih kat seorang lah. Mungkin sebab saya masuk ke e-sport ni, dia lah saya sebelum ni kan. So saya nak terima kasih kat kawan-kawan saya lama, macam contoh Fix, Zon juga time tu ada teammate saya, and then also my wife, my family. Diorang support saya dari dulu sampai sekarang. Diorang percaya kat saya. And thank you guys semua yang dah datang, and korang pun ada jugalah yang vote saya kan. Thank you so much guys.
Okay, thank you so much Ipoh. Semoga kita jumpa musim hadapan. Alright, the next one. Also my very own friend from Casting Desk. You give it up for Gideon Q. How are you, my brother? I think this is the first time I interview you. So how do you feeling, man?
Honestly, I feel a little shocked to be amongst actual legends up on the stream. I'm just, one Type C guy amongst many, many great people.
Any last word to all your
I just want to, thank all the fans. Thank you to everybody who has shown up here today to really show why MPL MY is different, why we are the best, and most importantly, thank you so much to, everybody participating.
Alright, thank you so much Gideon. Thank you so much. Jadi, kita akan terus pergi kepada Fikri untuk mengumumkan siapakah legenda kita di kalangan legenda yang terbaik. Jadi, without further ado, please, Mr. Fikri.
Basically, legenda-legenda ni, I think diorang semua memang ada tempatnya dekat dalam the nominees of legenda ni. Tapi pada untuk tahun ni, kita hanya akan award satu pemenang sahaja. Jadi, Legenda Award bagi tahun 2024 jatuh kepada Ciku Guys.
Tahniah kepada Ciku Guys. Ciku Guys with a 4-time M Series appearance. And guys, dia memang layak untuk jadi legenda untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Alright. And of course, Ciku Guys sebagai legenda akan menerima jam tangan Swiss made rasmi Mobile Legends edisi terhad M6. Aksesori sempurna bagi mereka yang digelar legenda.
Now Ciku, we want to hear from you. How are you feeling?
First kali, Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih kepada yang sokong saya daripada season 4 sampai sekarang, especially kepada tim management Todak. Lepas tu rakan-rakan saya yang daripada season 4 sampai sekarang. Terima kasih juga kepada my wife, Punis, and my mom and my father juga. Terima kasih guys. Thank you guys.
Terima kasih kepada Ciku and congratulations Tania. So Cheryl, what do you think of the awarding ceremony today before we even begin our grand finals?
I think it's really amazing because Mobile Legends backed by MPL and why essentially it's a show for us, and we want to really recognize all these individuals who has made this such an amazing program to watch.
I agree. And of course, kepada semua orang yang hadir ke Educity and yang tengah tengok online, I'm pretty sure korang dah tak sabarkan nak tengok Grand Finals Selangor Red Giants menentang Team Vamos, betul? I cannot hear the energy. I nak dengar kalau korang dah ready untuk Grand Finals.
Not bad, not bad. They're really hyped up already. Now, these two teams are going to the M6, that's for sure. But of course, only one can win the crown, and that is to be MPL MY Season 14 champions.
Yes, Cheryl, betul. Adakah Selangor Red Giants mendapatkan back-to-back championship ataupun Vamos will take the win later on?
So yes, it could go either way. Either way, it's going to be very exciting.
And with that, this is Rose.
And my name is Cheryl.
Kita akan jumpa anda sekejap lagi di Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere.
Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang, biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo,
kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hide me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam, marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga.
terus. Kata Azimat, bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga.
deserve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rundung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari ayo. Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say, oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Kehadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi idol. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi idol.
Para hadirin dipohon untuk duduk kerana majlis akan dimulakan sebentar lagi. Mohon kerjasama semua hadirin untuk meletakkan telefon bimbit dalam nada senyap dan ataupun silent mode sepanjang majlis berlangsung. Sekian, terima kasih. Mengumumkan ketibaan yang amat berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Timbalan Perdana Menteri, diiringi oleh Div Kehormat. Yang amat berhormat Datuk On Hafiz bin Ghazi, Menteri Besar Johor. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Diraja Dr. Zamri Abdul Kadir, Menteri Pendidikan Tinggi. Yang berhormat Datuk Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Haji Azmi bin Rohani, Setiausaha Kerajaan Johor. Yang berhormat Tuan Muhammad Hairi bin Maksyah, Pengerusi Jawatan Kuasa Belia dan Sukan, Pembangunan Usahawan dan Koperasi Negeri Johor. Yang berhormat Ahli Majlis-Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri Johor. Yang berhormat Datuk Haji Lokman bin Abu Kadir, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Kumpulan Prasarana Rakyat Johor. Yang berusaha Tuan Haji Teknologis Muhammad Iqmaluddin bin Datuk Ishak, Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negeri Johor. Ketua-ketua Jabatan Negeri, Persekutuan Agensi, rakan-rakan media, para peserta, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Diminta yang berhormat bersama dengan Div terhormat untuk berada di atas pentas untuk kita meneruskan majlis kita yang seterusnya. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, seterusnya adalah majlis sesi penyampaian cenderahati kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Timbalan Perdana Menteri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Timbalan Perdana Menteri, atas kesudian hadir dan menyempurnakan majlis kita pada petang ini. Dan dipohon Yang Amat Berhormat Timbalan Perdana Menteri serta Div-Div terhormat untuk berada di atas pentas bagi majlis yang seterusnya. Terima kasih sekali lagi diucapkan ke atas kesudian Yang Amat Berhormat. Dan diminta Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Ahmad Zahid bin Hamidi, Timbalan Perdana Menteri bersama dengan Div Terhormat untuk turun daripada pentas utama. Terima kasih. Jadi tak buang masa, ayo kita saksikan SOAD Lantaklah!
Ini kacau itu, kenapa ku ragu-ragu? Bukan kini di tapak tangan, ruangan angan. Mungkin ini, mungkin itu, semua yang ku funny games, gonna get it out my face, out of my way. Now I'll be all the real biz, cause I was born to slay the stage, it's my playground. Be gonna be found, I'm the real diva. You wish you could have been, yeah. Flying higher, soaring for the clouds. You ain't gonna catch me like it. Screwed every goal, don't miss it. Cause we better and I'ma name it, baby. Put it on stage. Remember, I'm the Lisa K. Yeah. 아쉽 들었어. 시간 두고 둥고 둘러 서자. 너무 길이 약간 부활아. without someone can. Okay, I know I'm gonna play it cool. La 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 la. Cause I know I'm gonna be just fine. I'll be such a good mouse. I know just what I gotta do. La 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 la. Cause I know I'm gonna be just fine. Cause I know I'm gonna be just fine. Oh, that mouse. Inilah masaku. Hey. La 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 la. La 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 la. Kata apapun, aku tak kisah apa salahnya. 1, 2, 3. Jauh-jauh aku kerja apapun. Kata apapun aku langgar. Apa keluar hanya untukku. Aku tak kisah aku langgar. Diam saja. Harus pura-pura. Buktikan apapun. Apa salahnya aku langgar.
Give it up for Suwani! Thank you so much. Alright, kita dah saksikan Nelly, kita dah saksikan Elia performs untuk lagu Lantala. Sekarang kita akan memanggil persembahan kita yang seterusnya. Seorang jejaka yang baru saja merakamkan album terbaru beliau, iaitu MPL. Jadi adakah beliau sudah bersedia? Adakah korang dah sedia? Alright. Berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada penyanyi kita yang seterusnya, Amir Masdi.
Assalamualaikum and hello everyone. Tiada luahan dapat ku ucapkan jika kau dah memilih dia. Tinggalkan ku jadi kenangan. Berakhirnya jodoh kita tak guna dikejar yang bukan ku punya. Moga kau jumpa bahagia. Tinggalkan ku sepi sendiri, merenungkan janji lama. Kerana dah terlalu sayang, kau ku sanggup lepaskan. Thank you. Dan jika ku termuncul dalam rindu, takkan kau terbayang kabarku. Pisahkanlah bulan dan mentari, pisahkanlah bintang dari langit. Begitulah jiwaku gelita setelah kau benamkan kejora. for the flashlights. Please put them on your phones. Kerana dah berlalu sayang, kau ku sanggup lepaskan. Dan jika ku termuncul dalam rindu, takkan kau terbayang kabarku. Pisahkanlah bulan dan mentari, pisahkanlah bintang dari langit. Begitulah jiwaku gelita setelah kau benamkan kejora. Hatiku dah tiada nur cinta. Begitulah jiwaku gelita setelah kau benamkan kejora. Hatiku dah tiada nur cinta. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Ahmed Masdi. Alright, kita akan mula Grand Final kita tidak lama lagi. Stay tuned, relax and enjoy. Kerana selepas ini kita akan mencari siapakah juara di antara pasukan Selangor Giant ataupun Team Vamos. Jadi kita santai dan have fun semua. Let's go!
The MPL Season 14 playoffs is happening in Indoor Arena, Educity Sports Complex, Iskandar Puteri, Johor. Powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotline. Best for 5G lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome everybody, it's Championship Sunday here on the MPL MY Season 14. Playoffs day number 4 already under its way, and most importantly, the award ceremony is finally done, so the grand finals is the last thing that we have to cover. My name's Gideon Q, and introducing the desk with me today, we have our panel with, of course, MPL SG. Introducing Abstract as well as Churros here on the desk. How you boys feeling today?
One thing's for sure, I am definitely happy because this is MPL SG Takeover. There's definitely one thing for But this grand finals, the way that it's all set up, absolutely flawless and amazing.
Yeah, you're taking all the words out of my mouth. This is electrifying. The entire stadium filled with people from Johor, and not only the people of Malaysia watching, the world is watching, because this is going to be the last grand finals of all the MPLs of all the regions, and I can't wait for it.
It's an exciting time. Today we have both SRG as well as Vamos in a best of 7 matchup, a true test of skill, and most importantly, this is not a sprint, it is a marathon. We're expecting changes to happen in the middle of the game. Most importantly, adaptation to really wonder which is going to be better during M6.
Of course, this is all going to be a testament of how Malaysia is going to fare when it comes down to going into the international scene. Of course, we all have seen SRG and we think that, yo, they are strong. But Vamos, they conquered the upper brackets, and that is definitely something that we cannot underestimate.
Yeah, honestly though, the way I'm looking at it, both teams have actually international experience. Zorn, the Chibi, the entire lineup from Vamos used to be homeboys with the exception of Warlord coming in. And I want to see like how well they fare, or how far they can go with SRG coming into the international stage. Remember, both teams already have the M6 slot, so which one will be better?
The truth is there is a lot of history coming into this. The first time ever, or the first of many. We could potentially see from SRG the first back-to-back champions in MPLMI, which has not been done in our history. The closest we've gotten is when we were still MYSG, and unfortunately EVOS SG stole that away from MY.
Well, you're welcome.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
We're building up the storyline all the way from the start to the end until today, Season 14. We want to see the back-to-back champions for sure. However, Vamos, we have talked about them many times before. They are quite a contender, and they are building up a legacy here.
Yeah, honestly though, this is just a start for not only SRG, not only Vamos, but the entire region of Malaysia. Going into M6, will SRG get the coveted Golden Road? It all starts now, whether they can take Vamos out, and Vamos looking hella strong.
I mean, Vamos has been looking incredibly strong, as a matter of fact. Their early game pressure is like none other. They know how to really swing the momentum in their favor. But more importantly, all of the members coming in from Vamos, with the only exception being Nets, hasn't touched an MPL MY trophy before. So if they win this, this will technically be the first win for their organization.
And the fact that Nets gets to touch the trophy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, heck yeah. So Vamos definitely will have this idea. Look, Nets, you may claim that you are the best goal laner in PH, but we are going to be helping you to get the MPL MY trophy.
I don't know, at this point he might be considered Malaysian at this point.
I mean, he did learn quite a lot of PM, so let's be honest here.
He did. But what do you think about the imports generally, right? Both teams are going to have like imports of their own, but the one big difference here are going to be the junglers. Pull it up, because right now the jungler showdown between Sakaisen as well as Chibi is looking neck and neck.
The very, very strong comparison, and I like the fact that the jungle showdown is the first thing that we see on the screen. Both their KDAs almost the same. Actually, honestly, every single stat pretty much similar, except the notable heroes, if I could say. Sakai's actually changed his hero pool quite a lot. We talked about adaptability yesterday, and he hasn't picked up the Fanny or the Ling ever since. He's always going back to the Suyo, always going back to the Alphas, and right now Chibi needs to be able to adapt to that situation. We saw that Martis pick come out. Will he bring out another new flavor in the jungle for Vamos?
I'm worried about that too, right? Because again, if he's willing to bring out Martis, I feel like he's willing to bring out Paquito. If he's willing to bring out Paquito, I'm sure he wants to play Leo more. So it's just an never-ending cycle for them. Now, I will say at the very least, Sakai's may look slightly better, but that's purely on the performance, his like high-end performance of Ling.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that we need to remember also the fact that they managed to show a little bit of weakness when it came down to the assassin games that we saw them fighting against Kodak. However, they did reclaim themselves with the Suyo, with the Alpha. One thing's for sure, Sakai's looking very dominating, and he's really scary when he's rocking these two heroes. And I honestly think that Vamos might want to respect that. Like, if you play these two heroes, we might be afraid. So why not we take it away? That could be the direction we'll be looking out for during the drafting phase.
Well, I would like to believe you, but at the same time, mid laners have been such a huge issue. The Shin, the Loyi, and of course, the Eve.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. And honestly though, Stormy as well as Warlord has been playing heck of a game with both these heroes. So expect the mage picks to be highly contested on both sides. But I want to go back to Sakai's. We talked about this yesterday off the stream, and it kind of seems like Sakai's kind of does better if Cram does well. So Selangor Red Giants likes to bring in that EXP lane into a lot of these team fights, especially heightening the aggression in the early game. So whether or not Cram will be on form today is really up to really the mid lane trio of SRG. But for the side of Vamos though, it's all down to Zorn, and he's been playing so aggressively. He's such an annoyance, especially in the jungle, and Sakai's really has to watch out for him.
But here's the thing, I've seen GB for a while. The way that he plays it, even on the international stage during MSC, prior to that, even in M5, the big difference is that Zorn or not, EXP or not, he will try to hard carry this game, even if 4 of his members are dead weight. And I'm hoping that they're not going to be dead weight this time round.
I mean, let's draw some parallels to the Dream Team, right? As much as I don't want to say this, that is quite literally, the Dream Team is, well, SRG featuring Zorn, right?
Yeah.
So it definitely speaks volume that what kind of person Zorn is, what kind of player Zorn really is.
It really just goes to show that you need the right mix of players to make it work. I'm nervous for them. I'm very nervous for them. But here on the panel, you can feel the energy from the crowd. Everybody's in anticipation for this game. Unfortunately, we don't have lights for specifically the crowd, but they're pushed up all the way to the caster's box. That's how packed it is here today at Educity. So come on down. If you are in Malaysia, specifically in Johor Bahru, please check out the show. For our international viewers, don't worry. We got you guys covered with full coverage of the game. We got casters as well. So when we get into the game, we'll throw it over to them. But in the meantime, at least we get to talk a little bit more about this matchup, because I feel like no matter who wins this, yes, it's a good title, but they've already succeeded in qualifying to M6. So how do we, as the Malaysians, fare up against this star-studded lineup of M6 representatives?
You know, to be honest though, SRG or Vamos, they have not faced up against either of these new teams, because it's all totally new, and there's not the same, like, a team that is the same that entered the MSC into M6. So from the Philippines and the Indonesia, Fnatic, Onyx, PH, Aurora Gaming, Team Liquid ID, RRQ Hoshi, this is their first time in international stages this year. So it's really hard to tell.
I find it really nice to see the fact that when it comes down to the Philippine side and the Indonesian side, we have been looking at kind of like a dark horse run, right? The ones that we are looking out for didn't qualify. While in the meantime, for the side of Malaysia, this is the result that we are expecting. That also speaks volume as to how M6 is gonna look like. So at least for my prediction, we know for sure Selangor Red Giants will make it far. As much as I don't want to cast this, but facts be facts. SRG, they will be dominating in the M6, given all of these teams may be slightly less experienced than SRG themselves.
Yeah, you know, I gotta agree with you. And we talked about this in MPL Singapore, where like facing up against local teams is very different from facing up against international teams. And it sort of feels like SRG is built for international tournaments. That's why they needed to adapt to Todak and that loss, because they were very, very focused on the late game, very focused on the macro decisions, but not the micro adaptations that come into play when they face up against the local teams, especially for Vamos. If Vamos can take Todak out, and Todak really, really struggled against Vamos, it really shows that the level of competence for both teams is kind of equal.
I say it's tough to say that it's kind of equal, because keep in mind that the M6 format is going to be a Swiss format. Best of ones, 3 wins, you move on, 3 losses, you're out. And I'm looking at teams like, S2G for an example, who surprised us all, taking down Fireflux, now called Uffenheim, as they move on to that next round. BTK, another underdog.
BTK! No, if you know me, it's a personal thing.
That's fair.
It is.
But also there are veterans, Team Spirit, and even Falcon once again going to make their attempt at the M6.
Honestly, being a Swiss round, this is where I have absolutely no idea how things are gonna be like to a certain extent, right? Because imagine if Todak is the one that actually makes it to M6, I think that they will have a pretty good run in the Swiss stage itself because of how unpredictable you are. So unpredictability may be something that is really nice to watch.
Speaking of wildcard teams actually, and also surprises, here are our list of wildcard teams who have already made it. RRQ Akira, GK Esports, Nightmare Esports, Legion Esports, Incilio, Ufndar, man, I gotta say that better, the Mongols, and DFYG. Now, the wildcards, of course, this time around Malaysia doesn't have to go through it, thank God. But the competition is looking really, really steep. I'm expecting Uffendar at the minimum to make it out of there with no issues whatsoever. But then it's a bit of a roll of the dice, because we do have other
RQ Akira.
Exactly.
They've always been in international stages. MSC, M5, M4, M3. We've always seen them in the main stage. I don't know if they have roster shifts. Do you remember if they have any? But they have always been the same team, and they've always shown consistency, and that's what I think most of these wildcard teams need. Most are new teams, so rookies are coming up as well, but RQ being the mainstay, having that composition to stay within their synergies and stay within the same team, it really shows the level of growth that they have for their region.
Honestly, growth is a topic that I really want to talk about, right? Because that is a great point. RQ Akira, they have pretty much been sort of the baseline of how you want to get yourself into the internationals. Although RQ Akira didn't really make it very far, but I will say that they are what it takes in order for a team to be an international team. I will say that if you want to go internationals, RQ Akira is a team you may potentially want to, kind of compare yourself as to how you fare if you ever go there.
Oh, what about NRP Flash? I feel like
NRP Flash is way past that.
Yeah.
NRP Flash, way past that.
I had to take a jab.
You had to, but
Oh man, come on. It was low hanging fruit. I had to. Now, let me explain to you the M6 Swiss format, because teams are randomly paired in the first round and play a best of 1 matchup. If this looks confusing, don't worry. The baseline of it is that every team will need at least 3 wins to move on to the next round. It doesn't matter how many losses, unless you have 3 losses, that's when you get eliminated. Every single time they move to the next stage, they will randomly pick with teams who have also won or also lost with the same scoreline as them, until we finally filter it down to the very last.
You know, it's interesting because with this Swiss format, we might see a Malaysian versus Malaysian matchup.
Exactly.
And this might be foreshadowing their
No.
I don't want to go that way, but like...
I'm helping you. No.
Yeah. I'm with Singapore on this one. You guys only got 1 team, so it's like, that's all we're going to go with. Don't have to play against countrymen.
Oh my goodness. That kind of what makes it so exciting as well.
I actually want to put Abstract on the spot. Like,
what?
I'm with Gideon here. I'm technically a Malaysian. Actually, not really, but like, technically.
Shut up.
What team do you want NIP Flash to face off against?
Wow. Honestly, there's like the first half that I don't want NIP Flash to face against, and the second half that I don't want NIP Flash to face against.
Come on, say it. Say it. Vamos. SRG.
I refuse. Okay, one thing's for sure. I refuse to see Singapore face off against Malaysia. Because we are such a macro-based team.
That's a civil war. Actually, backstage we had a talent versus talent
This is skill issue.
Matchup.
This is skill issue, okay?
Who won?
Singapore won, okay? We reclaimed our land.
We did.
No, we claimed the land, piece of small little land. Husky is just giving me a death stare right on the side.
He's giving me a death stare.
I'm pretty sure the Malaysians weren't too happy about that loss amongst Vitalis. Don't worry. It's 1-0. It's a best of 3. You can bounce back from that one. But let's pull it back here a little.
Yeah. Well, I like to talk about the Swiss format. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because honestly, when it comes down to like a team, when you first comes down to the first stage, you know, if you win the first game, you will fight against teams that won the first game. You won't be facing off against teams that have lost whatsoever. So it's a very fair match all the way through. If you lost the first 2 games, then you're gonna have to win the next 3 games.
Yeah. Honestly, though, there are some teams that work better on a best of 3. In the best of 1, you pull out all the stops. There's no time for adaptation. You have to adapt on the fly, have to adapt in the game itself, and with the draft that your coach has picked for you. So it speaks a lot of the players themselves, the mentality going into the games in the Swiss format.
All right, let's pull it back to our locality, our grand finals for today. Our very first M6 qualified team, Vamos, from the upper brackets, starring Warlord, Smooth, Chibi, Zorn, and Nets.
As much as I want to paint a lot of the attention over to the side of Zorn, understandably, every single one of these players have made very great changes, and they, of course, gel together as an amazing team. Chibi himself is a pillar of support from the side of Vamos. Understandably, without the help of Zorn, without the help of Chibi, I would say that the rest of the players, Smooth, Warlord, as well as Nets, they may definitely have a little bit of issue, but Nets, boy oh boy, great insurance policy.
I mean, they're great, of course, but we also have to talk about the Selangor Red Giants, featuring Stormy, Cram, Sakais, Yums, and Innocent, our current world champions.
You know, we talked about this in Singapore. The same team that stays together wins games, because that's the experience that you need when you're playing against your brothers. And right now, Selangor Red Giants, they're looking like family. Every single team fight, they're always together. They're always playing like 5. And it's going to be hard if you want to break down the main damage dealers of the rest of the team. It's going to be super, super strong within the entirety of that game. The fact of the matter is, I want to add on to Abstract's point. For Vamos to actually win this game, no doubt their fundamentals are good. They need to have discipline. I remember that one kill for Chibi was chasing the Sicilian, and he basically like, okay, I want to ego challenge that. I want to at least get a maniac, but you know, that's just rough on that game.
What was it, like a 2K bounty at that point?
It was,
it was. Bounties we've seen, he was like,
yeah, that was 8 kill.
1.
It was an 8 kill bounty.
Oh, it was an 8 kill bounty.
8 kill bounty.
Oh. The Skypiercer max stacks.
Hey.
To anyone but the Sicilian.
It's tough. It honestly really is tough to see some of these teams actually, you know, not make it to this point. But at the cost of these teams getting better, and to make sure that Malaysia is looking good for the internationals, I hope that you guys in the audience can quickly join the fight. If you missed out that QR code, pull it back and use that code. Make sure you get some in-game goodies while you're watching the MPL MY. But coming back into this, I do think that, you know, SRG is in a pretty unique position. Previously, and based on what I've heard from the coaching staff, they had a different preparation for the playoffs. But all of a sudden, when they lost to Todak, something snapped inside of them. They had to sit down, and then they had to think, we need to make some major adjustments, which is what we saw when they decided to come back into form.
I think that that's very nice to see, because it's all about psychology as well, right? It's not all just about the game. It's not about who's got the greatest mechanic and all that kind of stuff. You gotta have a team that could work together. And of course, if there's certain kind of grudges, like based on the previous game, yeah, you didn't do a certain thing, I'm gonna hold on to that grudge and I can't let it go. Until you have a trash out session, they identify one problem at a time, and then they go for a complete reset.
Yeah, I want to bring back that quote that I shared yesterday. The wolf on top of the hill is not as hungry as the wolf climbing it. We all thought the SRG was on top of the hill with that win in MSC. You've got a lot of money. You're fine. You've got a lot of salary. You can buy that new Lamborghini or the new Ducati that you want. But SRG is proving to us that there's still that wolf climbing the hill, because M6, the coveted M6 in home ground in KL, is that creme de la creme, that trophy that they want to lift up.
It's true, it almost was full circle had Todak qualified for M6, but man, I'm glad that we have these two as our representatives. Malaysian MLBB has continued to evolve and continue to push the limits of what the world expects from us. With that being said, with just a few seconds left, let us introduce you our two M6 qualifiers here in the grand finals.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan tak jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Laukanlah sama-sama laukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti bara ke hadapan, tak mengalah mendepan cabaran. Jago, jago, kita jago.
Oh, semua sekali.
Jago, jago, kita jago. Oh, jadi ayo.
To be champion of the world is not for the fragile minds. Those went far and failed, fell the hardest.
Masa M2 dengan M4 tu, pressure tu confirm ada. Kalau bukan kat saya, dekat player lain lah.
Sebab bila kita berjumpa dengan tim-tim luar ni, mental kita agak down dan akan buat kita serabut lah. Yang kita bayangkan macam, oh ni dah diorang kuat ni, kita orang kalah.
Because being only the best at home is not enough.
Memang saya accept jago kampung. Sebab kita bila pergi ke international, kita tak ada bawa balik apa-apa kan. Paling tinggi kita bawa balik pun nombor 3.
But the ambition for the title gets harder every year. Even when we're told we couldn't make it, we've always put up a fight.
You can still come back.
We've been through it all. And we're ready to sacrifice it all again. The test to be greater than ever is here once again. Back to where it all started.
Dari awal kita orang ada satu goal je, iaitu break the back-to-back curse.
MPL Grand Final ni bagi saya special sangat. Champion pertama untuk diri sendiri dan yang kedua ni fast recognize.
Our time is now. This is our golden road.
Untuk menjadi gol laner yang berbakat, perlukan naluri hebat untuk
mengesan musuh, berikan tumpukan. Raja Samoy next. Dari musim pertama hingga ke-14, ini adalah Roma Malaysia yang ikonik. The King of Emotes, Zor. Seterusnya, ini adalah barisan hadapan playmaker yang paling gagah, Lord Smooth. Next, ini adalah seorang jungler yang sangat ditakuti di playoff ini. Sudah tiba masanya, legend in the making, GB. The magic damage dealer yang bijak dengan makro dan juga positioning. The General Warlord. Last but not least, dengan Coach Pops, di mana dia mendapatkan banyak achievement dalam career-nya bersama dengan Coach Pawi Bao. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first Malaysia representative, Vamos! Leading the charge, you don't need further introduction. Regular season MVP, the one and only Innocent! Seorang player yang sentiasa melakukan momen keajaiban untuk musim game untuk Selangor Red Giants. The moment maker, you! Seorang EXP laner yang sangat versatile, yang membawa peranan yang besar di setiap team fight. The Dream Teammate, Crab. Kemudian, hari ini kita akan saksikan prestasi Finals MVP di MSC, The Sky Prince, Skies. Ini adalah Grand Final untuk dia. This is my boy. This is the Mage Prodigy, Stormy. Akhirnya kita jemput Coach Arcadia dan Coach Ozora Becky, jurulatih Dynamic Duo. This is your defending champions of MPL, Selangor Red Giants!
Gotta give it all, don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Come on everyone, put your hands up. Seharapan, sehaluan, simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, kita jaga.
Everyone,
Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo,
put your hands up.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema
kasih kepada Hotlink for sponsoring Jago that was performed by Soeni dan juga Amir Masdi. And now, the moment that everybody has been waiting for. Kedua-dua grand finalist kita sudah bersedia dekat battle station mereka. And they are ready to fight it out in a series of best of 7. But Educity, are you guys ready?
Absolutely amazing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, fair warning as we're about to hit turbulence over at the Land of Dawn. Make sure that you're seated with your seats upright, seatbelt fastened, but feel free to scream and go crazy right here at Educity Johor. Now, right here, we are jumping straight into the grand finals. Teams have toiled, have bled, have cried for this trophy that stands behind us. 2 teams are about to enter the Land of Dawn, but only one will emerge champion and take the crown. That is MPL MY.
I agree, Cheryl. The vibes here in Educity is unmatched. And guys, kita ada full house this grand finals. And for that, I want you all to give yourself a big round of applause.
Now this won't do, ladies and gentlemen. We want to not just hear your applause, but we want to hear your screams as well. One more time, Educity Johor, where you at? What we're about to witness in a couple of moments' time will be an intense battle, epic gameplays, crazy mayhem is gonna break out at the Land of Dawn. And remember, and don't forget to share all of these wonderful gameplays with your friends, either on socials or even ask them to come on down and join us here at Educity Johor.
Yes, Cheryl, I agree. Ini adalah last MPL sebelum kita mulakan M6 yang akan dibuat dekat Malaysia. And guys, I love the crowd. So, I want to ask if our ultras are ready. Selangor Red Giants, I want to hear you guys roar!
Now over on my side, this side, you are the home ground heroes. Give it up for Viva La Bamba!
Pasukan manakah akan menang MPL Malaysia musim ke-14? Will Selangor Red Giants go up against the curse and clinch their first ever back-to-back trophy? Or will Vamos rise from the rumbles and get their first ever MPL Malaysia trophy? Tanpa membuang masa, Cheryl, jom kita ke caster!
And now, as the drafting phase begins, the grand finals has now been officiated here at Educity for MPL MY Season 14. Once again, thank you to Rose and as well as Cheryl, as we're going to be bringing it back to the drafting phase. SRG on the blue side, up against Vamos on the red side in this best of 7.
Ooh, what a start! At this point in time, the main 2 heroes that we have been talking about the whole time has slipped out of the band, at least for now. Suyo, as well as the coveted Ju Sin.
Pick your poison, right? It's all about, you want to win the early game or you want to win a lot of these skirmishes, you want to get zone control. So I think if you're Vamos, open up both. Try to ban something that is more targeted towards maybe even Sakai's. Try to ban out the alpha, so you trade over the Juicin, pick up the alpha, the Tsuyo for yourself. That's what you might want to achieve for Vamos.
I mean, they're looking to achieve a lot of things here, and I think that Vamos is making a very smart choice of getting rid of this Phoveus. Now, power picks that are open, Suyo sounds like a good idea for SRG, but keep in mind that Loyi is wide open as well. Ooh. 2 strong power picks for Vamos as red side continues to skyrocket in terms of their win rate.
rate. Honestly, it looks kind of scary for the side of SRG, considering the fact that there is a Gato Kacha that's available as well. So now that the Juicing is given away to the side of SRG, the ball is back onto the court of Vamos. As such, this is what I expected. A Gato Kacha as well as a Suyo. Great draft all the way through for now. They got great burst, and let's not forget about the fact that Gato Kacha, he's just plain annoying and does wonders in everything.
Very useful ults as well. I mean, look at the stats here. Vamos leads the league with the highest first turret rates at 58%. And using the Sky Guardian's avatar as a way to zone their opponents is a good idea. But in comparison, SRG has the highest first Lord rates amongst all teams with 70%.
And they have the lowest amount of games played as well. Let us remember that and let that really sink in. SRG, they made sure that they have all of these objectives, or rather, more specifically, the Lord. Because every now and then, you know, some teams, they may not want to prioritize the turtle so much, right? But yeah, let's move on. Focusing onto Hylos as well as an alpha pick.
Yeah, this was actually the same draft that SRG picked up against Todak yesterday in the lower bracket finals. The Loi was open, but they want to go for the 1-1 first. It's actually honestly a very good option right here because with the Hylos and with the Alpha, you have a very beefy front line. You can proc the weakness points, giving Alpha the crossbow tank super easily.
Let's not forget about her inbuilt Purify, especially against Zushin. A lot of marksman players have to blow their Purifies to ensure the kill. Wan has an inbuilt one, so this could be pretty dangerous. Now Vamos making sure that they get rid of the counter matchups here, making sure that Irithel is now gone. SRG looking to respond.
So at this point in time, both sides, they have quite some boots to fill, right? So mid lane is definitely something that Vamos will want to look out for. Loi, we talked about that before. It is still currently open, but for now, Aurora, Vexana, all of these highly contested. Not quite picked yet.
I was gonna say Joe because Zorn's signature pick needs to be taken off. You have to respect that SRG knows they've done their homework. Looking to ban out a lot of the Zorn heroes. And I think for Vamos, it might be possible that they just ban out the Natan right here because it's been so disastrously. You've already got two tanks and one kind of semi-tank on that Juicing. You have a beefy front line. Just Nathan has an easy job just whacking onto the back line, but it will be the Claude. Innocent might be a little bit more comfortable on that and taking off the table.
I suppose, yeah, I guess it's getting rid of a comfort pick, right? If they were worried about scaling, Natan probably would have been the choice. Or maybe Vamos is hoping that SRG picks Natan. You can see on Innocent's face, he's not 100% sure about it, right?
Yeah.
Claude over the Natan, they're targeting me, but I don't know what exactly they have in their pockets.
There's definitely this level of confusion onto his face, like, oh, what the hell? But at least for the side of SRG, Coach Arcadia may just opt to just focus ban onto Zorn, considering that for the mid lane, there's still so many mages that is currently available. You can't exactly tackle on every single one of these.
You could ban out the Frank. Okay, Franco is being banned out right here. So then Vamos could pick up the Loi or go for something a little bit more easier to execute because Loi is kind of committal. If you want to go into your diversion, you go a little bit too deep and then you get punished for it. So something like an Aurora or a Vexana might work well. It doubles down well with the Gato Gacha as well. But for SRG, they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves as well. They could pick up a Tigreal, or it could go into the hands of Vamos. Tigreal has been so instrumental in setting up, especially for team fights. But they want to go for the Angela instead. I'm liking this quite a bit. So Angela in the mid lane, it gives a lot of options right here. You could go Angela into the Suyo, but then I don't know.
So they have slow mid for both sides, right?
Yes.
So technically kind of on a pretty okay route for an Angela per se. But when it comes down to, you know, 5v5 or maybe in the later stages, I was really just hoping for, you know, AoE heroes, big out hero, considering the fact that you have a Gato Kacha, you have a 1-1, you want some beefy front lines to really be able to knock some people off, be the bruisers for 1-1 so that 1-1 can fly into the air and just execute everyone.
Yeah, Krem could go into the Thamus, maybe. Then Hylos.
I suppose they need.
Yeah, the Tigreal Natan, yeah.
It feels like they want something with vengeance, but at the same time, they can basically, when they're fighting against Vamos, it's a 4+1, right? This Angela is not really going to be in that fight, and is really just supercharging one of their members. And I think that SRG understands that. Hard CC at this point is going to be extremely valuable, scaling as well, because their main conditions are going to be underneath Zushin and as well as Natan. Everybody else is to initiate and to slow down the pace of the game.
All I'm looking out at for the side of Vamos is that they are a very aggressive team, right? Yet the way that they're drafted thus far is not necessarily super hyper aggressive or a lot of damage, right? I can understand, yes, Angela, you are a first blood queen, and if you just kind of go together with your roaming trio, which we haven't really quite seen, okay, never mind, roaming trio, Gatokacha, Angela, as well as Suyo.
Angela on the CC. Angela on the CC is super scary. You could zone out the Juicin. You could take the hits from the Lantern. You could get thrown left, right, and center, and you just don't care because you're a CC. Build that vengeance or build the revitalize is really up to you.
I don't know. I'm a little shaky on their overall drafts. But with that being said, that's the drafting phase. We're gonna head into game as we throw it over to your casters. Husky, Staffa, please take it away.
Thank you very much to the desk. Man, I don't know if I'll ever be ready for this moment, but here we are, the pinnacle of MPL Malaysia Season 14, a rematch of the familiar Selangor Red Giants against Team Vamos. Game 1 kicking off with just a little bit. Vamos on the blue side, Vamos on the red side, Selangor Red Giants on the blue side. I mean, if you are ready to tear up, you better save that for the end of the series. Sadafa, how are you looking at this right now?
I am looking at a very interesting start to the grand finals here in MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs. It is our best of 7 series. So a good start means a good journey. SRG or Vamos? Which of them is going to come out on top? I am excited to find out.
We're about to pen the chronicle like never before. Potential for first back-to-back champions and up against the challenges. It's a new empire, but familiar faces. Mid lane priority, of course, going over to Team Vamos with that Gatokacha and Angela. Absolute oppression.
We already see taking a lot of damage in the mid lane. Interestingly enough, Cram and Yooms starting in the mid lane with Stormy taking EXP.
Oh, you're gonna love this, right? You're gonna love the change. Topside down, Innocent! Dances with death once more and gets out alive.
That is insane right there, timing the regen just to get that one singular proc. Chibi though.
Can he lift Chibi up in time? Stormy into the turret. It's going to be the decision. And zone around and revitalize ready. That could be an opportunity for it to kind of go off. And we just got to see what happens, right? Seems like it's going to be a bit of a suspense. We're looking down and what's supposed to be a potential first blood as we call this to a halt, but there it is. No first blood will be attained. Stormy gets out with his life, doesn't even blow the flicker. And I think that's the most important part, Dafa.
Yeah, definitely is the case right now. SRG trying to be a bit more aggro early on. We can see that they specifically even traded lanes mid and EXP so that Cram wouldn't have to go up against Smooth.
The taunt two-man Chibi is in the vicinity. Seems like SRG calls a response and the kid so tough to fight against Vamos in this pocket, especially when the hard guard is going to come out available for Warlord in just a little bit, right? Level 4 will be that tipping point. Turtle fight going on. Smooth down low. Hard guard ready. Smooth is going to get it. Yooms with the flicker pushes Warlord away. Cancel the hard guard transfer, but still, Vamos fights Turtle. Stormy with the ultimate. Here comes Crab to the back line. Sakai trying to stay alive with the lift. Sakai will get out for now, but Vamos with the snipe. Turtle for Vamos. 2 kills for him.
An impressive play right there with Vamos coming out on top with 2 kills as well as the objective. It seemed like SRG tried to go for a little bit of zoning, but Vamos had a better control overall on how things were going there. And because of that, we can see they're going to have a slight lead early. But it's only 2 minutes in. We still don't know what's going to come next.
And again, when you talk about Team Vamos, it's always about go, go, go. It's always about being fast, being furious, and being able to step on the gas no matter the situation. And in this case, looking at SRG, how can they stop it? We know that there's a good roadblock with the Juicin, but can you stop Team Vamos enough to let the rest of your team kind of come online if you're SRG?
That is the question right now. We can see Vamos is going to be upping the ante right now, already controlling the river area. Chibi with 1 level lead over on Skies. In terms of scaling, we also have to note Selangor Red Giants should on paper be a little bit better into the mid game. Vamos, they have a lot of late game scaling, but Chibi alone should sustain more than enough damage to actually take control of a lot of the DPS in the team fights.
Get a stalemate. Innocent once more escapes, this time having used the Purify. You see backup coming in from Yooms and Stormy, the guys coming in from the back as well. They need to lift Chibi up though and will not be able to do so. So once more, Vamos finds to disengage.
Oh, so far, so good here. Network lead still not very different between both teams. And we already know from past history that SRG has a tendency to be a little less aggressive compared to Vamos in the first couple of minutes. So as Vamos, their goal here is to maintain this control going forward and try to snowball as much of a lead as they possibly can.
Only one way to find out SRG have a chance to start this fight. It's going to be Smooth, being drive back, and it's going to use the vengeance, but unfortunately, he might just end up going down. It's going to be a tough fight though. I mean, Vamos is going to keep on going. In this case, Chibi loses his life. The Lango Red Giants finding opportunity. 4 for them. Turtle still not a team just yet, but SRG might have a chance.
A beautiful team fight there from SRG. Being able to take control of superior positioning. This is what we talk about. Once they find that positioning, once they find that moment, SRG has such powerful team fight capabilities with a Tigreal and a high-lows. Vamos needs to be more careful about the angles of approach they take, because in that situation, they definitely walked into a funnel.
You gotta love the team fighting from SRG, especially in these crucial moments. We know it's the first 5 minutes, but that 1K goalie is gonna be setting the foundations for the team to start building up. And I want to quickly call back to the first moment, right? We see that lane swap. Yums Cram mid-side, Stormy bottom side to pressure Smooth. Is this something that you kind of saw coming?
I definitely didn't see it coming, but I wish I did, because it is so smart. We've already emphasized SRG is a team that likes lane priority. They need control over the lanes to make sure that they don't get affected too heavily by aggressive early game teams. And they actually didn't have the best EXP lane matchup here. Cram is a very important player for them in order to maintain some form of early aggression and to zone out the opponents. He roams with them a lot more often compared to other EXP laners, and they cannot afford for him to be trapped in the lane with Smooth. So they switch Stormy over, and it is a genius plan.
And it's paying off. 2K goal advantage. Look at jungle difference. This can be a bit jarring. Sakai's level 10, Chibi just hit 9. But we look at at least 1.5 level difference in terms of experience for the junglers itself. You would expect the Vamos to go faster with this Angela, but it seems like SRG has been able to put a stop to that. You jam the brakes, and now Vamos just speeding ahead, but they're running into a brick wall.
My issue with the draft coming from Vamos here is that while the Angela can combo well with Suyo and CC, they really don't have the heroes that can lock someone in place for nets. We saw the Cho 1-1 combo very frequently towards the end of the regular season because it's so easy to set up that crossbow of Tang. However, there's no solid, reliable form of CC on the Vamos side, which means that it is a complete skill performance coming from nets on this 1-1.
Consume should be detected. Vamos have sharp eyes. So they get forced to the top side, perhaps getting the tier 1, but SRG will find the second turtle and the final one of this game. But SRG, they want to kind of spill that lead elsewhere, right? Find an advantage. The opening might just be close by. They even keep the top turret alive. Best case scenario.
We are starting to see SRG go into their usual patterns. Once they've won 1 or 2 team fights, their ability to rotate and control the map is unparalleled. Vamos is a very momentum-based team, but that doesn't mean that they can't come back from a deficit. 3K in 7 minutes is not actually that bad, especially with a 1-1. If they can get a good crossbow of Tang, then there's always the possibility to make that return, but they be in trouble.
Glorious pathway, Blade Surge, Quell to Evo, and with Warlord ready to support. We'll see if SRG wants to take this. It seems like that will be the option. Chibi now forced to fight, and it's going to be Stormy trying to lift them up. It might be a 2-4-1. He gets brought back into the sweep, and that's Chibi gone. Warlord not able to save his jungler.
Very well played here from SRG. Even catching Asuyo normally should be able to escape from situations like that, but the rest of his team was just not nearby to assist him. The rest of the SRG members making sure to keep an eye on them so that they could go as deep as they needed without worrying about potential retaliation.
It's a quick question. I know the panel will bring this up after this game, regardless of the result, but we've always had the notion that we don't really like making mid laners be on Angela, and we are seeing that in effect, right? Warlord just not able to provide much. Flicker out, no hard guard just yet. Mid tier 1 goes down. Is this kind of the pain point that SRG is going to continue going for?
I don't have too much of a personal issue with Angela mid. We've already seen it can work well with the right combo, but I don't think this is the right combo. Warlord as a player has been shifting more into utility mages, so I don't think he's out of his element here. But again, not enough setup for Nets to get easy crossbows of Tang, and they're very heavily relying on Heart Guard to just close things out when SRG are right now in a position with more CC and more damage thanks to their gold lead. Stormy also just finished a Sky Piercer on Azusin, so that is going to be a pain in the butt to deal with.
With this score coming in, pressure will mount, but at least Team Vamos, they will find some solace in the bot side, right? An attempt to take down the bot tier 2 will end in nothing, but they caught Zorn. The man that I think we are going to look at from Team Vamos to set up most of the plays because he's the only one with that reliable AoE crowd control, right? You don't want Chibi to be the first one to go in, but situation right now tells us that it's not going to be possible.
Gatot is absolutely not meant to be your main form of initiation. You always need like an EXP laner that can start fights so that Gatot can follow up with the Avatar, the Guardian, just because it's such an unreliable ability. And in this case, you have CC. In cases like this, if you had maybe a mid lane or a jungler that could set up, you could still make it work. But Vamos does not have that. This team composition is highly reliant on getting early momentum, and they were not able to find that.
Since SRG has already planned out that route, it's to the bot side. Chibi will proxy that mid wave, but SRG will do the same. So we got a neutral state down mid side. See if Vamos can defend this though. They need to wait for Chibi to come back. It's a bit of time. Entropy used. Holy Shield pop is straight with an implosion from Yum to find Cram the kill. Yums will take out Zorn. Chibi now have to do as much as he can. It's going to be the Winter Crown. Cram takes it. They split the damage. And everyone from SRG is going to get out. Warlord wants a commitment. Finally takes out Cram. Stormy to follow. Vamos now once more. But Chibi cannot go on forward. Innocent can. And that is what you want from the star gold laner.
So much forward thinking from SRG. Skies and Cram literally both bought Winter Crown at the same time just about 1 minute ago because they knew that they were planning to go for a base dive and the crossbow of Tang would be a lot easier for Nets to set up. Having both of those available means that it just does not matter at all that damage coming out. They definitely didn't need to lose 2 members to that ult from the Suyo, but Innocent turning around and picking up Chibi in return more than makes up for it. A 4k gold lead, double the kill score, and Holy Crystal already completed on this Natan means that SRG are fully in their power spike. And Vamos, they really just need them to make a mistake, otherwise SRG is gonna walk away with this.
They're trying to walk down Team Vamos in their own jungle. Maybe there's an opening with Chibi on the flank. Innocent to be gone on. Here comes the AOG. Chibi forced away. They're going to turn on him. He's alone. He has help. Help arrives. But it doesn't matter, does it? Warlock can't take the trip. And now SRG has 4-5 men burning down mid. Conceal is used. Yum, 25 seconds until flicker. But Implosion is always ready. Don't being caught out. Absolutely blown up. Disintegrated by the magic output from Innocent. Smooth, he will try, but he's forced to retreat once more.
The panel mentioned how confused Innocent was that they allowed the Natan through and prioritized 1-1. And we are seeing where that confusion comes from. This hero just does so much damage. Chibi tried to go for a flank kill. That doesn't work quite as well on a Suyo, especially if you're behind. Maybe if he was Nolan, he could have been more of a threat. For SRG right now, they are perfectly comfortable.
And Vamos going for a bit of a poking, poking movement. Second Lord for SRG. The dream scenario up against a Suyo Angela or Angela CC, whatever you want to pit it in this state of the game. Almost 13 minutes in and SRG have not dropped a single beat.
Up 10 kills to 4, 5k gold lead. Lord just claimed. Vamos still is sitting on 3 structures. I don't think this will be the end of them as long as they can hold a solid enough defense. But SRG is just so good at running at your face and hitting you where it hurts.
What's the strategy now for Vamos? Is it to buy time for Nets? Who's the star right now?
I don't think they can afford to buy time for Nets anymore. Nets should be the win condition, but with multiple Winter Crowns completed on SRG, I don't think Vamos has a way out of this. It would require SRG to make a massive misplay just for them to even have a chance.
And again, Flicker, Implosion, the suction from SRG, bring him back. Nets is already eliminated, Warlord taken out. The tyranny of Vamos in game one, absolutely smarted. 3 more members of Vamos trying to hold on, but with the Lord joining in, and it's gonna be game numero uno for SRG.
A clean and easy victory there for the Selangor Red Giants. Vamos, there were definitely some holes in their draft. They tried to rely on comfort picks and comfort play, but if your opponent knows exactly what is coming at them, they know how to stop it.
So different from the start that we saw last season where the 4 members of Team Vamos, also known as Homeboys back then, came in swinging. But SRG, more than prepared. The loss against Toda in the upper bracket fight, upper bracket semis, definitely flipped the switch in them. And right now, it is on blaze 100%.
Beautifully played, an excellent game number 1. That's gonna affect the mental just a little bit, but knowing Vamos, they're gonna adapt.
Well, let's hear what the panel has to say because we made predictions and I want to know how correct I am.
Thanks, Husky and Staffan. Man, that's something. That's something there. As you can see, our casters are just right beside us. So yes, I would like to say that your predictions are going to be correct, but anything could happen here in Johor Bahru because the Vamos crowd, they ain't having this. First blood does go over to SRG, but I'm sure Vamos is looking for a comeback here. And the question is, where? Because Chibi, man, he got pounded that game.
Yeah, I just want to say, honestly though, it's not Chibi's fault because they have a strategy to go for because split push wins team fight. It's all back to that basics, fundamental kind of synergy that they have. Chibi was constantly split pushing. If it's not Chibi, it's Nets. If it's not Nets, it's that CC coming in as well. But to be honest though, I want to bring back what Husky said. The playmaker in the mid lane was on an enchanter, does not deal enough damage, and it's always a 2-for-1 special. But of course, Sakai understands this issue, and he is the MVP.
Just constant, consistent pressure is what we need to expect from SRG, especially with a composition that could be potentially super explosive. That's why we see a lot of big shutdowns coming in from this guy, and most importantly, just keeping that back line away. As soon as Nets is about to pop off, Sakai says, nah, I'm not even going to make it close.
Honestly, when the fact that Sakai is pretty much free roaming, especially in team fights, being able to reach to the back lines, I thought that is actually a very interesting part because one of the main reasons that I will believe that CC is being picked out and drafted in here is just so that the curtain call will be the first thing that touches the alpha. That will enable Nets to be able to free roam and be hyper aggressive. But it does seem like Indeed, he is pretty hyper-aggressive, but it's not only Sakai that catches him, there are many other heroes that can eventually catch him indeed.
I think that's fair, but again, Team Vamos, I'm looking at their draft and I just do not agree with it. How is this team expected to team fight? How is this team supposed to play technically a man down while still playing purely around Suyo? Smooth needs to win his lane. Zorn, you can basically just all in him because he doesn't have Purify, and if you have long enough CC, he just goes down anyway to the true damage coming in from Sakai's.
Honestly, this kind of feels reminiscent to when Yenlord played as a Gato Gacha. They are all just all-inning onto this Gato Gacha, and it doesn't seem like he has a very good answer to this.
Yeah, honestly though, it was SRG's change in rotation in the early game from minute 1. Knowing that you're facing up against the Angela, what you notice is Cram and Yooms in the mid lane, throwing the Chu Sin, storming down in the EXP side. What this gives is two things. Chu Sin can take down that CC, deal so much damage, force CC back, and just snowball the EXP advantage, get that level 4 before that first Lord, and you get that early game split rotation. Stormy's on point. He's built that Sky Piercer as well. So honestly though, from minute number 1, SRG's new rotations coming in, it's honestly the first time I've seen it in all the regions. What do you think, Gideon?
I think because Jushin is so long range, especially deadly in the early game, especially against CC, what is CC supposed to do? I think this lane swap was absolutely genius coming in from SRG, really taking from our forefathers before us. Generally, I would imagine that Vamos is going to look in this draft and be like, okay guys, we kind of messed up here. It did not go well. But also, Jushin probably needs to get banned, especially when you see from SRG's side being the initiator saying, no, we're going to take away Yves and let you decide what we get.
Well, it's luck of the draw. Like, once your second pick, you either ban both, or open both. There's
Open
no
both,
just
yeah.
ban one because like you're just giving it over to them. So it's either Suyo or Jusin, and like we talked about this backstage, Jusin is a monster.
Honestly, it just kind of feels like Vamos is trying to go for a little bit of a gamble, right? Giving away the Jusin. Yeah, we can kind of deal with it.
Like
because
hope
we
Sakai's gets the Suyo.
I think it's more of the fact that, yeah, if they want to go give Sakai the Suyo or give Stormy the Jusin, I think it's an either or. The main thing is that they want to guarantee the Gato Gacha as well as another priority pick, and then they kind of like play around that all together. Because honestly, when it comes down to Suyo, he's very self-dependent. He doesn't have to rely on to anyone. But in the meantime, what I see from Vamos' lineup is the fact that they want to enable the 1-1. They will have tanky front lines. They want to have survivability. They want to win lanes onto the side of EXP just so that they can open up the mid lanes as well. But it doesn't seem like it worked out because I feel that really the Jusin rotation was what really put the final nail in the coffin for Vamos.
Yeah, I like the ideas that Vamos is thinking of. I like the small interactions, especially from coming in from Nets as well. He did opt to go for pull yourself together as one of his emblems as well, just to make sure that he can have that inspire consistently off cooldown when they need to fight. Although it really goes to show that Vamos was being really greedy in the draft. I think that Pobs has to pull it back a little bit here. Really start focusing on what's important for the composition and build a core before he starts thinking about, hey, I want this, I don't want this for your team, and I want everything. I just think it's too greedy.
Yeah.
Greediness is definitely what Vamos maybe you would want to go for because, I mean, they are an aggressive team. I want to go all in. It's all in the early game and just kind of like...
I guess, but at the same time, I would have wished to see, like, at the very least...
A bit conservative. A little bit more conservative?
Nah, get rid of this Angela. This Angela isn't it.
Yeah, on the contrary though, Vamos was actually very, very aggressive, especially on the gold lane. You've seen Nets a couple of times almost taking Innocent down, and Innocent at the end of the game only had like, I think, 1 or like 0 deaths. I can't remember this, but like in the very, very early game, it was just 1 hit away every single time Nets coming in, but just Innocent outplaying that micro game on his own lane.
Could this have changed in the second phase? I feel like in terms of it really just boils down to draft, right? In terms of like micro and macro, I would like to say yes, there were a couple of outplay moments, especially for Humans with some really big engages overall, but he's got so many free targets. Angela did not take Purify. Zorn has to use AOG to get on out of there. If not, he basically dies. Nets has an inbuilt Purify, but then we cut back to Smooth and he's like, nah, he's not a main target, so he doesn't need the Purify. At the end of the day, I feel like SRG has gotten Vamos beat right from minute 1, as you mentioned, Churros. So let's talk about adaptations coming into game number 2, because Vamos most likely gonna go to blue side.
Yep. Okay. So with the fact that if they were to go to blue side, it's kind of still on the court on the side of SRG. Do they want to ban the Juicy? Do they want to ban the Suyo? All these kind of games is what makes the drafting part really fun. And so far, when it comes down to, I believe, when it comes down to Vamos, they are very happy with using either or the Juicin or the Suyo, but there is still definitely quite a bit of priority when it comes down to the Cho, Gato Kacha. So the B1, B2 and B3 pick is still something that we definitely want to look out for.
I think always pay attention to early game tempo, especially since like you want to try to go for the kills or try to zone out for objectives. SRG seems like, okay, I don't really need those kills in the early game. I'll just wait till Innocent comes online and then we start that snowball action going in. Vamos was a little bit too over-aggressive. They're always going in, always hunting for the kills, and they're always bloodthirsty.
I guess I can kind of see the idea here. I think that SRG played the first 3 minutes, I think for both teams, really crucial 3 minutes to actually find that lead. But unfortunately, the rich guy, the carry, obviously going over to Innocent as Karam and Sakai's take Sandbag and best wingman. Of course, main idea is just play around Innocent as well as Zushin, Sakai's in that mid lane, find those big chunks and whittle them down. Outlasting their opponents just feels so easy to do when you've got that high loss on your side, and Alpha, who is already gaining a lot of space and more importantly gaining a lot of tempo. And this is what I want to boil it down to. I feel like even if we're not talking about the drafts, the tempo felt really good from SRG. You want to see Vamos kind of like bounce back. SRG is immediately there to respond.
Honestly, when it comes down to tempo, it really felt as though Vamos would have been able to take the early fights and be able to do something about that. They got great counter engager or even engagement if you want to talk about AOG. When it comes down to the hard guard from the side of Angela, I thought that would be enough to kind of save people in the 5 minutes mark and so on and so forth, but there's just way too much progression from the side of SRG for Vamos to realistically be able to drag the game a little bit longer, even though I don't think that is their purpose, but it's more of like beat the lanes down and then we push everything clean.
And one thing I want to point out is that this item build actually tells us a lot of the story. The only player to get their first power spike is Nets coming in the gold lane. This shows a lot about Innocent and Nets laning phase, where Nets was always taking control, Nets was always pushing in the turrets, and it kind of seems like SRG doesn't really mind that Innocent stays on top alone. And how many times have you remembered the entirety of SRG coming up to help Innocent? Not a lot. And they're always coming down into the EXP side, win the EXP lane, push it in, make sure that CC can't get that farm to protect Chibi, and then Chibi's just like a stray animal just walking around on his own, just trying his best to split push, proxy that wave down, and there was nothing much that 1-1 could do to capture that snowball effect and scale to the late game.
Yeah, I think that SRG took a really good approach here. Macro-wise, first 3 minutes really important. But even so, I would say that like Innocent, had he died once in that lane, it could have skewed it into the favor of Vamos. Honestly, yeah. Because then now it's like, okay, now I don't have to just hard guard Chibi. I have a second out to actually play around. Although I will say that 1-1, as of right now, doesn't feel like she is the best scaler in the world. Teams like to play it because at the very least you're able to kind of dodge a lot of these assassins, and especially well in this particular matchup when you're up against an Alpha and as well as the Tigreal as well as the High Loss. I would like to kind of stay back. That's why I think the Angela should change maybe into Aurora. That'd be a good idea. But keep in mind, we've hit our next
Pew, pew, pew. Jago, 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 Jago.
This is all thanks you guys. All you.
Jago.
Man, Sanafa is just inside there. Yeah, get in here. Thank you so much for letting us hit our next PCU goal. I was not expecting us to break last season's one with 631,000 of you checking out MPL MY. Let's keep the score going. This is only game number 1.
Game number 1 only.
And
it's all the way up, guys.
Yeah, it's only up from here. It's going to be a marathon, and we're hoping that Vamos at least is going to bounce back. Speaking of which, we do need to see adjustments. I really hope they don't go back to the Angela, because man, when you have a phone like the ROG Phone 8, which is by the way the official gaming phone of the MPL MY Season 14, that has helped the pros to consistently be at the top of their game, it feels really bad when you only press 2 buttons when you can honestly abuse retaining the crown as the king of performance. It now comes with a sleek new design and improved cameras as the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming. I'm just saying, put him on something more mechanically intensive, more so, at the very least, put him on an Aurora, Faramis even. Take Purify, it's not that hard.
I'm gonna cut off the conversation for a little bit because I gotta have to say that was a smooth segue in and out. Sorry, I digress, but that was amazing.
Thank you. But still, I need an answer on this because right now, Vamos, again, giveaway game number 1, not that big of a deal. It's a best of 7 anyways.
Yeah, okay, at least for the side of CC, I can definitely back it up, right? I will say that, okay, there is a reason for this, there's a reason for that. But when it comes down to the Angela, I personally say that there are definitely great users of Angela, especially when it comes down to global presence as well as split pushes. But this is not necessarily something that Malaysians like to do, which is global presence and split push macro kind of thing. So it's very uncharacteristic of Vamos.
All right. With that being said, Churros, do you have any final words before you send you off here? We've got a WhatsApp text here. Please, by all means.
Yeah, I just want to say that, man, this is going to be a very interesting series. I'm going to watch it backstage because this is going to be a heck of a game. I want to bring a new analyst to see what he has to say about this as well.
All right, let's get that new fresh opinion on the board. But quickly, how did the team manage to adapt so quickly? We asked SRG Yums, and he said, when we lost to Todak, we realized the pick-on meta was no longer relevant, so we just switched immediately to the revitalized meta. We had already learned this meta during the 2 weeks before playoffs. 1 week we trained with sustained meta, 1 week we trained with pick-off meta. That's actually kind of interesting. Now, here at the desk, Deadeye, our new analyst for, a fresh new take on the look here. Do you agree with this? Is the pickoff meta dead? Is double revitalize the way to go just to sustain?
I mean, well, I'm gonna compare it to MPL SG. We did a double revitalize, and it actually turned the battle around in one clutch play. The base itself is only one hit because of the double revitalize. It just sustained the team fight, turned around the battle, and make it a comeback.
All right, that's fair enough, but we gotta ask the hard-hitting questions. SRG versus Vamos, which team is better in a Swiss format? Abstract, I'm gonna lead with you on this one. What do you think?
Oh man, this is kind of like a tough question, isn't it?
It's a bit of a loaded question, to be fair.
I mean, honestly, both teams, they have their pros and cons. SRG, I would say that they are pretty consistent, right? So no matter how they play, they will want to adapt as much as possible, but it's a little bit more detrimental to them because they need time to adapt, as we saw from the entirety of the MPL MY. In the meantime, Vamos, they have this very linear gameplay. We run it down to you. If you don't have an answer to our head-on approach, then you go down. So at least for Vamos, we play our own game. You have to stoop down to our level to really contest against us.
Do you agree with this, Deadeye? Because I mean, IESF World Esports Championships 2024 it's just around the corner with the MLBB men's division happening between the 12th to 15th of November and the women's division the 16th to 19th November. And out of those 88 countries, only 16 will arrive in Saudi Arabia. Only one will be crowned as the world champion. So tune in and support MY teams. But coming back to it, as a Swiss format, I'm thinking of consistency. Do you think that Vamos and SRG have what it takes? If not, who has better odds?
Consistency, I think it's gonna be adaptability. Again, we talked about this one yesterday, right? Of course, Team Vamos, they had adapted very well when it comes to their play style. I mean, from the early game strategies they have always been doing, like being aggressive. This time around, they try to adapt here to be a long game. Now, it is one of the spices they want to achieve here, but unfortunately, of course, SRG, again, on the playoffs in the day 2, they have lost their way in. And now, suddenly, you mentioned this one, guys. What happened? Adaptability. They just regained momentum once again. Being aggressive from the hunkered down strategy now became aggressive again. This is just shows that Swiss format, you don't know what team you are facing. It's about how you change your playstyle against your facing.
Taking your point here of adaptability, for Vamos coming into this game number 2 against SRG, especially when you're on blue side, what is the opener we're expected to see? I'm just going to assume that Jushin is not going to see the light of day because SRG knows how powerful it is. So what does that mean for Vamos? Are they still going to lean into Chibi, or do they start playing for different outs? For an example, Smooth has been giving a lane dominant hero in game number 1. I would say that even Nets technically wanted to get a lane dominant hero in game number 1 as well. Do they just play for their side lanes?
Side lanes, I think, personally, again, for me, with their guns. I expected the show is being open in the first draft, but now it's not.
All right, let's get into the drafting phase and see what adaptations we shall expect. With Vamos, as expected, on the blue side up against SRG, currently 1 point on them on the red side. Fami, Hylos as the first 2 bans from Vamos, Chip, of course, from SRG.
Now, being the
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara.
calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah kehadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Are you ready? Can you feel it now? Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmambi dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun berlakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada player pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Okay. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So, dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-blend untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmah dan juga Fauzi Nawawi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okay, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So, saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant. Tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzina Wawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat play-off.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Malaysia. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yums. Okay, so right now we are gonna be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go, go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah. Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur. Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk. I will remove the mic.
Ben.
Ha?
Ben.
Wow. Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai pan?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nets akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau.
Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey dah, Ziko hero ni kau main dah. Ui. Tarit.
Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni Nets.
Dia bawa ni.
Last dot.
Ha, last dot.
Kau combine lah.
Golden.
Lagi, tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar. Tarit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Algus.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, serius.
5 second je.
Okay, ready?
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage istimewa dari Hot League. Bersama saya sekarang peminat sejati SRG. Macam tu. Bang, sila perkenalkan diri abang.
Okey, nama saya Muhammad Nashrik bin Zailan daripada Kajang Selangor. Kajang boys, what up?
Orang kuat ni, orang kuat. Okey, tahniah sebab dah menang Fan Club of the Season. Boleh abang terangkan tak sebagai Fan Club of the Season ni sebenarnya fan club ni buat apa selain macam SRG, apa lagi dia buat?
Kalau nak tahu sebenarnya fan club ni lah sebenarnya tulang belakang yang menyokong tim daripada mula season sampai ke akhir season.
Saya suka jawapan tu, pasal tak kisah daripada awal sampai ke habis.
Ya saya.
Menang ataupun kalah,
tetap di belakang mereka.
Begitu jawapannya. Kalau menang ni lah, tak kisahlah menang ke kalah. Saya tak doakan kalah lah. Cumanya jalannya adalah ke arah M6.
Ya saya.
Abang memang kaki Mobile Legend.
Ya.
Kalau dekat M6, abang nak SRG ni jumpa siapa dan kenapa?
Confirm lah kita nak jumpa Onyx.
Onyx? Kenapa bang? Bagi abang Onyx ni macam wow, padunya Onyx ke macam mana?
Kita nak bagi lagi sekali, ajar dia lagi sekali.
Kasih ajar. Okey bang, pada masa yang sama saya nak tanya juga kan, berapa bas bang fan-fan SRG datang daripada jauh ni? Mungkin abang boleh kongsi sikit dekat peminat-peminat kita yang mungkin berada di rumah ataupun yang tak dapat masuk dekat luar tu.
Actually, kalau nak tahu, kita ada special case. Kebanyakan peminat yang datang hari ni sebenarnya semuanya daripada Kedah turun ke KL dan turun ke JB untuk hari ini, untuk final hari ini.
Maksudnya fan Kedah?
Fan bola Selangor semua datang. Ada Presiden SSFC pun datang hari ini. So kita ramai-ramai menyokong Selangor datang ke Johor untuk hari ini.
Habis saya respect semangatnya tu. Pada masa yang sama bang, kalau kata abang dah cakap memang ramai apa semua ni kan, kalau boleh lah saya nak tahulah bang, sekarang skor 1-0, abang predik akan berakhir dengan berapa skor? 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 ataupun 4-0?
Saya rasa hari ni SRG kita tanpa usai ya. 4-0.
4-0. Terlampau ngeri jawapannya. Tapi pada masa yang sama bang, nampak kita dah dengar respon sebelah. Sebelah dah bagi respon, feedback tu dah ada. Tapi kita nak dengar Chan sikit boleh tak? SRG. Mungkin bang boleh laungkan semangat untuk naikkan semangat-semangat pemain SRG. Boleh tak bang?
SRG bangun semua. Kasih faham satu kali.
Steady. GG RSG. Salah. Oh sorry. Salah.
Oh Selangor. Okay, ready ya? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh Selangor.
pengakap. Macam tu. Tapi bukan pengakap lah. Tapi ni tepuk SRG. Terima kasih bang. Sekali lagi terima kasih sebab jadi peminat sejati SRG. Saya sebenarnya saya fan SRG bang. Nak baju satu.
Nanti kita cerita belakang nanti.
InsyaAllah. Terima kasih bang. Kita enjoy dulu kat sini dan pada masa sama sekarang terima kasih kepada anda yang masih lagi setia bersama kami di MPL. Dan sekarang kita nak tengok video istimewa untuk anda.
I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me. Alright guys, so we are gonna do what do you think of when you see these heroes. For the first one, definitely $1 million pick, Innocent.
Sheesh. Next one, Hayabusa. Let's not be biased. Sige.
Let's not be biased.
So next we have Nolan. I also don't want to be biased. Is Chibi, highest BPM in the world.
Farid, it's me. I will take it. So for Julian, definitely Phil, because he's the only mid-laner player that plays Julian.
Hylos, I think JP, because I always see him in MPL playing Hylos.
Next we have Edit, si Yums. Ultimate Edit always carry us. Yeah, Yums.
Moscow, I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me.
Ling, you know the final MVP MSC? I don't know who is it, but I think I'm gonna give Kyle TZ.
This one's so hard to think. For sure, Stormy. He's been playing this hero since birth.
Guys, thank you for watching. Hope to see you guys at M6. Watch us, please.
All right, let's build that momentum all back up again. Lights on. Thank you very much, production. Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 14 playoffs. Championship Sunday continues. And yes, we did have a couple of technical issues, but we're already resolving it. Remember when I said there was an internet issue? What I've heard, apparently a bird flew into an electrical pole.
Oh,
I don't know how big that bird was, but at least we solved it, right?
Is the electrical pole okay?
I don't ask too many questions. All I know is that it's been resolved, and I am thankful for that. Remember, despite all the technical issues that we're having, the infinite dimensions and infinite possibilities, Nolan's new skin, I'm not saying the rest of that. Nolan's new skin will be available in-game from November 6th, so don't miss out. And I'm gonna check your Google calendars later because there is a notification button that you can actually quickly highlight to let you know when it comes out, the day it comes out. So if I don't see it there, you ain't a true Nolan fan.
I mean, I'm not a jungle mate, so it doesn't really matter.
I was about to ask, are you a jungle fan?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Solid argument.
But still for me, auto-buy.
It's looking good. It's looking great. And now we can actually start thinking about what's going to be happening later on in terms of the games. We didn't get to see just the edge of the draft. I think that when it does come back to the redraft, we are going to see the first couple of picks. If not, I would hope, but definitely the bans at least, right?
Yeah, bans. Yeah. So at least we got a little bit of a teaser, but it's not too big of a deal, at least for now.
For now. With that being said, we need to get into the minds and brains of the Baron here. Coach Pobbs, we're going to start things up with his most picked heroes being the Kufra, the Harith, as well as the Cho. Most bans, Fanny, Phoveus, and as well as Gatokacha. And opponents usually ban out the Phoveus, the Cho, as well as the Harith. What do you boys think? Because keep in mind that this is over the regular season, and the meta has kind of shifted from this point onwards, but anything notable to you guys?
The Cho. Again, I'm gonna highlight the Cho once again on the first game of the draft there. First phase of the ban, it wasn't being banned, the Cho. It's pretty much open. Team Vamos selected Gatokacha instead. I think here in the game 2, they must again go for their comfort picks. Cho, man, this is what I'm gonna highlight again to be the priority pick for Team Vamos.
I don't know, but SRG kind of like straight away, they're like, oh, the pick-off comp doesn't work anymore. Let's go into the double sustain.
On the other hand, for what I'm looking out for it definitely is going to be the Harith, right? When it comes down to the playoffs, we don't really see that much of a success when it comes down to the Harith at all. So honestly, I think that there is going to be a major shift as to, or rather there has already been a major shift when it comes down to the gold laners. We have been looking a very obvious Nathan being one of the core favorites. Empress. We have definitely been seeing a bit of a Beatrix coming in, but of course, because of the resurgence on the Tarn, Irithel pops in as well.
I agree. Although I think one of the more interesting picks that we've seen here at the playoffs, coming specifically from Todak Chiku, guys, the independent gold laner in Lunox hasn't really been touched by both SRG as well as Vamos. We did see them actually whip it out during the regular season, but after that, kind of hasn't seen any kind of play from either team.
Because usually we see a Lunox for the counter of the Harith.
Usually.
Yes, but and it also does help a lot if the opponent is an assassin and you don't necessarily have an answer to it.
Well, that's fair. But let's now look over to our MSC champ here, Coach Arcadia, with an all-time win rate of 81%. That is a ridiculous number, but now let's address the most picks, most bans, and even the opponent bans.
Most pick being the Cho, and this is kind of definitely a little bit of a same kind of a trend per se, but with the Ling at 9 as well, Vexana in 8, that's definitely not something that I'm too surprised about. I will say that these are most picked heroes. In fact, most pick, most ban, and opponent's ban is still relatively relevant up to this playoff stage.
Yeah, I think I can agree with most of them. I think the only one
maybe not Moskov.
Well, I mean, it depends on Innocence Day whether he's really feeling it. If not, he'll just go back to Claude.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Here in the playoffs, I didn't see a Moscow pick.
Nope. Fanny as well,
there's one?
right?
Well, there was one Moskov pick in Chiku, guys. I still remember the literal prayers being said as he threw the SOD. Not a good Moskov game for him. Let's just put it at that. but I will say at the very least that people are straying away from that Moskov, right? They're really afraid of these assassins. Yes, it does well into the assassins, and yes, you can kind of, split push on your own side. But then it means you have to dedicate resources to that side of the map. And right now it feels like they just want to fight at a dime's notice.
Yep.
Fight now, let's go, let's do it.
Yep, great that you say that, because when it comes down to the assassin, most of these heroes, they are really great in the early stages of the game, and especially when it comes down to the playoff, we have Nolan. Nolan is definitely one of these heroes that we will want to look at. While those very high-speed assassins, Fanny as well as Ling, we haven't really seen that much, if not any priorities being set up for these two at all.
I totally agree. And I still think Sakai's could do it if he wants to. Generally, he doesn't have access to it, but when he does, I do feel like they can make something happen. Like, they can technically pivot to an early game composition, but I don't know. It really depends. That's why most professional players, even coaches, are saying that this is a pretty flexible meta overall.
Flexible meta in the sense, of course, that I can say semi-flexible, because on the first phase, first phase of the draft is always going to be Zushin. It's always going to be the Suyo. We haven't seen the priority pick on the assassin picks, because of course Fanny. I see Fanny the prio ban on the assassin, but other assassins no. Hayabusa open. We can see also the Ling open.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
So I'm gonna say it's gonna semi here, because they are also sticking to the prio hero picks. That is gonna be the Suyo and the Zushin.
Although I will say that at least like when you have a Fanny, like I get it with Ling, where it's like, oh, as long as she has her ult, then she technically has another dash to kind of, hop away. But more so, the Fanny specifically, I think is actually pretty decent into the Jushin. But then again, it's a high skill cap hero. It's one of those heroes that you gotta win. If not, you're going to lose. Now, keep in mind, United for November the 11th, the Mega Double 11 sale with 20 billion promo diamonds will be up for grabs. You can complete the task from November 9th all the way to November 12th to claim promo diamonds and earn navigation tokens for the Navigator effect. Remember the Nolan thing that I was telling you about earlier? Yeah, that's the same one. This one applies to it too. Promo diamonds can be used from November the 11th to November the 16th and also be used to redeem the exclusive Double 11 Nolan skin, the Navigator. So again, take your promo diamonds while you still can to maybe get the Navigator skin. If you already got it, there's still plenty of other skins available.
This ad-lib and that lower third is giving me a little bit of a PTSD.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah.
I remember it was just yesterday where I almost need to be sent out by an ambulance because of what the fell said.
Okay, give me the context. Okay.
Oh, no. We don't need context for that.
okay.
You gotta pull that clip up for yourself. You gotta do that
You
research.
gotta watch it yourself. It's not something that we gotta say here.
It's way funnier when you find the clips. With that being said, though, although the assassins we're straying away from these assassins, I do think that teams have found out some really great ideas against it. Bane, Alpha have been two of the major ones as we see the rest of the arena here in Educity warm up for the game.
I'm actually kind of... okay, so here's the thing, right? Assassin meta. Sounds great, sounds fun, they're fast, they're speedy, they assassinate. But to see that fighters are back, or to see Alpha is back, is kind of like a meh thing to me.
Oh, look, we've already hit our next PCU. We're already breaking season 2, and we're very close to breaking 631,000. Currently at 614,000.
Change his voice as well. This isn't fair.
Nah, that's how,
This isn't fair.
I mean, that's the whole point of coming into a Malaysian side of things.
Hey, this may be a Singapore invasion, but you can't make us sound like a minion.
Back
in the doobie. Oh, back in the doobie. Banana.
W, Bron.
I'm telling you, if it's not crazy to be in the Navy, if they sound like that, it's hard to take them seriously. That's what I can say. That's all that I can say. Guys, please enjoy the redemption code down by the bottom right side of your screens on stream, and hopefully you get some in-game rewards. If you get a legendary skin, do let us know and post it on social media and tag the MPL MY in all of our socials when you do so. Now, coming back into it, as we were mentioning, we were talking about the assassin previously, and now moving into the fighters, there's a big correlationship between the mid trio, as Deadeye mentioned. Do you have any hidden techs that could help break that trifecta?
Hidden text.
I'm thinking maybe like Gold feels a little limited right now. I'll throw his hands down that Gold is one of the harder lanes to play as of yet. EXP, I think, can make a difference, but I haven't really dug into it.
Now that Gideon mentioned it, in MPLSG, our time of playoffs, EXP played a major role. Actually, it was the Wilderness Blessing, Agility, EXP, going into the roam, actually helping the invasion, including the mid trio there. But here, it's the mid laner and the roamers doing the hard part.
Yep. The roaming trio seems very important for the side of MPL MY, and to be fair, I can definitely understand that.
I mean, I do think that it can go either way here. Now, guys, keep in mind, as much as we are having MPL MY and MPL SG here together on the desk to give you some insight about the internationals, the M6 pre-sale tickets are now open. So don't miss out on the exclusive items this I can't believe that this crowd is this excited for M6 already. I want them to calm down, but they're excited about the lucky draw. The prize is worth 80 diamonds, and the pre-sale tickets are available from October 31st to November the 5th. So get it now while you still can at www.tickets2u.com.my.
Man, Gideon, I'm excited for the M6 because this is still the MPL MY Season 14 Grand Finals. How much more M6 event? Oh my goodness.
Yep. Honestly, I have said this way too many times, but honestly, I have to say it because facts be facts, right? This MPL MY is the biggest that I've ever been in, biggest that I've ever seen. I am appalled, which makes me think that if this is MPL MY, M6 is gonna be over the top.
I mean, if you
way over the top.
If you weren't there at Axiata the very first time, if you think this hall is gigantic, let me tell you again, it gets better. So yeah, if you guys can get those tickets, get it as soon as you can. Now, I mean, there's also wildcards that we have to worry about here. Luckily, Malaysia doesn't have to be part of it. Thank goodness, of course.
We don't have it as well.
At least they gave us one slot
we
for the
don't have
wildcard.
as well.
Hey, we're the host country, okay? We get this benefit.
Hey, look, you guys lost the wildcard slot because you guys have a main slot. So, you know, we being neighbors, you know, we're just across the causeway. You can just kind of like, yeah, you know.
Y'all had 2 M series in your country already, all right? I think people have had enough going to Singapore. Maybe not the players, of course, but definitely those who have to pay for those flights. Now,
I can't defend that.
It's true. It's
I can't
true.
defend that.
With that
Yeah.
being said, what do you see in the new patch? We have little tidbits of what the new patch is going to offer us. We don't know what the M6 patch is going to be, but I've been hearing a lot of things. Changes to Rose Gold Meteor, for an example. Even some teasers of new heroes.
Lucas, right? Was it Lucas?
And the new hero?
The new hero?
I'm sorry, but comes into my mind is the rank game battlefield additions. Like when you kill the Lord, there's super minions going in. I don't know if they're gonna go. I'm not sure if they are gonna adapt that on the M6. Pretty sure not. No.
I don't know because I remember, if I remember correctly, the game developers also gave a voting event to kind of see what you wanted to change about the map itself.
So Battlefield, we're talking about Battlefield changes, right?
Yes.
So there's also this one thing that I heard. I'm not too sure if whether it's legit or if it's already in an advanced server, but there is a dedicated spot for the turtle and a dedicated spot for the Lord, which they could spawn at the same time.
What's the point?
I mean, it's gonna change the priorities of the team.
Yeah, but most teams here are like, okay, I mean, if you get the turtle, it's kind of like whatever, as long as you trade like 3 heroes, maybe get a turret while you're at it, gold plating, like.
But wouldn't it be different because of the what do you call it? The permanent buff?
The permanent buff? What are you talking about here? I've never heard no permanent buff, no nonsense about turtle.
The rank game,
the rank changes have the permanent turtle buff.
That was the first phase. If you kill the turtle, that shield buff,
the shield,
it's gonna be permanent overall the game.
You're absolutely right. It still feels a little irrelevant. I'm not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wonky to me too.
Personally, I think that as long as they are in between, if it's going to be like Lord and as well as Turtle, that shield better be like one fat shield. Like it's got to give you like extra stats.
I agree. Oh my goodness.
Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna continue talking about that.
Anyway,
because it's kind of far away, and I'm not too sure if it's gonna be legit or not. Or this kind of stuffy.
I'm just gonna kind of concerned for the coaching staff. That's gonna happen for the M6. You know, they're not gonna take into consideration that new patch. Also, they consider the teams they are going to play, which is gonna be random as well. Swiss format. Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of things to actually be worried about here, especially with what could. I mean, I'm more concerned that the patch kind of shifts from aggro back into that slow, late game team fight-esque.
Oh, that is not something
Pinas lang malakas. It's not gonna be happening.
That's like the Philippines and the Singapore kind of thing. But
look, I'm gonna stop you right there. It's time to throw it over to our casters here. Husky, Staffa, take it away.
Yeah, we are here, but we are not taking it away. Oh,
hey, what?
We are the disembodied voices.
Yeah,
you like it? You like what you're hearing?
I've got voices in my head.
You like what you're hearing now, guys?
Oh no!
Did you hear something?
Actually, this is a good time to actually bring on over our, English casters to get in on the conversation about what could potentially change for the next patch.
You want to sit on my lap, buddy?
Sit on my lap.
Just.
You want to sit on my lap?
Keep you over on that side.
Wait. I can join this.
Can you make it?
I can be a part of this. Hold on.
Hi, Eski!
We're right here.
Let him bleed in here.
Let him in.
Get your chair over here.
Hey, look. I have a very comfortable spot right here.
Wait, what's this?
My wire doesn't go far enough.
Fair, right.
Plus, you're married, right? I can't do that.
He's got a point.
But he's not married.
He's not married.
What are you implying, Abstract?
This man is more concerned about your marriage than you are about it. You keep that in check, okay? This is the Malaysian style of things. We like small, cramped corners. But talk to us about this. Like, I mean, the new upcoming patch could change everything that we know about MLBB we know today, and maybe move it and pivot it to a more mid-game and late-game centric style of play.
I think, looking at the new Rose Gold Media potential changes, right? I feel like it intends to bring back fighter-style heroes, Pakido, Lapu-Lapu, heroes that want to get Rose Gold Media. The one thing that I do see from advanced server, or at least notes, was that it is based off of lifesteal, right? So I'm not really sure how that's gonna go in terms of conversion on lifesteal to hybrid defense. That's probably gonna get tweaked somewhere down the road. But I would love to see fighters come back because right now we're seeing a lot of like Khalid.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes,
I miss
yes, yes.
Paquito. I miss Benedetta.
Yes.
Not the tank Benedetta.
EXP
I want the,
main.
yeah, I want the damage Benedetta.
Paquito so much.
Oh yeah, I miss Paquito.
Look, okay, I'm gonna ask Stafa because I know he specifically, not you, Stafa, EXP's knowledge. Is this Rose Gold Meteor going to make that difference? Like, are you expecting the threshold from that conversion of lifesteal, specifically lifesteal, not spell vamp, lifesteal, be the difference maker here?
Now here's the awkward part. I actually was not aware of that.
Oh, well, now that you're informed.
I haven't actually looked up anything about the new patch.
Okay.
But if Rose Gold Meteor does become, I feel like I need to know a little bit more. Like converting it to lifesteal, okay. Does it still do the same thing otherwise?
I mean, I would assume so. Let's just assume it does.
Lifesteal and then some shield.
So it
it's
converts
not bad.
It converts your lifesteal into raw tank stats.
Lifesteal into
Not spell
raw
vamp.
tank stats.
Yeah.
Not spell vamp. Life steal stats.
Lifesteal.
That
So,
means like
like-
things from endless battle. Wait, hybrid. Does that count? It counts.
So
right?
if
It's
it
not
is
like-
lifesteal,
so like
yes.
if you have
Yes.
like War Axe or something.
Yeah.
It gives you
Yeah.
lifesteal.
Uh-huh.
And if you have Rose Gold Meteor, it turns it into like durability.
Yeah, basically.
I would assume that's the
okay.
case.
That does make a difference. That actually does. Because
plays.
a lot of issue with fighters right now is just that we are not durable enough. And when we have assassins in the jungle, the EXP lane really needs to fulfill that durable role because we don't have tank junglers anymore, right?
Might I make a pitch instead?
Okay.
Might I say instead of having this Rose Gold Meter being, oh, we want our damage EXP laners to not do a lot of damage, but deal a decent amount of damage, but not sustain as much, but be tanky. How about we combine Sky Piercer with BOD?
I agree.
Huh?
I agree.
Hey,
I agree.
I got one on board.
Piercer with
Sky.
Huh?
What?
What about
too
you?
much. Too much damage.
So instead of having to buy Sky Piercer and BOD, make that an endgame item, raise the cost a little bit, but when you get it, it is a nasty power spike.
Okay, I can agree with that, given that there is still these two items.
What?
So having these two and you
you
then
combine
you
it?
combine it
Oh.
because the fact that we have Sky Piercer being cheap is the
Okay.
main attraction.
Yeah. I can get behind
Yeah.
that. Because
Wow.
if we turn Sky Piercer into an expensive endgame item,
No one will buy it.
assassins just leave the meta.
Okay, guys. Look, I'ma send you guys go. You gotta get back to your battle station.
What if I don't want to leave though?
No, too bad.
What
You gotta
if I-
stay
what if
on
I
that
wanna stay?
side. Please go because the draft has begun and we're going straight into the drafting phase this time around. And better yet, we're going to have a brand new draft here. We got a little bit of a taste of what the other panelists on the BM side is looking like.
They're very comfy, though.
Yeah, they
Not
get
gonna lie.
couches. They get couches, and I'm upset about that until M6. I hope we get couches in M6. That'd
We
be
can
great.
crash it right in.
I don't think that'd be a good idea. I think there is a lot of Johorians between us and them, and I don't want to go through that mess. Now, Vamos is going to be on blue side, SRG on the red side. Let's get to the show, finally. This game on the road. Fanny, Yves, and as well as Fovius, the expected bans coming out for the side of Vamos. SRG ban out the Chip, and as well as Jushin. Are they getting rid of Suyo? There he is.
There we go.
Okay. Now, no Suyo, no Zushin.
So we talked about that Gato Kacha as well as the possible Cho pick,
yep.
right? So it's more on the fact that it's more on Vamos. Which one do they prioritize more? Do they want to give Zorn that comfort pick, or do they want to play based on the current meta whereby people are just looking for counter engage over and over again, with Gato Kacha being very high priority and being high pick rate, not necessarily on the B1 that much.
As B1. Oh, wait, hold on.
Valentina.
Interesting.
Not exactly very B1-y as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like Valentina is going to be a hard read onto SRG side to say, hey, you guys have to be wary of what ultimates you are giving me, whether it be the Gatot or even the high loss.
And I haven't seen for a while, we are having a first pick Valentina. It's usually a respawn pick. What is now gonna pick? Okay, Alpha and the Hylos. Now, aggressive fighters and frontliners as well for the side here of SRG. I think, again, they're sticking to being aggressive here for the side of SRG. I love it. They have the sustain again, but still, I'm not seeing the Cho pick. I think Zorn playing a great game on the Cho. This is the time here that they want Zorn to have the momentum as well. He's playing bad on the game 1 with a Cho, with a comfort pick. I think this what Vamos needs right now. Zorn skyrocketing, having a great game rather in the early stage of the game. Cho will be a great pick here.
I do like the Cho idea, but it looks like they're going to go with Gatot once more. I think Gatot is still flexible.
Still flexible, yeah.
Although I will say that it's rather bold. It feels like they kind of want to just play to their comforts right now, right? I feel like Zorn is like, okay, give me, sorry, not Zorn, but in this case, Nets, give me the carry. I'm expecting another tank anyway from the side of SRG. At the very minimum, at least allow me to play the game.
So at least with the flexibility from the side of Garukacha, we could still possibly see the Cho. We are not ruling that out just yet, especially since they picked up a carry. Carry is going to be very good when it comes down to actually singling out people, or rather taking out people that has been singled out.
Oh, okay. So Vexana going to be the next pickup for the side of SRG. That's kind of interesting because when you see the Valentina and then you're playing Vexana into Vexana Hylos as your own team, it feels like now Valentina already does pretty well against the Hylos, especially with that fear. But you could actually slow down the follow-up by dropping your own mini lord.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that one. But again, mobility is still in favor here for the side of Vamos. If they can catch, of course, for the side of SRG, we know the Glorious Pathway has slows, and with the follow-up here with Eternal Guard, yes, they can catch one. But is it enough, though? I think Alpha, yes, will prove the additional damage here, but the mobility, again, for the side of Vamos, they can't escape.
Yeah, and SRG deciding to ban out Marth is very interesting. Coach Arcadia really trying to lock down what Chibi is capable of playing. Force him into something like Nolan, which is a lot more punishable in comparison to Martis, who can kind of power through your composition, if not slow down the engage.
And not to forget, when it comes down to the side of Chibi, Vamos wants to be fast, and at this point in time, a lot of these assassins takes time to eventually skill. Aside from Fanny, which has already been banned, right now what's available onto the board is definitely going to be Nolan, Julian, as well as Link. It's very likely going to be an either-or between Nolan as well as Julian. So SRG, ooh, okay, that's that too, considering that there is pretty beefy frontline from the side of Hylos and Alpha.
Okay, alright.
Guys, do you think Bane is viable here for the side of Vamos?
I think Bane is really viable here. Yeah. I think it's really good as well. Because again, they've already got Carry as their dedicated tank buster. Having the X-Borg as well might feel like overkill, but at least they kind of work in tandem with each other. One peels, the other one is able to kind of create space, and then Carry is just going to shred the rest of them.
Yeah. With a hard engaged right now, we're seeing Alpha. Spirit of Alpha, of course, Hylos with the Glorious Pathway. It's all heavy engagers. Once those ultimates are up, there's go in and or no go out, rather. This kind of play style, right? With the Bane right now, Deadly Catch, they can manage to counter that one.
That means SRG, they have to keep that in mind, right? If they are expecting a Bane, do they have a support pick that could maybe change the outcome, or are they just going to purely focus on the lanes and just play around that mid trio? I think at this point, gold lane pick doesn't seem like a bad idea. Harith gets locked in. Harith's been doing pretty poorly in the playoffs, but against Carry, a classic matchup, I think he'll do fine.
Yep, so no way that we're going to be looking at Lunox. Harith is still going to be doing pretty darn fine. Carry doesn't have a lot of range, so being poked right out by the Synchro Fission is something that Harith would absolutely love. Now, SRG also, they absolutely love their roaming trio and how they want to play around it. One thing that we need to remember as well is that Hylos is still a rather flexible pick. Vamos, they opted to ban both the Matilda as well as Khalid, hints out onto mobility to ensure that they will be able to cripple SRG, whether the final or whichever the final pick is gonna be. They just want to make sure that they are gonna be slower.
Oh yes! There we go. Chibi and as well as Zorn's pick, Nolan and Cho, their signatures getting locked in. Vamos! This composition I think the only one being smooth who was like, okay, I guess if somebody has to get shafted in the draft, I'll take the Gato Kacha. But everybody else, 4 comfort picks for the side of Vamos, and we're expecting them to play really fast.
Again, this is what I want, man. Vamos needs again to go for the comfort picks, and now this is what you get here in the game 2. But now on the SRG side, I'm looking forward for the Tigreal here, but you know, there's a Valentina on the other side, but Tigreal in the draft for the side of SRG is really good.
But there's a Valentina on the Vamos side.
That's the thing. That's the thing
They might want to play an EXP Hilda if they want to go fast.
I like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's great.
Actually, the Hilda actually sounds insane right now. Great catch, Abstract. Really good catch there. 50% win rate so far. I mean, Cram has had up and down performances. When he's not on form, doesn't look very good. But when he's on form, very, very dominating. Which probably was the signal when we saw the Khalid get banned out from the side of Vamos. With that being said, what are your thoughts? What comps are you guys leaning towards too?
Oh, honestly, both are great, but honestly, I just like a fast-paced game coming from the side of SRG.
Well, with that being said, let's throw it over to casters. Husky, Staffa, take it away.
Thank you very much to our panel again. Hard work tonight, but like I said, right, Staffa? Night is still young, celebration is still going, the Thunderdome is still echoing the roars and cheers from the Ultras and also the Vamos fans. We're about to head into game number 2, and this time, colors match the drape. With Vamos on blue side, with Slam Red Giants on red side. Walk us through this.
Thank you very much for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. The land of Glon, we're finally back and talking about walking us through this Husky. First off, SRG, early game, not too bad at all. Their early to mid-game scaling is pretty darn good, actually, if they can play around skies. Vamos, they've got some tools to work with themselves. If Cho and Nolan can start making things happen, they can definitely find the early game momentum they are looking for. But they've got a Hylos Hilda double revitalized comp to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're looking at a parallel jungling path. And the panel, they mentioned something important, right? 4 out of 5 picks on Team Vamos' side are at signature. Carry, Cho, Nolan, Valentina, whereas for SRG, we're seeing, you know, Innocent on that Harif, but everyone else, well, maybe Stormy or Vexana, but everyone else is not really what they're known for, but it's something that they have been very comfortable with.
Yeah, more of their heroes are recent acquisitions compared to the Vamos side, which are more regular season mainstays. So having these signature picks should help out a lot. Vamos right now, already 1 game down, needs a bit of a momentum shift to get them going in the grand finals. Again, SRG, I am impressed every single time by how adaptable they are as a team. 1 discussion is all it took them, but hold on.
Kick into a knockup, into a taunt, first blood for Vamos. SRG looking to respond, but unfortunately, there's no way in.
That's what they're looking for. This is what we talked about. Play around the Zorn and Chibi, get early kills, find that momentum. They were even able to power through the Revitalize from Cram to try and save Skies, but when you're 2v4 like that, it's unlikely you're going to survive. Vamos needs to keep up this pressure, this pattern. Otherwise, SRG, though, are still in an okay position.
Yeah, Cram's not even 4 just yet, and it's not hitting for any time soon. The Revitalize, not enough. Chibi picks up that one, and Vamos off to a start.
Oh, that's what I mentioned, right? Keep up the pattern, keep up the pressure. That's what they're doing. They're even picking off members that should actually be fairly durable in the early game. It's not much of a net worth lead still, but with the first hurdle in the hands of Chibi, Team Vamos are already looking better for now.
It might look even better if they get this kick, right? Innocent still not in tower range, but at least he was able to get into a safe corner. And I mean, we had a bit of a stall leading up to this point. You think that kind of affects the momentum that SRG has acquired in that after that first game? Oh, we'll see. Maybe this one can change it around. Zone. This could be his escape. It actually is. AOG from Smooth. Catches on the Slug Eyes. Finds a taunt. Onto 2. Revitalize from Hume. Might not be enough. And it isn't. As Vamos picks up a double. Acquired by Warlord. Innocent finally takes out Smooth. But it needs a bit more than that. Cram comes in. Looks for Warlord. Goes through the bush. There's a terrified fact. Warlord knows he is safe. And the great escape for Vamos pulls through.
A beautiful combo there. Warlord stealing the glorious pathway to slow down Humes and Skies to set up for the Avatar, the Guardian. And because Vamos already have a bit of a lead, they are able to start translating that. Innocent, despite his best attempts, wasn't actually able to find much from that, despite doing all that damage. So this is very, very good for Vamos. We already know how fast Chibi can farm if he has some kills under his belt.
So this is Vamos' favorite position, right? Being able to go fast and step on the gas. They fight when they're ahead, they fight more when they're behind. But in this case, when the turtle is in their control and all these lanes have potential to collapse, it feels like they are definitely in that zone. Innocent chasing for Zorn. Zorn wants to look for the kick, can't find it. Innocent now has help with Humes. Unfortunately, no follow-up, so Nest and Zorn both get out.
Very close though. Zorn, if he hadn't been stunned by Law and Order, would have gotten a great angle to kick Innocent into nets. So Hume saved him there, but wasn't able to continue the pursuit to take out Zorn either. We are seeing why this Cho is his signature, why he is the originator of the Jeet Kune Do. He's so good at dashing in and out of these fights. He knows his limits.
And that's the full combo onto Zorn. Revitalize, keeps him alive, and GB finds a chance to come in with Smooth. And everyone from Vamos comes in for the pickup. Collection onto Sakai, the jungler of SRG, just got killed the third time.
It's not often you see Valentina stealing Gloria's pathway, but in this game, combined with the Gatot, it is such a good combo.
And it's so tough, even for Cram to move. They want to help each other, but they might as well reunite in the grave. Humes falls, Mega Q for Warlord, second turtle for Team Vamos.
At this point, Vamos is officially outpacing the Selangor Red Giants. Very good use of combos and utility. And Zorn being the one to set things up by wasting resources. SRG need to learn that they just don't have enough burst yet to actually take him out before the fight starts. There needs to be a different angle of approach. Otherwise, Vamos is just gonna keep going.
And Sakai can get locked out of his own jungle. Top tier 1 falls. Nets finds space. 2 assists, a deathless at this point. But look at Vamos' goal lead. 3.5k as a baseline.
3.5k in 5 minutes is huge. It is very, very good. And Chibi continuing to expand that with a killing spree.
Take a lot of that. That's the first death for Stormy this game. Just fractured in an instant. SRG, what's the plan right now? Because they have no control over majority of the map, including the objectives.
The play with this draft was just to survive any early attempts that Vamos would throw at them with Revitalize and overall bulk. But very early rotations with 3 or 4 members to gank lanes and deny lane priority, something that Red Giants always look for, has given Vamos exactly the position they want in this game. Selangor Red Giants, they do still have some scaling in Innocent, but overall they are going to fall behind Vamos in the late game. They have to make something happen quickly, or this game too will go to the blue side.
Even when you look at the gold lane matchup, Ness is a level ahead of Innocent. Sakai had to use that ult to escape. Top tier 2 going down means that Team Vamos gains majority of the access on the top side. So far, the theme has been, whichever team gets a big lead wins the game. What is the comeback condition for SRG?
For SRG, ideally you want to slow down the game and avoid taking team fights to allow yourself to get 1 or 2 more items. Then Humes and Cram will be tanky enough and Innocent will be able to do his DPS. Vamos though is not a team that's going to let that happen. So space needs to be forcefully created, and that may mean sacrificing 1 or 2 players to becoming irrelevant.
Zorn just prepping on the Jeet Kune Do. Smooth getting stunned up by the Law and Order, but there's a stolen Glorious pathway. Flicker kick on a 2. Sakai gets caught, but SRG, they want to collapse. Chibi fights the turtle, but Smooth goes down. Team Vamos, have they bit it all more than they could chew? It seems like that's the case. So SRG gets away with 1, but Innocent once more. It's all about going forward. It's all about stepping on the gas, but he himself will fall in the process.
Really nice adjustment from Team Vamos. When that fight started, I thought it was too scattered. They weren't all in to try and take out the Red Giants, and that gives them time to heal up with Revitalize, but turns out they were actually the ones baiting them into a corner. They knew that the Red Giants would try to re-engage. Chibi hit in a great spot to be able to poke down Innocent, and the snowball is really starting to go out of control now.
That's sitting really good on this carry at this point. 1 kill and 2 assists. The only thing that's holding this thread together for SRG is definitely that mid-tier 1. They want to look for something on the Zorn, but it's also pretty tanky. They want to execute. Good taunt from Smooth. Zorn once more escape.
The number of times that Zorn has escaped from a 3-man... Oh, Chibi!
Oh, he overextended, but still, durable.
Vamos is just getting out of all of these sticky situations. Red Giants are literally piling bodies on top of them, and yet they are not able to catch them. They don't have a lot of reliable CC, but should, on paper, have heroes that are very good at chasing people down. Unfortunately, when they're this behind, it's difficult for them to try and attempt overly aggressive action. And Team Vamos is taking advantage of that to the fullest. They are willing to overextend. This is a team that's already traditionally quite okay with just jumping at the opponent. When they're this far ahead, you can bet they're gonna do a lot more than that.
Good awareness from SRG, because Chibi was looking for an isolation kill. But the eagerness to defend this mid tier 1 means that SRG sacrifices both side lane tier 2s. That's going to lead to an eventual fall in the mid tier 1. Look at Chibi, right? Setting up the top wave. That whole issue is going to be gone. Nothing that SRG can do about it. Chibi might even get an inhibitor.
I'm pretty sure Net stole that purple buff as well, just by himself, just by doing damage. You can see how oppressive the grasp of Vamos becomes when they have a lead like this. This is a very momentum-based lineup, and they know what to do with it. Just continuing the macro the map, Chibi knows where to find farm at the same time.
They even find a ton of Yums. Just cannot escape the smooth criminal. It's Vamos with the first lord.
Things are not looking good for the Selangor Red Giants. And that means that Vamos are feeling themselves. 10 kills to 2, 8k gold lead at the 10-minute mark. A lord already claimed. At this stage, I think it's very unlikely that SRG is going to be able to make a comeback. Their lineup just doesn't suit it.
Man, look at the separation from Smooth again. Chibi now gets whatever he wants. Innocent will fight him though. Innocent! Big shutdown. Smooth on top of him. When Nets coming in, he's going to fall. Consolation prize, I suppose, if you are SRG, finding that Chibi, but still Vamos wins the trade.
Oh, Vamos just... Oh!
Not done just yet. It's never done. And Yums wants that pathway to get out, and he will. Who's gonna defend the structure though? Ness flickers into it, Stormy falls! And Vamos steps on the gas. There's only one way forward, and that's the Crystal. Equalizer could be a possibility. Smooth, he's still around. No help just yet. Yums has to fall back. SRG finally finds room to breathe.
I think it's fairly safe to say at this point that the game is over. Nets is online, and when he's on the carry pick, he's so good at managing his positioning. Innocent has made comebacks happen before in the past, but Harif as a hero is not very suited for those kinds of situations. At this stage, unless Vamos make a massive blunder, there is no coming back from this.
I do like the feeling of hunger, guys. Of the constant starvation, right? Nothing to sate the appetite. Always getting outdone, outpaced by Chibi, but maybe this is the fight they're looking for, right? He's on Zorn, his commitment. Smooth spins the battle line, but Zorn will fall. Another big taunt from Smooth. He is just the brick wall, the guardian of Team Vamos.
At the 12-minute mark, SRG are able to punish Zorn for the first time in the entire game. And at this point, Nets is the one you have to be more worried about. Again, I stand by my words. Game 2, Vamos pretty much have it in the bag, and they're gonna try and shove it straight down the middle.
5 more seconds for Yums, 6 more for Sakai's. Vamos will settle for the second inhibitor this game. SRG, we've seen them in this position before, right? This is not the first time they're put so behind. This is not the first time that their heads were hanging at the gallows. But once Team Vamos gets that ball going, we see how much of an impact it had. Look at Todak in the upper bracket finals. It was basically a death sentence.
Yeah, we know that there's a lot of factors these teams need to watch out for nowadays. In this meta, while it is true a comeback can come at any time, having a lead like this gives you a lot of leeway. And Zorn is going to use that leeway. He's already so good at playing when they're even. When he knows that it's going to take SRG committing almost all of their resources just to take him out, he's going to gladly stand in front of them and recall spam.
Yeah, we're trying to beat the master at this game, and it's just not easy. Especially when Smooth is right there. That taunt, so deadly. And Vamos, I think, just spotted where Innocent is. And Zorn is going for it. Innocent, when he dashes away the chrono dash, Chibi comes in and that's the collapse. Vamos saw it from a mile away. And this is just not fair if you're SRG. Godlike for Warlord. Zorn go for the flicker kick. They want the full wipeout. Grab, you can hightail out of your own base because Vamos is coming for you. And that means Vamos will take Juego Numero 2.
It was already preordained early on in game number 2, and Vamos just solidified their dominance. SRG thought their durability, their healing, their revitalizers would keep them alive. But when you give Vamos all their comfort, heroes, and all the space they could ask for, this is the end result.
Feels like comfort was the name of the game for Team Vamos. SRG might have let their guard down a little bit, or perhaps to test the waters to see how good Vamos feels here at Educity Sports Complex. In Johor, the home crowd, it feels like this is where they are born. But they have just felt the wrath of what Vamos truly means. It's all about go, go, go. And with that being said, we're going to also adopt the spirit of Vamos and pass it over as we go to the panelist desk.
Thanks, Husky, as well as Sadafa. What a game coming in from Vamos to equalize this score in this best of 7 here at the grand finals of the MPL MY. And in what fashion as well?
What a series that has been delivered to us, right? And I'm glad that I've been slapped wrongly for the fact of saying, oh, the game 1 is the game is over, blah 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 blah. I'm glad that is definitely not the case.
I mean, the momentum is starting to really be incredible from the side of Vamos, and I think even the crowd, the energy that they have, the plays that we got to see here from Vamos, I have to admit, it kind of felt like they were smurfing on SRG.
Man, that Garakacha Smooth is making some plays there. It's actually disrupting the epic wombo combo. It was the moment that Avatar Guardian has been used. Stormy cannot even go in.
There's so many highlight plays just from this game onwards, right? There's even baits coming in from the side of Team Vamos. They knew exactly how they will be able to pivot themselves in order to get themselves a great amount of momentum to push Selangor Red Giants away.
Oh, there's much momentum that they've generated. I think that, unfortunately for the Selangor Red Giants, 10k gold lead with a missing inhibitor, there is no way you can come back. That's a checkmate angle, and Warlord proven why. First pick me Valentina, good sir. I will end this game.
Man, to be honest, that Valentina first pick, I had a doubt. Actually, it shows that it could limit the draft of the opposing team. That's it. But then again, Warlord showing us a different kind of flavor here. He's been pivotal as well when it comes to a team fight. That steal on the glorious pathway turned the battle around every time.
I think it's not just him, right? It's the fact that Warlord not only stepping up in this game, seeing the game from a top-down point of view, I gotta give it to Smooth as well.
Yeah, man.
Him and Warlord, 2 of my nominees for MVP. If it fell into one or the other, I would not be disappointed.
Yep. Honestly, like I said before, like when it comes down to that 3 minutes in, and there was that big taunt, that was, I would believe that was actually what shifted Vamos into that big of a lead, right? At the point in time, I think there was like 2,000 goal lead right after that fight. That actually gives SRG, or rather forces SRG to really understand where they stand, and they have to respect Vamos for their damage output as well as the massive amount of crowd control they have in this lineup.
I think, a lot of the issues just really come down to if you are trying to play a composition, especially a composition that doesn't have mobility to kind of get out, disengage. They've got plenty of engage, as you've clearly seen, but once you see Spear of Alpha come out, once you see Yums kind of deepen that sauce, Smooth just gets the greatest avatar of the Sky Guardians I've ever seen. He is getting 3-man, 4-man, even 2-man on 2 high priority targets. It's good enough. He's doing his job and even more.
All right, I'm gonna highlight as well that Sorn, man, this guy, many resources and commitments from SRG going into this man, but he could not die. Man, once that ultimate has been expended, it was a time where Warlord steals the glorious pathway, go for the counter attack, and even if they lost those major team fights, they just disengage and go for the split push. It made their way to go for that lane pressure, and it's hard for this team composition to respond from the side of SRG.
Speaking about Zord, this guy is literally a bait master. He knows exactly what he's doing, right? He had like really low amount of HP right by the third turtle, and he knows maybe a little bit of a task will pull them over closer to the mid lanes, and right in that pixel bush, that is where Chibi was waiting for. He would just went straight in and then goodbye to Innocent. There was just so many things that's being layered upon by Vamos, and they knew what they are getting SRG into, and it was played out perfectly.
I think I have to give it to the energy of the crowd here, because most of the time we don't see re-engagements kind of look like that, right? The fact that Vamos decided to peel back in and then afterwards hide by mid-rushes to look for an opportunity of, well, some may call an overextension, but SRG did not have that sort of level of info. And I think that's the crazy part, right? If Vamos could play like that at the very beginning of today, why didn't they? Why only now are we seeing Vamos go back to the comfort picks, especially against SRG, or do you think that they feel threatened by them already?
Actually, great point there, Gideon. This is, I think, on the game one, Vamos just overthinking things here. I mean, they go for the comfort pick right now here, this draft, and it works. It works perfectly for them. Again, Zorn on the show, being able to go that movement, baiting the team fight.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's
It made wonders. Yeah.
He's the Shifu of it.
Shifu. Much better. That's a much better term.
Master Hokage. I don't know if there's any more.
I don't know.
But I gotta say, Stormy has been disabled, Zorn enabled. That's it.
Oh man.
Yikes.
Woo! I thought I was dodging a bullet there, but man. Yikes. That one's a tough one. I gotta give it to Warlord. Really high damage that we're expecting out of him. Does that mean that SRG was maybe overthinking this a little too much? Did they get a little spooked by seeing the Valentina get picked in the first phase? Because I feel like this is a very atypical draft coming in from SRG.
So, at least for SRG, I will definitely agree on that fact, right? If they want to pick things like T-Grill or, like we say, big ultimate heroes, they would already have. In fact, they did pick up onto the Vexana. They didn't even bat an eye onto getting that. But in the meantime, Warlord is just happy to take what they were given. In the end of the day, SRG just wants to play their own game. Like the same way Vamos wants to play their own game. And I talked about it before, Vamos wants SRG to stoop down to their level and play the head-on kind of situation, and I think SRG, they don't want to do that, and they understand we need to make sure that we play our own game.
I think that if the first 2 minutes kind of changed a little bit for their side lane, like specifically Cramp. I was expecting Cramp to start taking control of this game, especially when you're up against a Gaton, right?
Yep.
You can basically...
As a Hilda as well.
Yeah, you're a Hilda, so you out-sustain them, you do max HP damage as well, clear the waves with your Concussive Blast, and then you look to kind of pivot around and, keep Nolan in check. We didn't see that Phantom Tax this time around. And I think because of his death at level 3, Smooth consistently had a 2-level lead over him throughout the game. And I think that was the big game changer for me.
Yeah. We needed more of a pressure from the side of Hilda and just kind of put him from the, to the top, to the middle lane, to everywhere.
Come on.
To 673!
Gas! 631,000 already broken. We're about to hit 700,000. Thank you so much to our international viewers out there on the English broadcast, making our PCU an absolute dream. Let's see if we can hit the next milestone here at 750,000. Take that Q. Well, I was about to say QR code. Get the redeem code. Actually, now that I think about it, why do
we have a QR code for this one?
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, why don't we have a QR code for this one? That would make a lot of sense. But redeem code on the bottom right of your screens. Take a screenshot of it. Send it over to your friends. It's our gift from us to you guys.
1 million isn't too out of reach. Let's be honest here.
I don't know.
1 million is not out of reach. We are only game number 2.
Man.
We are 1-1.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, 3 more games at the very least.
Singaporean casters are happy for you guys, man. We're hopeful that's gonna happen.
I appreciate it so much that you guys are looking out for the 1 million PCU. Hopefully we get 999 so that at least it's close. But with that being said, let's throw it over to the Offstage here. What's going on off a stage? Brought to you by Hotlink.
Nama saya Zul, saya dari Kelang, Selangor. Dan saya support untuk tim Vamos!
Okey, tim Vamos datang dari Selangor tapi sanggup
Vamos dan sanggup sampai sampai ke JB lah untuk support?
Saya support Team Vamos memang untuk saya minat daripada player contoh macam Zon dengan Chibi. So saya dari Selangor saya sanggup datang ke Johor untuk support orang dan juga untuk support Team Vamos.
Adakah orang Selangor yang datang ke sini nak support tim masing-masing? Ada, okey. Apa yang nak sampaikan kepada tim Vamos lah sebab tadi dah menang kan, dah dapat level up satu sama. So next ni apa yang diorang kena buat?
Okay, saya harapkan player-player Vamos dapat beri persembahan terbaik dan juga bagi semua penyokong-penyokong Vamos menang hari ini, okey?
Okey, kita nak tahu juga backstory of Zul. Macam mana Zul boleh minat tim Vamos ni sendiri. Lepas tu macam mana you boleh minat dengan follow MPL M1 ni since bila lagi?
Okay, saya follow tim Vamos starting memang daripada pertubuhan Vamos lah. So saya memang follow up daripada awal sampai ke sekarang lah untuk tim Vamos.
Ada orang kata macam tim Vamos ni yalah before this from another team kan, lepas tu together. So what do you think about that?
Bagi saya itu cerita yang kita lupakanlah cerita yang lama, kita buka cerita yang baru.
Okay Zul, setuju ke lupakan cerita lama, buka cerita baru? Setuju guys? Mantap. Okay Zul, kita nak tanya lagi sikit. Macam mana vibe so far berada di JB untuk Grand Final kali ni?
Okay, vibe untuk Grand Final sangat-sangat meriah. Korang semua boleh tengok fans Vamos juga, dengan juga fans Selangor juga. Korang boleh tengok semua. Terima kasih juga kepada yang hadir pada hari ini. Saya ucapkan terima kasih.
Ada lagi nak share tak? Macam mana you datang dengan siapa and sampai kat sini macam mana?
Okey, saya datang dengan tim Forza Vamos saya juga daripada Kelang juga.
Okey, last mungkin kata-kata untuk semua yang tengah melihat, apa expectation you untuk Grand Final kali ni, Zul?
Okey, saya expect untuk Vamos semestinya boleh menang dengan predict saya. Sekarang 1-1, saya predict boleh 4-1.
Steady 4-1 guys. So thank you so much. Teruskan selepas ini di MPL MY Grand Final.
Vamos fans already pumped up and as confident as ever, just like their favorite teams. I love the Ego chants. They're not even like giving a realistic view. It is just, no, from this point onwards, we win 4-1. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, the MPL MY Finals is still happening. Currently at game number 3, we're introducing a new MPL SG caster with us to analyze his games, a new fresh take. It's going to be Jays at the desk alongside Abstract. So we quickly asked SRG Azora Vecchi, what do you think of the M6 Swiss format? And he said, I feel like it's more interesting compared to the group stage because sometimes a group of death is really difficult. But Swiss rounds will adjust according to whether you win or lose. You will always technically face an opponent that are equal strength to use. Now, Jays, you've seen the video, you've seen Azora Vecchi's words. Do you agree with this? Would you have preferred it to be the regular group stage or the Swiss format?
No, I love the Swiss format, man. It feels like because sometimes when you look at a group stage, you just kind of know what's going to happen. You kind of foresee who is going to just get out of that group stage alive, and then sometimes people can say, hey, it's a little bit unfair. This group is really hard, and then the other group got it easier. Right? Swiss format eliminates all of that.
So at least whenever we look at, some of the watch parties or some predictions, those kind of live streams, it is always obvious where people will point out which one is the group of death. It's always a common topic. So it's very understandable that this group of death thing is technically a problem. And they removed that due to the Swiss round, and personally, I love it as well.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Apart from, group of death and whatnot, it also forces the coaches to think really carefully. Sometimes it's not about preparing for other teams anymore, you have to prepare for yourselves.
I don't know about that one. I feel like, yes, it is stressful for the coaches, especially when you're getting close to that 0-3 scoreline, or maybe even that 2-2 scoreline, 2 wins and 2 losses, 1 win to make it happen, 1 loss to make it work. I think that's when they're really going to put in the hard effort. I think that the players must be extra consistent. We've seen a lot of teams having, the highest highs, but even the lowest of lows. They really need to narrow it down. And I think this time around, SRG, it kind of felt weird for them, especially with how fast Vamos was going. Do you think that this time that they're going to say, hey, you know what? Instead of letting Vamos do what they want, let's ego challenge, let's go toe-to-toe.
Wow, okay, so at least in my point of view, I didn't really quite think that SRG would want to face them exactly to head on, because that is exactly how other teams will want to tackle against Vamos, right? And SRG, they are a team with surprises, and of course they are a team that is of high caliber. For sure, when it comes down to Coach Arcadia, they definitely would have an answer to how Vamos is playing.
Oh, I mean, and Coach Arcadia's response to it is, blue side, ban out Valentina, ban Eve, ban Cho. Vamos, their response, ban out the Fanny, ban out Jushin, and as well as Chip, first pick going over to SRG. Thoughts on this, Jay, so far?
Yeah, first time, you know, at least Suyo is open, right? So question is SRG gonna snap pick that away or allow Chibi? Chibi has been really nutty on these assassins, especially when you give him something like a small little snowball. That's what happened in game number 2, Gideon.
I mean, that's fair. I think that taking Suyo here isn't too bad for the side of SRG, although, considering that Vamos was willing to kind of go out of the box with the Valentina, I feel like SRG, they kind of, you know, have that structure. They like to keep in their own lane.
Now, of course, in the previous game, I was considering about that B1 Gatukacha, and as an EXP laner, I see the value of Gatukacha. But at this point in time, what's the caveat for a team in either side to actually pick up a Gatukacha?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do is if you have the high loss or not. And I think that Vamos at this point of time, now that the RWM is not in play, there's no real way to kind of trap your opponent in a area. So they're going to be locking in the high loss first. I am curious. It'd be really weird to see the Gato get picked up here. I would expect to see a jungler. Maybe Nolan doesn't seem too bad of an idea.
I think Nolan's great here, but I think the other pick side that's really wide open. For example, maybe shift a little bit more priority over to the gold laner is something that, you know, for the side of Vamos is looking out for. Instead, they're going to handshake that one. Alpha will be selected by the side of Vamos.
Now, here's what I'm hoping. If they go for the Alpha, I'm hoping that SRG takes away the Matilda pick. I think they need some means to kind of pull away, make sure that if Alpha is going in and he's too deep in, he ain't getting out of there.
I mean, Alpha is a very commodal hero, right? And especially pairing it up with a high loss on top of that, it pretty much says that, yeah, we're gonna go ham, we're gonna go in all the way through. And that is quite exactly how Vamos has been playing. If you do have an insurance policy to yoink people back out, that is quite literally a Matilda thing. So if SRG were to pick a Matilda in here that will qualify for the roam position, we still have quite a bit. Oh, Lo Yi.
I love this Lo Yi.
That's what I wanted to ask. What's the mage that they would want to bring in?
Yeah, I think right now, without any like real, honestly, nothing really malleable to bite on for the side of Vamos, I think Lo Yi is a pretty safe pick overall. In terms of like bad matchups for Lo Yi, especially when you have an Edith as your flex pick finally, because you don't have to worry about Valentina, I think this works well. If Lo Yi has a bad matchup in the mid lane, it's so what? Send in the Edith, clear up the lane, you're good as new.
Yeah, and apart from that, Edith also add on a lot more damage, and it's also, you know, something like can counter all the engages, because it seems like Vamos, looking at the playstyle in game number 2, they really want to run right into your face. The high loss and Alpha is doing exactly that. You need something to counteract. You need to provide that wall. Well, apart from a Grok wall, the Lo Yi works perfectly into what SRG is going for.
The Lo Yi definitely do want to punish both high loss as well as Alpha just running in together, right? So coming in from the sidelines, just trying to look for an extra way to go in is definitely gonna be huge. And a Faramis pick, I don't think that we have seen a Faramis in the playoffs just yet, right?
No, we have not, but this is Warlord's signature. He is deadly on this Faramis. He has made too many clutch saves that I can't, I mean, if I was in a hostage situation and Warlord is my negotiator, I know for a fact I'm getting out of there alive. He can save lives, and I think that the second ban phase has now just shot up in insanity. We need to see big AOEs getting taken out. I'm expecting, you know, maybe even the Tigreal to be thrown away, maybe even Beatrix if we're targeting the gold lane. There we go. That's the Tigreal.
Yeah, definitely Beatrix is something that, you know, Vamos should take away, right? We talk about the AoE. So SRG seems like there's a lot of AoE potential. Apart from the Lo Yi, there's also the Edith in terms of the splash damage and the shred. But how is that mid lane matchup going to be like? Especially, yeah, lane matchup is definitely going to be slightly equal in terms of the wave clear. But when we go into these massive 5v5s, that Lo Yi, that passive is going to just wreak havoc on top of what, you know, the Faramis want to do with the Cow Altar.
Well, I mean, that's why Faramis is not going to be the first person there, right? It's High Lawson as well as Alpha, who's going to try and, you know, rock Lo Yi, make sure that Stormy is caught off a position. I mean, we saw it happen a couple of times, but then it was Nolan, now it's Alpha. Coming into the second ban phase, SRG, their next ban followed up is going to be the Phobius, which honestly I was pretty surprised that it got through this far.
Yeah, like Phobius was really a prize pick back in MPL Singapore, right? Before everything happened. And right now, the fact that, looking at what Vamos has selected, there's not a lot of dashes except for, what the Alpha wants to do. The High Loss Glorious Pathway, you're expecting people from the side of Vamos to just run straight at you and just do something at you, right? So Phobius ban is something pretty interesting coming out from SRG, in my opinion. Maybe he wants to secure a better lane for Cram.
Honestly, the surprise factor coming in from Vamos should come in from the EXP later, right? You can't possibly just run right into Loi and deal with him head on using a Alpha, hoping to actually land the spear of Alpha. The EXP, I would strongly believe that the Hylos would be the one going over to Rome, despite the fact that it's very flexible. I really do want to see more of a hero such as a Khalid in the EXP lane, just so that they will be able to realistically work onto Loi. Either number one, force a flicker from the side of Loi, or perhaps even force a Purify on the Loi. We need a direct threat on the Loi to make sure that she is not the main reason why Vamos can't just move forward.
Alright, then I would expect that this would be the Khalid ban. No, Matilda ban instead. Good stuff coming in from SRG, but now I have to agree with Abstract. I think Khalid is a really dangerous pick. I don't think there's a lot of bad matchups at this point for Khalid now that the Phobius is gone. But Jace, are you along with that thought?
Yeah, definitely along, right? In terms of the Claw, in terms of the Khalid, just Raging Sandstorm right into, we talk about a lot of AoEs. In fact, Vamos has shown that they're really afraid of the AoEs. Claw comes in with the AoE as well with the Blazing Duet. However, I'm also thinking slightly differently for the side of SRG. If a random Moskov appears from the side of SRG, that could be quite interesting.
Ooh, actually, no, that doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, I think that Moskov is totally fine in this area. I do wish that SRG would have a better way to kind of set up for the Beatrix, but I'm not seeing it so far. The Tigreal and as well as the Cho are already gone. Those are the big setters, unless you're thinking like Kufra for an example. But then you're only really just blocking BMI and as well as Spirit of Alpha. So there's the Khalid, smartly enough taken by Coach Arcadia. Thank goodness it wasn't just left out to dry for this final pick to finish off the composition. Moskov, nicely done. Called it here on the second phase of the draft.
So now that the Khalid, which I really wanted to see from the side of Vamos, has been taken by SRG, what is one thing that we want to see that goes against Khalid? One thing that works like a Khalid is definitely Tarizla, but he's definitely slower than a Khalid. That's one thing. Do we want to look at somewhat of a lane bully against Khalid like a Clue in this instance? Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Well done.
Drafts here, man.
Good stuff. It looks like you guys have caught on to the Malaysian flavor here for both Vamos and as well as SRG. But break it down for us, Jace. What do you think about these comps? What do you think are the odds?
Vamos like to really find these 5v5 match clashes. Same can be said with SRG. They can also do the same. But the fact is, SRG has a lot more options. Khalid can split push, and Moskov can also split push as well. So that's something Vamos has to look out for.
All right, with that being said, casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game number 3 coming up. SRG and Vamos tie. This is kind of where we are at right now, right? A repeat of last season's grand finals. Again, same organization, well, different organization, same team, and we're at a standstill once more. We'll see if Vamos can continue this performance like a freight train they are as we head into the land of dawn. We will see Vamos on the red side, SRG on blue.
The score is currently 1-1, ladies and gentlemen, as our defending champions face off against their would-be usurpers here in the land of dawn. The drafts are game number 3, looking quite interesting, but only one can come out on top.
Gonna be parallel jungling again, but actually, yeah, Sakai's starting with the orange, Chibi with the purple. So kind of a shift in identity, right? The Alpha now goes over to the side of Vamos. Sakai gets the infamous Suyo. But I want to quickly zone in on that gold lane because Innocent has not played Moskov this playout, but Nets has. And so far, Nets has been amazing on that hero.
Yeah, the Moskov has not been seeing quite as much play, even though it was a pretty popular gold lane pick initially. Precisely because we harken back to the WhatsApp text we had with Yumes, SRG realizes that pickoff comps are not quite as good as before. Moskov fits a little bit better into those lineups specifically, so they went for more scaling types that are good at team fighting, like the Nathan, like the Harif. In this case, though, a lot of those options were taken away, and even his favorite Claude was stolen from him by Team Vamos. Personally, I really like the way that Vamos has drafted this time. There's a lot of respect being given over to SRG, and their team fight potential and utility is on another level entirely. But SRG has a lot of early game damage potential. Their goal is to end fights as fast as possible.
I can agree with that for sure. Cram has the lane priority. I mean, he is Khalid anyways. But I'm thinking from level 4 onwards, right? When the Netherrealm comes online, when the Glorious Pathway is available, how is SRG gonna fight into Vamos? Or they just wanna isolate key targets?
Well, something that Jay's brought up earlier is SRG has some macro potential with this Moskov and Loyi. Split push is possible, and if they're able to drag Vamos into different parts of the map, it means that they'll get less value from the Glorious Pathway and the Netherrealm. Vamos, they've so far been very good at responding macro-wise, so if SRG wants to do that, it's gonna take some creativity.
This is always the appetizer of every single game. First turtle fight, whoever wins this usually gets that innate advantage that they can accelerate and get out of control very quickly. But it's Vamos with control right now. Smooth has the split coming from behind, and look at Sukai, right? Completely zoned out. They need to find a way in, and Yums will start it off. The occasion initiated by SRG Netherrealm as a response from Warlord. Revitalized, first blood for Crab. Yums flicker to safety. Sukai will keep on going. It's going to be 2 for 1 so far in favor of SRG, but Vamos can continue this. It's going to be an attempt to save. Crab could not get out. Stormy fails to escort him to safety, but in the end, it's SRG coming out with 3.
Kind of awkward there, because Cram actually flickered too far and Smooth almost pulled him back into the diversion, but the timing just so happened to work out and Cram still survived. SRG, they were able to burst down the extra HP from the Netherrealm quick enough to actually take control of that fight, since Vamos doesn't quite have enough items yet to really take advantage of their team fight composition. That's gonna give them a bit of a lead early on, but they need to hold on to this or Team Vamos will scale up to become quite scary mid-game.
Good news is that Innocent is winning lane in terms of XP. Definitely put some pressure on Ness and even forced out the sprint, so another 40 seconds without that ability. I mean, talk about that early game damage. We saw that in the first turtle fight. Vamos, they need to help out Ness a little bit, right? Alleviate pressure, but Ness is just not getting the space. And the invasion of the jungle causes GB's second death.
That's the diversion for you. This Loyi has caught so many people off guard so often. And when you have two teams on the level of SRG and Vamos playing head-to-head here, they know jungle timings. GB and Skies, even if you don't see them, you basically have an idea of where they're going to be. And that means that Stormy's positioning has to be kept track of.
And Ness will have to commit the Blazing Duets, or to thin out the wave and prevent SRG from shaving off the gold plating. Go back to the standstill a bit. SRG holding a near 2k gold advantage at this point, but is it fair to say that priority on the map so far is on the Red Giant side?
Definitely. Right now, with the diversion being played around and them holding pretty well in the mid and gold lane, Team Vamos will have a bit more difficulty identifying areas that they can try to puncture.
Trying to put a hole in Smooth, but he is glue, so he's gonna stick himself back for sure. Yums gets gone on, but has a way to disengage. It's all about prepping for the second turtle fight. Diversion right on top of Warlord. Just spotted the timing. Zorn will have the pop that revitalize, turns around the Glorious Pathway to get Chibi in. Good disengage from SRG and a re-engage, but unfortunately they lose Stormy. SOD connects, Innocent shows up, gets the pin on the Zorn, and SRG, they are the ones who start the fight, and they are the ones who end it. Fortunately for Vamos, they can't keep on going.
That was initially not so good for SRG because the diversion placement was not so good. They found the person they wanted least, which was Zorn. And the Glorious Pathway placement was great. However, SRG, they really know how to balance their cooldowns. They know how to rotate in and out of the team fight. And Innocent joining in was just a nail in the coffin. They have the DPS.
And unfortunately, they lose Warlord at the cost of Yums. Talk about a worthy trade. Glorious Pathway used. Zorn wants to go on forward with Smooth coming back, but Stormy is about to take a grab right out of there. You ain't catching this magician.
Very well played. Again, SRG, they're identifying what cost them game number 2 and are adjusting to deal with it. I really love what I'm seeing right now. There is evolution in thought processes during the game by the Selangor Red Giants and growth in terms of drafting from Team Vamos. Unfortunately, the latter a little bit behind right now, but not by that much. 2K is still workable at the 6-minute mark. They just gotta make sure that this goal lead doesn't expand too much further.
You're a numbers guy, right? How much does Retribution do at, let's say, level 9?
I don't think I'm that good.
But I can tell you that the Tap Soul Sever plus Quell the Evil deals almost 1.6k damage. Because that guy took the turtle without any retribution. And we saw that combo come right out, right? No buffer needed.
There's a reason why many people consider Suyo to just be unbeatable in retribution battles. The percentage damage is too much.
Ness gets pinned. It's going to be believed by Yums actually misses the onwards, and Chibi brings him down to the turret. As a means to disengage, Glorious Pathway gets light down, but Chibi needs the help of multiple ultimates. Even the Nether Realm is committed. And Vamos is all about surviving, and for now, they do.
Now, throughout this playoffs, I have personally been complaining about the lack of Edith we've been seeing. And Smooth putting it, Yums putting it on display here is really demonstrating why I've been so frustrated. This hero has so much utility, so much potential, and the damage coming out from Primal Wrath is just contributing even more to SRG's overall DPS. Team Vamos, they're facing a similar issue to what SRG was encountering in Game 1. They're not actually surviving the damage despite their sustain.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, right? Oh, here comes the gang. Where's Chibi? Siapa Chibi? Who is Chibi? Where is Chibi? How is Chibi? The answer is he's dead. Smooth with the spin trying to get away, but they're gonna chase him down. Smooth gets out with his life, but third turtle on the board.
Everyone always asking where is Chibi. No one asking how is Chibi, because he can't be feeling too good right now. His rotations are being identified every single time. Information is being passed through the grapevine so efficiently, so quickly. The moment that Yum saw Chibi walk to the right side of the map, Stormy is right on the ball with the rest of the Selangor Red Giants, and the timing is perfect as well to claim the first Lord for free.
We saw Turtle, they waited for it to transform into the Lord, right? Let the Turtle go back to where it belongs. Talk about the Holy Trinity. I think yesterday on the panel, Yi, Loyi, Jushin. When only Loyi is left, SRG, they hit the jackpot. Damage dealt ranking. So guys, in the lead, followed by Cram and Stormy.
Skies has done 10,000 more damage than the second place member, which is Cram. If that doesn't tell you that Suyo may be just a little bit overtuned, I don't know what will. There's so much potential coming out from this hero, and while I personally felt like Skies wasn't the best with it initially, he sure feels like it now.
They do send Yums in to find Zorn. It's all about controlling the map. Smooth getting sucked back by the yin-yang reaction. Innocent on tier 2, but Cram, he actually wants more. They actually has the damage to do so. Stuck guys comes in, gets stunned out by Law and Order. Glorious Pathway committed. It's a means of turret. SRG finds another pick. And now they'll have a chance to crack more structures.
We talked about the importance of early game momentum in this meta, and we're really getting to see it in this series. The game is basically being decided by whoever controls those first few minutes, and in this case, it is the Selangor Red Giants. 9.5 minutes, they're already pushing in the inhibitor.
And the yin-yang reaction is a bad omen for Team Vamos. They go for a re-engage, but finds nothing. Smooth splits into Goblins, but SRG, they like those odds. More Goblins, more damage, more screen time. SRG finds 4. Vamos comes in, Glorious Pathway. Warlock gets jumped on. Zorn gets stuck back in. No more red around. Only a severed soul. Selangor Red Giants takes the lead and takes game number 3.
Oh my goodness, SRG toying with their opponents. They basically live in the base of Team Vamos anymore. Their opponents are just left homeless in the land of dawn because of the control, the lead, the gameplay, the execution. Looks like SRG were the ones to adapt and come out on top for game number 3.
Absolutely, what a spectacle we're witnessing. Every single time those roars come through, you just feel electrified and invigorated. So far, all 3 games have been quite a wash, pretty lopsided. You get that early game, you run away with the win, and now the ball is on SRG's court, and we're looking to see if Team Vamos can get the steal, dribble past the point guards, and score the slam dunk.
It's always dangerous to let that Loyi through the diversions. You never know when they're going to hit you. But let's go ahead and divert the conversation over to our panel to let them tell you what they think.
As our caster said, it is heating up and things are speeding up as the crowd turns electric here at Educity. The Vamos fans have been silenced for now as SRG have found new invigoration. 2-1 is the score. Honestly, I saw the end game. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The games are getting faster and faster and faster.
Honestly, I mean, I understand that in MPL MY, you guys have the fastest average game. But to see 10 minutes game between these two, especially in the grand final stage, is not something I'm expecting.
Yeah, of course, as we look through the highlights, Gideon, I would just like to point out that this is a very mobile team. Apart from the strong side lanes that, you know, SRG was able to secure for himself, Boskov against Claude, you got a Khalid against a Glue, you also got a very mobile mid laner. Stormy could just send a diversion all the way to the back. Team Vamos is getting split up like no tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of it just came down to that one mistake in the draft, picking up the Claude. As much as Claude is really good and a great denial pick coming on for the side of Team Vamos, I think the important one was that Khalid instead.
Definitely, the Khalid was just out-rotating a lot more effectively as compared to the Glue, right? Earlier on, he was able to wave clear, and then after that, start hard invading Team Vamos. Move was left to kind of play a little bit of a response game. For a period of time, he has no choice but to stay at a wonderful part of the bush, trying to just open up the map, give information over to Team Vamos, and, you know, unfortunately, it is just SRG. So mobile as a team.
Extremely mobile. And you got to give it up to Sakai's here, our MVP, brought to you by Hotlink. He had a pretty strong start. 718 is his final score, obviously getting into that BOD towards the very end here. But a lot of these motions, it feels like if the EXP laners do well, the game starts like snowballing out of control. I don't know what it's up. I don't know what's up with just EXP laners. I would love to say mid laners, but a large indicator for me has been EXP.
When it comes down to the EXP lane, most of us wants to clear away fast, move and help out the jungle, move and help out the middle lane. At least when it comes down to SRG side, they have got a pretty good answer to clearing up the EXP lane. They also have got very good answers to clearing out the mid wave. So that eventually be able to help them to move themselves over to the side of Vamos. At least when it comes down to Khalid, the main problem is, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with a Glue. But when it comes down to lane priority, even if he don't manage to clear it fast enough, he will move faster than the Glue, which eventually really helps out the mid lane a lot. And let's not forget about this. When it comes down to the middle lane for the side of Vamos, I honestly don't expect too much of a wave clear between when it's literally a Hylos and a Faramis versus an Edith and a Luo Yi.
Yeah, on top of that, Gideon, I'm also looking at the draft once again. You mentioned that the pivotal moment is when, you know, that small little purple buff skirmish when Chibi lost his life as an alpha because it was hard invade by the side of Stormy, Sakai's, and also Cram, because these are very strong heroes when, you know, they're low levels, right? They're super online very quickly. Vamos is just struggling to pour in the damage against SRG.
I think that, unfortunately for Zorn, it's really difficult to actually unlock his playmaking capabilities when he needs his laners to do well. And I think that Nets, you could see, he kind of forfeited the lane with his emblem setup, right? He takes the tenacity, but he also opts to go for some extra armor and magic versus in comparison to Innocent, who's like, nah, we're fighting this. Give me some attack speed, give me Master Assassin.
Honestly, I'm very surprised with how Vamos drafted this way, because honestly, I want to see them kind of blitzkrieg right in the face of SRG. But the way that they have this, with a Hylos, with a Alpha, and especially with a Glue, sure, they have a very tanky front line, they have an insurance policy coming from the side of this Faramis. They're just yelling out to us, we are gonna hold on in the early and the mid stages of the game. We're just gonna keep holding on, not die, keep all the T1s or T2s as much as possible in order to funnel the goal over to Nets. But as we talked about this before, Claude is not as scalable as compared to many other marksmen that we see out there, especially since Vamos, well, their main initial concern in the early game wasn't exactly addressed, and especially the Loi is still a problem.
Yeah, and I just also feel like you're right, Abstract. Vamos in game number 2, they were so aggressive, they were able to just pick up heroes very quickly, get them onto the boss spikes quickly. Whereas Vamos, yeah, you're right, just trying to get Nets up to speed, I think it takes a little bit too long. Vamos is trusting the remaining 4, which is the Hylos, the Faramis, the Alpha, and the Glue, to kind of do some form of damage. But look, as compared to SRG's side, Innocent was activated so early on, even if, you know, the members of the side of SRG, the main four, is having a little bit of trouble, one Spear of Destruction, hey, Innocent is there.
That's fair. I would have expected Innocent to be the one who's getting the gold per minute, but actually it's the guys with 913.
Wow.
He sits on top of everybody else, inclusive of the carry. So that early mid game really started to go out of control for them. Now, the shortest game so far, which is this game, 10 minutes and 3 seconds. Apparently, the second shortest game is 10 minutes 6 seconds, which is SRG versus RSG game 1 in the regular season. So that's a 3-second difference that they were able to shave off.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised, you know, Gideon and also Abstract. SRG is literally knocking on the doors of Vamos in like around 9-minute mark already, and that's surprising.
We need to talk about Innocent here because he has been an extremely stable laner, although I do feel that, like, in the worst case scenarios, he is still able to clutch it. You give him a winning matchup similar to Cram, and he does wonders with it.
Innocent, he is definitely consistent. The way that he eventually just pilots the lane, and of course, the way that the entire Selangor Red Giants can play around things and give him so much space, Innocent just knows exactly how to be efficient with his time, and also he is really good at just kind of adventuring around the map in order to get the most amount of gold possible. And let's not forget about teamfight. You know, he is pretty good with it.
You know, if I'm actually thinking of buying insurance, I'm buying from Innocent. He is the insurance of SRG. When SRG is having a bad early game, bad mid game, don't worry, there's Innocent ready to just back the whole team up once he's online. Remember that that Nathan game that in the first and second day, bro, that's just amazing stuff.
Yeah, you definitely want somebody who's willing to kind of, you know, take the hits early and then clutch it at the very end. But I think that Innocent, as of right now, I can understand his feeling of like the gold lane. Yes, we do play for the late game. We want to be kind of like snowball this game out of control. But in terms of raw impact compared to the last patch we were in, I think he's like, man, my role is kind of falling off a little. Just a little off the edge.
There's also another thing I would like to highlight about Innocent is that when it comes down to discipline, he's got it. Like, he knows exactly how not to just run straight at enemies because, oh, I have a lead, that kind of stuff, right? He knows that, okay, there's a certain push, there's a certain pull, and I gotta have to play around my teams in order to not actually grieve the game.
Oh, what's that? Hold on, sorry. Zipper's telling me that we're already breaking the 700,000 PCU already, boys. 50,000 more to reach our next bar, and you can get another redeem code. Every single time you see this PCU lower third show up, you know that it's going to be a good time. So, Adult Abstract. How you feeling about our PCU with Adult Jays?
Honestly, at this point in time, I would just say, get to the chopper. I would say stocks. Oh, massive stock.
Hell
yeah. That actually sounds really damn good.
That sounds pretty good as well.
Yeah,
all right, so Baby Abstract, walk me through this, right? As our viewers are redeeming their codes and as they are breaking this PCU, do you think that we can make it to the 900,000s?
Nah, I think that we can make it to 1 million.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I can't take, nah, I mean, the child is gone.
Bro, you can't take me seriously anymore.
We've come into the puberty stage. We're moving on with that. With that being said, the next topic that I have in mind is here. The fastest game in MPL MY, 10 minutes and 3 seconds. As I mentioned before, 3 seconds shaved off from the previous record, SRG versus RSG in the regular season game number 1. As much as I would believe that, like, yeah, you were a little bit more cool, calm, and collected, I'm starting to feel like we are really becoming just like Cambodia, where we're extra hyper-aggressive and we're even faster than before.
I'm entertained.
You guys never fail to amaze me. Never fail. Crap, I can't English at this point. you guys amazes me all the time.
Look, I mean, it could be Malaysia's time, it could be another region's time, but with that being said, it looks like we've got an offstage happening by Hotlink with Pojin as well as Cheryl. It looks like is that a reflection? Abang Lord, is that you? Let's throw it over to them right now.
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage istimewa dari Hotlink. Bersama saya dan juga Cheryl sekarang, orang yang dikenali oleh seluruh peminat-peminat MPL, Abang Lord. Ramai peminat Abang Lord kat sini. Saya difahamkan Abang Lord masa MPL playoff ni mula demam-demam. Demam nervous ke, demam sakit ke, demam apa tu?
Tak tahulah, sampai Johor terus demam.
Macam tiba-tiba dia jadi. Barangkali play off lah tu.
Mungkin dah
Kejutan
lama tak
play-off.
demam, dah 5 tahun lebih tak demam.
Mungkin. Tapi saya dengar Cheryl ada soalan yang istimewa untuk Abang Lord.
Saya memang tunggu dia cakap.
Hey, you can ask him the question, the special question.
Oh yes. So Abang Lord, you have seen many seasons of MPL MY. All right, you've been with Todak 7 seasons. You guys have represented Malaysia internationally. How far do you think these two teams here on the stage right now will make it through M6?
They already make it through to M6, but by just they already make it through the M6, right?
Speak English.
Yeah, I speak English.
Impressed.
Okay, by just looking at the performance, I think they deserve to be in this stage, and these are the best two. Going to represent Malaysia at M6.
Okay, then I chocho you a bit. Prediction. How do you think it's gonna go?
For this
Yes.
finals, no, I'm neutral.
Neutral.
I'm neutral.
Lalang, I lalang.
No. Neutral. I just want to see how good the quality of both teams and how they can represent Malaysia at M6.
Okay, being a neutral, do you think how many series is gonna go? How many total games? Do you think it'll be a full series, best of 7, or do you think it might end in a sweep?
Let's go back at 12:30, best of 7.
Right, go hard or go home.
Bila dengar tu jadi takut. Tapi apa-apa hal pun, soalan terakhir lah untuk Abang Lord kan.
Alright.
Kalau kata kita dah tengok sekarang ni, mana-mana region pun cakap, region terpadu itu, Malaysia, PH dan juga Indo. Selain 3 ni kan, region mana yang paling sekali dekat dalam MPL? Semuanya ada.
Selain daripada 3?
Yes.
No, I still go with MPL MY.
Terima kasih untuk semangat patriotik yang ada. Betul tak fan-fan Malaysia semua? Alright, itu saja daripada kami. Let's go back untuk game seterusnya.
Thank you so much, Pojin, as well as Cheryl. Abang Lord, it's always good to have you as an interviewee, but it's now time to get back into business. 2-1 is the current score, with SRG currently holding the lead, and we're expecting that these two evenly matched teams, blue side is going to jump up in priority. Now we're bringing back Churros onto the desk with a fresh new outlook on this after watching these past 3 games. Vamos, it's their game to win technically, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the trend, look at the statistics, it's always SRG win, then Vamos win, then SRG wins. This game might be a possible for the blue side win again, but I do want to talk about Vamos just a little bit, and both these two teams, the strategies have changed.
They have changed, but we quickly asked Vamos to join. It's great that you brought it up, because what advantages does this meta bring for Vamos? This team fight meta gives us a lot of benefits because everyone knows we're all about fighting. We don't like to play slow. With the current meta making the game faster, it feels great for us. Is that the sentiment you were going for, Churros?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like once Zorn picks up that Cho, you know it's like up to shifting gears to gear 5, and it's all the way in. Especially within that jungle, Sakai's had one of the largest deaths in game number 2, and going into game number 4, they have first pick advantage. But I'm seeing a shift in terms of the picks as well.
What do you mean by shift in terms of the picks? Because I mean, based on what we saw earlier, like yes, I do think that one of the bigger mistakes is picking up that Claude. Stop going for that denial. They need to get a winning EXP matchup, because I feel like the EXP currently is holding the crux of the game rather than denying their opponents.
Yeah, I agree with you, but it's also the fact that in game 1 and game 2, the bans were mainly focused on like, okay, what works in the meta, but now it has slowly shifted to, okay, let's respect ban our opponents, and that changed a lot. And the fact that the Faramis was even brought up was sort of like, okay, I'm going to test it a little bit, and they can afford to. I'm going to bring back Coach Arcadia and his message and what he said. A BO1 is a lot more difficult than BO3. In BO7, you have room for error.
I see. So there is a little bit of, poking and prodding as we're going into game number 4. I hope you guys are ready. The expectations is that blue side is on the up and rise, and Vamos should technically equalize it unless SRG have an answer. I'm curious, Absai, do you think that SRG this time on red side have an answer to it?
Honestly, I would say that SRG would... I would technically say that they would want to answer this through their execution and gameplay, not necessarily on the draft. Because I still feel that Chip, I mean, in terms of batting, right? Chip, Zuzin, as well as perhaps Suyo, is still a very viable thing and still something that they would want to go for. In turns, this give Vamos quite a bit of a change, or rather give them quite a bit of an advantage if they want to first pick onto such as a Valentina, which is something that we saw, or it could also be a Cho, which is still back over to Vamos' comfort. Because when the game when they won, it was all about comfort. They will want to play fast, they will want to make sure that there is a there is a way for Zorn to initiate. So Cho, I still feel that's a pivot.
Okay, so Cho is something that we have to keep in mind, but Vamos is going with their infamous Valentina opener this time round. And
it worked once.
It worked once. I don't know if it's going to work again, Churros. Do you think that SRG is more prepared this time coming into the Valentina?
Definitely. They answer your question. Coach Arcadio is like, hey, they kind of want to go for that Cho. Let's pick it up before Vamos figures out what they're doing.
They've already got the Aurora to kind of pair it up. Do you think that they're going to go with... I mean, we've heard the Filipinos put it the best. It's either you have two answers to this. Either you give them no alts or you overload them with alts.
I don't think that the Aurora out might be... I mean, it's a potential take for that Valentina, but I don't think it's what they're going for right here. I think one of the more interesting setup initiations would be coming in the form of maybe the Gata the high loss, but the Nolan would picked up, the high loss. You want to be able to fight within that team fight capacity, which is what sort of Vamos has been shifting towards. You see in game number 1, they've always gone for a pick-off strategy. Game number 2, they went for a little bit more split push, and right now, in the blue side, it's more favored towards that team fight capacity.
Actually, I felt like yes, maybe in the very beginning the pick-offs were definitely there looking for Vamos, but then I feel like both teams kind of shifted towards that team fight playstyle. Now we saw the SRG previously pick-offs did not work for them, which is why they started getting hard countered by Todak when they first dropped down to the lower brackets. So this is a little scary for me, right? Is this exactly? Is this the previous kind of homework that Vamos could bring up to utilize against SRG?
Possible. It's very, very possible because you want a lot of directions coming in.
I'm not a fan of this.
It's interesting because then again, 1-1 does well against tanks because you can proc your weakness points fast. But yeah, you want to explain yourself?
I'm looking for burst potential. I'm looking for Beatrix, I'm looking for a carry, because you want to make full use of this singular factor from Cho, which is to kick people over to you. You are able to literally lock one person out, right? 1-1 is not someone that is able to burst you down, neither is an Aurora that's able to do that. And as such, you're actually putting quite a bit of a burden over to Sakai's in order to make full use of the Whale of Dragon and burst that one person out.
I was looking over on towards, our caster's side, and they're giving me the face that I don't know, this Cho is starting to look like a cram Cho more than it's starting to look like a traditional Yooms Cho. It's possible.
Has it been done in the regular season?
Yes, it has been. And also, this is a little bit of a flex. I'll give it to them. I agree with the flex, but I do think that the 1-1 is to deny the options from Vamos more than it is to benefit for themselves. I think that's why we're seeing the SRG banning out the Irithel. They want easy things to catch. Put them on a Beatrix or something like that. Put them on a Moskov if they have to, right? We see the Kali. Oh, actually, yeah, Natan should technically need to go as well. You know what? Let's hold it on.
Not really a high priority for Nathan because 1-1 can kite around, and because of his passive, it pushes him back. I think the Tigger is a good ban from SRG. You want to stop all of these big engages that are coming through, and Zorn mainly plays on the aggression. But I think that 1-1 pick, I do have to agree with you, Gideon. I don't think it's the way to go forward because you're picking 1-1 against Nolan, which creates so much easy pickings for Chibi.
I'm seeing the disagreement on towards the side of the casters. I'm just interpreting this. I'm just trying to interpret the sign language here, but they're trying to inform me that the last time we saw Cho actually being played by Cram was in tandem with 1-1 on Innocent. So I'm gonna go with their expertise on this one. And it's not like a
you guys seen them a lot more. So,
I mean, sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah, it's not like there was a bias towards Singaporeans or anything like that. That'd be crazy.
Of course not.
That'd be wild.
When they picked the Cho 1-1 up. Oh, they won?
Yeah.
They won the game.
They don't lose that often.
Okay, fair.
The only exception is Envy, and I
Yeah, that was
remember
what I
that draft
thought too.
distinctly. Now, we do see the Katal Kacha actually get picked up here. I was thinking more towards Vamos' side until I saw that 1-1. So now I'm a little iffy on it, right? Because now we have like a toss-up between two potential EXP laners, both of which having their own differentiation of bad matchups.
There's a lot of counter-engage from the side of SRG, and I think that that's pretty nice. And to add on to the show with the engage and initiation, I think that right now these four are looking good, but it's not necessarily great when it comes down to 5v5. They kind of gel well all together, but it's really just all about mechanics as well as how they execute it together.
Oh, Ruby.
Yeah.
I actually
that's
kind
the
of like the
Ruby
Ruby.
Zorn,
It
right?
reminds me of Singapore. We always prioritize Ruby when it comes down to like, oh, you want a Cho coming in. It disrupts the Cho so hard. You want a Jit Kundo in? Nah, I'm going to stop you right there. There's a red light for you.
I like that. I like that a lot. One of our, Staffa would probably agree with your statement as well. Generally, the go-to Ruby guy. He likes this matchup a lot. But now coming in towards SRG, now that they see the full lineup, it's Moskov, Ruby, Hylos, Nolan, as well as Valentina. Yes, you can kind of give and take with the ults. They've overloaded them with a lot of the ults, but I don't see a guaranteed way to burst down their targets until we see. I'm
Alpha?
hoping that this is an assassin. Please give it to me.
I kind of want to see an Alpha.
Give me a Link, give me a Hayabusa. Give me a Hellcurt, man.
There's no Alpha. Going back to the Alpha.
You gotta deal with Ruby and Hylos, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I was hoping. I kind of miss seeing Sakai's on the assassin.
I
at this
agree.
point.
But there is a very obvious fact that Sakai's didn't exactly do well against Toadap with the assassins. And they found a groove with Suyo and Alpha.
That's fair. That's fair. With that being said, we're going to throw it over to our casters for this game. Husky, Staffa, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 4 coming up. It can only go two ways once we're at the halfway point, Sadafa. Either Vamos achieves equilibrium or SRG puts themselves at the cusp of making history once more in Malaysia. We're gonna hop right in, and so far, only blue side has taken the W. We'll see if Selang Red Jazz can change it on the red side in Game 4 with Vamos on blue.
A victory here means a match point for SRG. Well, for Vamos, it brings it to even. Choked a little bit on myself there because I'm just so excited to see what's going to happen in game number 4.
Energy definitely is very infectious. It's good to see Zorn back on that Ruby, Red Riding Hood here to catch the big bad wolf, but we get the opposite path in terms of the junglers, both of them starting on the orange buff. Of course, the guys can end up where the Hylos is going to be, and whereas for Achibi is going to end up where the Hylos is going to be, and Sakai is going down to the gold lane. Smooth finds info to confirm where the pathing is.
So unfortunately, my assumption that this would be Cramcho did turn out to be incorrect. Ooh,
his first blood though.
Well,
gets the job done.
It sure does, and Ruby Roam is supposed to be a kind of an answer for Chorome too, so Yoom's already showing something to start things off here. And we've already seen, right, throughout this series, the team that is able to etch out an early lead for themselves has a pretty good chance of closing out the game. First blood isn't usually going to determine anything too heavily, but Zorn is gonna lose a bit of presence on the map.
He did style on SRG in game 2 with that show, so if there's any response from Yooms, as our panel did mention, he was included in the green team, so he wants to prove something to Zorn. And now Zorn wants to run away, concussive blast, Zorn gets out with the mobility, SRG forces him back home.
I really like how Yooms knew that Zorn was going to dash over the wall as well. He was already setting up for it with the Jeet Kune Do. Unfortunately, Skies didn't have any skills left to follow up on the kill, but Yooms does seem to understand it. Oh,
wow, even coming in the flicker. Really no hose bars there. SRG wants to speed it up.
SRG wants to show that it is possible to get that early game victory on the red side of the draft. And we are definitely seeing Yooms now showing that he can do just as well as Zorn by escaping narrow situations with low HP. Team Vamos, they do have okay tools though. Once it gets to team fighting, they have a lot of utility that they can play around, so Red Giants will need to be more strategic with their entry.
And Glorious Power from Smooth, stolen Frigid Glacier right onto Sakai's, but SRG will just eat it up. Chibi finds the turtle, SOD comes in from Nets, but unfortunately SRG are prime for victory, losing one but taking two.
Well, even though it seemed like SRG was trying a bit too hard to force it, they literally all funneled down a single line into the enemy glorious pathway. They're still doing a better job, it seems. The Gatot being used as a secondary initiator. This is what we mentioned as well. When you have both the Way of the Dragon and the Avatar the Guardian to play around, it gives you a lot more space to determine which angles you want to attack from. And I really, really like Stormy's positioning this game. He knows where he needs to be. And Vamos, unfortunately, doesn't have the best heroes for going into it.
The King, not really the angle needed, but still, nice to kill. Legend Glacier saves Stormy. Chibi once more couldn't get the fracture in the right direction. Innocent also forces Nets to retreat. And I'm seeing SRG, despite having that slight Roman disadvantage, Yums is still somehow able to outmaneuver Zorn.
Generally, the advantage that SRG creates for themselves in the early game comes heavily off of a lane priority. And we're seeing a lot of that right now with the waves being shoved up and controlled on both sides of the map. Innocent even straight up winning trades against Nets here, which is giving them a lot more freedom to open up, explore, and look for players that they can maybe catch off guard. Yums especially right now doing an excellent job of comboing with the Aurora to get pickoffs.
Priming the Jukundo, Nets has no Purify, and Yums has Flicker. Will they find the pick? Seems like it's not going to be the case. Nets, it's a bit too far away for Yums.
You could literally hear the audience react to Nets dashing away from Cho there. I know some people will say, oh, that's a coward's move, but you know, he kind of has to do it.
Yeah, well, they go for Zorn instead, right? Take him out the third time. AOG follow up. Frigid Glacier just absolutely encases everyone from Vamos denies. They drop the green carpet. Glorious pathway into the fight, but Yums will escape. Jikundo on his move. Cram continues fighting. Innocent shows up. Waller and Naz compromise. Stormy flickers. Doesn't find the freeze, but Smooth will be sacrificed, and SRG gets away with two.
When SRG is comfortable, they are able to tank damage strategically to spread it out across the team. They will often leave fights with very low HP across the board, and that is what we are seeing right now. Yums doing the exact same thing as Zorn in the previous game, going in, setting up, tanking damage, then getting out on a sliver when he's already done exactly what he needs to do. SRG right now with a 3k goal lead, 5 minutes in, is already in complete control of the map. Team Vamos, late game scaling, not too bad, but Chibi,
I was just about to say, Zorn has went down 4 times in 5 minutes. That could have been his 5th, but thankfully he had the flicker. Once more, SRG finds priority half a minute before the turtle spawns. And Warlord has been stealing the Frigid Glacier every single time. He wants the Aurora ultimate, but just does not get to achieve the same effect that SRG has.
Yeah, it's surprising too, considering SRG are the ones running at them, but you could see the way they split out the team fight is making that Frigid Glacier hard to land.
Man, Cram is just eating everything up. As Innocent takes on the bot tier 1, Cram is still tanky. Chibi from the back looks for Stormy, that's the passive out. Good kick from Yum to keep Stormy alive. SOD connects, but it's going to be the crossbow attack from Innocent as he pellets them with darts left, right, and center. Smooth, we also be pierced right through. SRG lose through and find 3.
SRG have reached the point of the game where members are willing to throw bodies and lives potentially in order to funnel more into their cores. In this case, Innocent and Skies, both at 3 kills respectively. Innocent has been uninterrupted in his lane the entire time. Skies starting to invade. The aggression is being made plain. Team Vamos cannot afford to let this goal lead go any more out of control, or they risk giving up match point to SRG.
Sometimes still find it hard to believe that a team like SRG, who just debuted 4 seasons ago in season 11, but they finished 5th and 6th, are now the beast that they are, truly giants and beyond. They've built a dynasty, right? A new one that usurps hold up. Now is about leaving a legacy. Again, being a first historical team to achieve that back-to-back with the same team and still keeping the Golden Road, the immortal run alive, something that has never been done before. Maybe Cram is going to contribute to that. Nets losing most of his health. Cram continues to chase. The entirety of Vamos shows up and Cram will throw that Revitalize, but it's all about buying space. Cram will die.
my goodness!
Almost goes down, and can you believe it? Cram himself is a machine.
While it's not necessarily the most worth it to die there, just look at how much time he bought, and he nearly took out Nets and Chibi by himself.
It's the guys forces the Purify out from Warlord, used with the kick. That's the roundhouse right there. On to the key targets. 2 kills for SRG. Sorry for the Purify from Nets. Everyone from Vamos on the run. And another spear of Alpha to give Innocent a double kill.
The game is officially out of control. This is the same situation we've seen throughout the series on both sides. A 6k net worth lead, 8 minutes in. An Innocent 5-0 and 1 KDA on this 1-1. The panel posed some suspicions. Will this 1-1 work out? We've seen so many 1-1s not really function. But when you have so much setup in the Cho, in the Aurora, in the Gatot, it's so easy for Innocent to make it happen.
And Yums again, prepping for another potential kick. Warlock gets taunted up, another roundhouse to the backline. Innocent shows up. You doubt the 1-1, but Innocent on that hero. If he wants it, he gets it. A freeze on the smooth. Again, refreeze. Just cannot thaw out in time. A takedown for SRG, and now the objective is compromised.
You could see the difference in gold, making its presence plain. A fracture right in the center of an entire group of SRG. And it's like they weren't even tickled. Innocent finding those angles. SRG so bulky, they were in the center of the glorious pathway. Warlord even stealing the Avatar the Guardian to escape, maybe do some poke damage. And SRG just walk out of it as if they never took any damage at all.
Well, you can say the same for Warlord, right? And then Purify, Hume sticking onto him, they drop an iceberg, Warlord walks out. It's a good time to talk about how this feels like poetry in motion. Like Shakespeare can't even write this. 2 seasons ago, Smooth was denied a trophy by basically most of the Vamos roster except for Nets. And now he's en route to get the second one with them, but it seems like it is getting further and further away from possibility. AOG shows up, Cram is going for the backline, Nets forced to retreat, Smooth again needs to keep his team alive.
It's not good when your Hylos is forced to use Glorious Pathway multiple times in succession for defensive play. Selangor Red Giants knows this, and like you mentioned, Husky, there are players on Team Vamos that are eager to look for that trophy. They even said earlier in a video that they want to award a champion title to Nets, the only player on their team who hasn't had one under his belt. But before them looms a massive wall.
And that wall is Yums again with the kick. Showmanship from this man, SRG. Will show Vamos how it's done. No inhibitors fall, but SRG are in full control.
Vamos is used to treating their opponents as nothing but pebbles on the road. But the Red Giants are a massive obstacle on their road to victory.
Time to split the battle lines again. SRG will just go against the current. They do lose Innocent though, as Nets decides that he has had enough, but he can't follow up further. It's a good stop, but Nets is not going to take this, is he? Oh, he does. No follow-up from the rest of Vamos.
I know how tempting that can seem. SRG is so low in total, but he knows that a single freeze from Stormy and he throws away a little bit of momentum that they were able to get because Innocent overstayed his welcome. That's the first death on the 1-1. Pretty good shutdown, all going over to Nets, who, while he hasn't been able to farm as safely as Innocent, still actually has not died yet this game. So his farm is not too bad at all. It's only about 1 item behind Innocent. He's still actually a threat for the Red Giants.
It was sort of a 2K goal swing for Team Vamos just like that. Another AOG this time on the 2. And Selangor Red Giants keep the ball rolling. Stolen AOG, Waller is out of that, but the rest of his team left behind to suffer at the hands of SRG. Another knockup on the Zorn, another iceberg drops. Zorn escapes, but Ness just does not have the damage to take down SRG.
Personally speaking, I'm a little bit worried that SRG is getting a little gung-ho. They're jumping into the enemy jungle without really thinking too hard about it because of their lead, and they're just gonna keep going.
They'll lose Yunes in the process. Innocent trying to go for the weakness point, gets pulled back, but the crossbow is in the air, and Innocent will not be denied. SRG now have an angle, but Vamos clears out the minion wave in time.
How is that possible? The speed of that reaction to be able to escape with crossbow of tank under those circumstances. Innocent showing why he is the regular season MVP, why he is half man, half beast. His micro on another level.
Half man, half beast, but fully eternal. Now this Lord most likely will go over to SRG unless Vamos can make hell of a steal. Even the level disadvantage is gone, so it is an even fight, and Chibi in these moments always pulls it off, but against SRG it feels too tough to attain. Cram again finds the taunt. The rest of SRG are a bit far away, so they will just wait for the Lord.
Ideally, Vamos would have just bought a bit more time as well. Maybe let Nets get a free tower up top. He was close to getting it. Maybe the minions will finish it off. Innocent. Can he stop it in time? He actually does, so it's basically dead anyway. Team Vamos needs to commit to a little bit of macro play, which they can do with a Moskov, but Selangor Red Giants are just going to keep upping the ante. One inhibitor already down, only 2 structures left standing, and the Lord pushing down the center. 20 kills to 6. Can they hold this?
At the cuffs of history and SRG, they need 2 more. This one could shrink that gap. Yums once more is priming up that Jeet Kune Do. You overextend a little bit and that roundhouse kick is coming right at your face. Sakai soaks up all of the bursts and Smooth just disappears. You don't even see him. SRG has taken 2 inhibitors so far and Cram is going to keep them all topped up for another go.
Oh, another inhibitor falls. The last one, SRG are going to try and sink the way to deal with. But Vamos, since they were able to clear up, actually have minions holding there. SRG are looking for the crystal though.
Yeah, Wallace tries to clear the way, but unfortunately, SRG will clear out their members instead. The crystal goes down, and SRG takes game 4 to put themselves at the front of the finishing line.
The Selangor Red Giants are 1 victory away from making history as the first back-to-back Malaysian champions. Vamos, faced with disappointment, a defeat on the blue side of the draft, will need to scrounge up anything they can find to change their fates.
The Red Giants have half their foot across the finishing line, halfway through that door to become legends of their own era, about to carve that insignia on the Hall of Fame, the Mount Rushmore of MPL Malaysia. I mean, what a time we live in. Again, we talked about the evolution from just a small army to a band of troopers to having an empire, a dynasty, and now a potential legacy. Now at the Cups of Glory, let's see what the panel has to say about SRG's win in this game number 4.
Thank you, casters. Oh my God, match point for SRG as the red side of the series already giving their cheers and jeers. Vamos right now just looking for that turnaround with their only hope of turning this around against SRG in a reverse sweep fashion. You're still watching the grand finals here, playoffs and championship Sunday of the MPL MY Season 14. We have got Churros once again, as well as Abstract here on the desk. What do you think about the game? Because again, it feels like SRG have this unstoppable momentum.
Just to add on to your point, momentum is an understatement. This is a meta that rewards aggression. So when you pick up a Cho, when you're in the face of your enemy jungle, and you constantly batter at them, forcing them to retreat, you lose out so much resources coming through. The Ruby pickup, he died a lot of times. Zorn died a lot of times. He got punished a lot. Is there a hero that can match the aggression that Cho brings?
I think it was a good idea, but I definitely think that in terms, if it was an EXP matchup, sure, that could have been their saving grace here. But it just wasn't. And when you are talking about raw impact, Yums just has so much more influence, so much more reach. And honestly, if Yums played like this from the beginning of the playoffs, I don't even think they would have to go through a lower bracket run.
Honestly, yeah, especially since I kind of draw relation to Yums when I can't remember which hero he played, but he definitely said easy hero. So at this point in time when he said that, I thought that, okay, if this is actually going to go to Roma, to Cho that is, to go over to the side of Yums, maybe I'm a little little bit worried because he might not be that confident after losing to Todak that way.
That's what I thought so as well. I mean, I think he was playing Matilda into Red Esports when they were in the lower brackets. But I think at this point, it just goes to show SRG, they kind of downloaded all the information that they need in game number 1, and now their momentum brings them to match point. I think there's got to be some way for Vamos, because now even their infamous Valentina opener on blue side has been defeated.
Yeah, and talking about aggression and talking about like having Valentina in the early game, dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of burst even, I think picking up that Moskov was a little bit of a gamble for the side of Vamos, just because Moskov takes a lot of time to skill up and get that damage coming through.
I mean, I want to say yes, but at the same time, Wanwan kind of builds 2 out of the 3 Trinity as
but
well.
You don't need to buy boots.
But you don't need to buy boots. That's a good point.
In the early game, that 300 extra gold damage or attack speed,
it could be
a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a component. It's straight up a component, and I think that at the very least, that's actually a really good point here. Now, coming towards a drafting perspective, do you think that this was a huge mistake from Vamos' side to open up with the Valentina, which is probably how their order was wrong, or could it have
a game plan? They definitely have a game plan, but I think they wasn't expecting SRG to pick up that Cho, because I think they wanted to go with the Valentina Cho again. So Cho pushing back with the Way of the Dragon into Valentina, and then maybe forcing non-essential ultimates out from the side of SRG, but it's not enough.
On the contrary, I actually thought that for the side of Vamos, they fully expected the Cho. Because of the fact that, well, SRG, they definitely do have a Yums that play Cho, and in the meantime, when it comes down to Zorn, he's the master of Cho. He's meant to play Cho, and of course, if you're super good at a hero, you know how to counter him, and you know how the opponent play. So one thing that Zorn probably didn't expect is how he's been more or less shut down by Yums time and time again. Definitely something that is not what he expects, and especially since, you know, there could be a chance that Zorn is just been thinking, okay, I am not the target, so maybe I don't have to worry about a Cho so much.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons as well is Vamos actually, or both these teams over the past 4 games, prioritize the Hylos in either the first or second pick. But Hylos, out of the 4 games, win 1, lose 3. It's not having a lot of success, because it's such an easy picking. You go in, there is no way of retreat, and you have to burst an essential ultimate coming out of any of the major skirmishes that come through.
Do you think that if they swapped it over to maybe Edith, that could have been the answer here?
Definitely, because you have the Edith and Ruby combo as well. Earth Shatter into the pullback. Got a lot of options right here, because a single target stun or STS is not enough, especially when you're going to play team fight. But in this case, the only AoE crowd control comes in the form of that Ruby, but once you pull everyone in, there is no follow-up straight away. And having that Valentina with not a lot of ultimates that you can bank on, especially the Frigid Glacier, which takes some time to open up and then freezes your opponent, within that kind of buffer times, SRG can just dash off. That's why the 1-1 was picked up.
That makes a lot of sense here, because even if we were talking about just like raw ultimates, the 1-1 just doesn't care. You steal the Aurora ult, you steal the AOG, you steal the Way of the Dragon, with Spear of Alpha, literally does not matter to her at all as long as she has her cooldowns up. But speaking from SRG's point of view, right? This Gatot. Overall, Gatot has been doing phenomenally well throughout this matchup for both Vamos and as well as SRG. Is this a problem that Vamos need to address straight away? Because it feels like now that they're going back toward that red side, SRG, I don't think they're going to ban it out. There's a high likelihood that Vamos is going to flex it, but really the flexing, it can only go so far, and I feel like we finally hit that plateau of like, oh, now you're going to choose Ruby into Cho, while we have the flex of both Hylos and as well as Gatot.
Yeah, to your point, there's only 10 bans. There's only so much you can ban out, and I think that Gato Gacha is definitely, you know, he's killable. He's not really that unkillable, depending on how well you pay them. But it's also super vital in splitting up team fights front to back. You don't really have to, it's a very high committal hero as well. So I think Vamos has a plan to deal with the Gato Gacha, but it should be prioritized either in the first or second pick.
First or second pick, something to keep in mind here. Rich Guy obviously going over the Innocent, the carry, going over the Nets, actually dealing a decent amount of damage with the help of his passive, piercing through and hitting multiple targets. I do think, well, as much as I would like to believe that Vamos had a chance in that game, I felt like the goal lead was pretty much too out of hand, and their composition wasn't strong enough to actually deal with it, considering that they didn't have much high ground defense. And that's the big thing here. I feel like right now, marksmen's, as much
They
as
need some rain,
I feel like as much as this Moskov did well, I would like them to kind of pivot their compositions more towards like Beatrix. At least then you have a secondary person who can clear the wave. And I mean, Valentina, she's like she's short to mid range, so even then it's pretty dangerous to walk up.
Yeah, so in the end of the day, it's still about how you manage waves and all that kind of stuff. I really want to see the plays, the macro plays from the Moskov. That is quite literally the beauty of what Moskov brings onto the board. But once again, I always want to say that MPL MY's meta is just different.
We're a little weird.
Macro probably isn't the top priority per se. Split pushes definitely is nice, is great, but it's not at the top of your mind. It's just kind of like somewhere at the back of your head. It's a great escape mechanism. If someone's jumping me, okay, SOG, I'm just gonna run away, that kind of stuff. But
I'm sorry, did we not all just watch game number 3 over there? Like game 4, I get it, maybe not the most macro intensive, but game number 3 at the very least, like SRG were winning, but they were making all the smart choices.
But that's just SRG. But for a team like Vamos, who's like a very strong in the local scene, when you go into the international stage, and now I'm bringing it up to M6, when you're facing up against teams like Philippines and all that, you really need to watch your lanes. You need to really watch your back, because any single one of the players will be able to take advantage of the lack of lane control, so to speak.
Maybe that's something they could address. With that being said, we're going to go with an MPL offstage segment by Hotling with Poji and Cheryl.
Alrighty, so thank you so much, guys. And now we're here at MPL Offstage, brought to you by Hotlink. Now here we have 2 representatives from both teams. So tell us more about who you are. What's your name?
Hello guys, my name is Bob Husky, and I'm a community leader from Selangor Giant. That's why I'm lead the chant in front of you all.
Fantastic. And what about you, sir?
Hello, my name is Dean, and I'm a fan for Vamos Esports.
Fantastic. So now, first question to both of you. It's no longer Malaysia versus Malaysia anymore, because these 2 representatives will be representing Malaysia over the M6. So what are your hopes for the teams on the international scene?
Bahasa Melayu, bahasa
Boleh jawab bahasa Melayu. Kamus di sini. Kamus di sini. Tenang.
Okay, so harapan saya tak kisah tim Vamos ke tim SRG ke, asalkan dua-dua tim dah layak. So sekarang harapan saya sebagai rakyat Malaysia sendiri, saya nak tengok kalau boleh, tak kisah mana-mana tim yang akan mengangkat Piala M6.
Okay, so guys, harapan saya untuk kedua-dua pasukan tunjukkan diorang adalah 2 tim yang terbaik daripada Malaysia dan menunjukkan Malaysia antara tim yang terbaik di seluruh dunia. Boleh guys?
That's what Dan said. For Dan, he doesn't care because both of them already, being the Malaysia representative, but for him, he hopes that both of them can do great in M6 and can lift the trophy in M6 because they represent the Malaysian name. So Malaysia have to win the championship because Malaysia have never won M series. That's for him. That's his hope. But that's for Bob. Bob has a bit particular name. He hoped for SRG to lift the championship.
Both team. I hope both a team.
Just now you said SRG, my
man. No, bro. I said dua-dua team.
Dua-dua team here.
Yeah.
You SRG, but never mind. Nevertheless, both of them is Malaysia team, correct or not, my man?
No.
No pula.
Correct.
Correct kan tak correct. Whatever it is lah, my man, my friend, and anywhere. And also because we are trying to reach the highest PCU because I've got friends and family in Cambodia. So to bang on my I love I'm a pramroi puan. Tapi apa-apa pun kita nak pergi dekat video istimewa. Let's go.
Thanks, Poji, the ultimate troller here. This guy knows how to mess with you. Oh man, I've never seen him break Bob's ankles like that before. And don't worry, it's totally fine. They're personal friends, so it's totally fine for him to do so. We're aware of it. So relax, guys in chat. Now, we're bringing in Deadeye once again to give a fresh take to look on this week. So far, from the last time you were on here, SRG's momentum has doubled. Tripled even in this matchup.
and most likely to be I'm here to see.
We're in here for a good time.
I know.
You look behind you. You look those Vamos fans in the face and say what they're about to say.
Now I'm in danger.
You're in a lot of danger, Bucko. You're on the wrong side. You're on the wrong side of the caster's desk. The Vamos side is literally right behind us, and they're hoping for that reverse sweep.
Okay, I'll
The desk is burning and it's like, this is fine.
I have my the moment I sit into the desk, Vamos win. So I'm here again.
Okay.
Vamos will win. Okay.
We'll take your word for it. We will take your word. But let's get into the technical side of it.
All right.
Because right now, we're hoping if Vamos were to win, what is a winning draft going to look like? Because it feels like SRG is kind of one-up them every single time. It's not like they're completely winning the draft, but at the very least, SRG is winning one particular role, which makes the entire draft crumble.
And I think that role is going to be the roamer indeed, for me personally, because it opens a lot of opportunities. Again, the Cho, this time around, Yums in the hands of the Cho, he did a lot of incredible plays, especially in the early stage of game. It enabled the cores for the side of SRG.
I feel that the EXP and the roam is kind of works in tandem with one another. And honestly, I feel that, oh wait, hold on a second. I have never seen this before.
Oh man, this is the yellow card given by our referee. Late to exit player rooms when informed by marshals to go onto the stage. Unfortunate. Better make sure that you guys are following etiquette. You cannot stay in your player rooms longer than necessary, especially when our marshals give that signal.
Oh, so what happens then? Is it a warning?
It's a warning. It's a yellow card. Relax, it's a yellow card.
So you guys got a red card.
Sorry, Philippines is not a football country, so
I'm not a football guy as well.
Hey, look, Malaysia is a football country. We know what a yellow card is. You
It's
don't
just
have
a warning.
to explain.
It's
It's
just a
just a
warning.
warning.
Okay.
Warning. Don't worry. But this goes to both teams specifically. Both of them walked out late here, and we got a show to run, unfortunately. Now, as we're getting back into this, I do think that at the very least, if Vamos is going to turn it around, you said that it was going to be in EXP, you said that it was going to be towards the roaming sector, I feel that they are just cursed. Smooth, unfortunately, Husky actually brought it up a really good time because Smooth, unfortunately, in his time in SMG, he has only seen that trophy one time in his hands. Prior to that, cursed to second place, and now joining Vamos, Vamos previously under the Homeboys banner, who recently won Season 12. That's when he was like, this is the team that I could hold another trophy with, and it feels like SRG came up at the wrong time and back to being cursed to second place.
Oh, okay. That's kind of sad.
Dude,
to
it's
be
deep
honest,
lore, man.
Especially since they mentioned specifically that they want to give the trophy to Nets, give it to him, and
Compared to FLSG, we're kind of systematic with our stats, but here in the MPL MY, somehow superstitions are kind of a factor when it comes to win games.
Yeah. We got to blow it to our Game Boy cartridges before it works, before we put it into the Game Boy, right? I mean, that's all part and parcel with it, and not to mention that the majority of these members from the side of Vamos have been working extremely hard. They were not, by no means, were a championship team, but once they put at least 2 years into it, they get that one championship, they say, we can do it again. And then SRG comes up and they're like, nah, we're just better.
I agree. If the same lineup will be on the hands here of the side of Vamos, they can. I mean, I do believe they are also the future here for MPL MY.
Both of them are the future. Both of these rosters, again,
bingo?
a lot. Come on. Give it to me. Let's do the bingo.
No! Left us on red.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You know what we want. Okay, here we go, baby. Benedetta! Wait, is that Benedetta?
Yeah, that's Benedetta.
Oh,
that's Benedetta.
Yes!
Woo! Goddess skins are one of the expensive skins you can have in MLBB.
Yup, God is good, and boy is the fan service even better. Now, SRG on the blue side up against Vamos on the red side. It's going to be Valentina as well as Eve getting banned out by SRG. They are following their atypical blue side draft.
Okay, yes.
And even getting rid of the Cho, Vamos, they've been sticking to the exact same red side bans every single time.
Zushin.
They opened up Zushin as well as Suyo. Zushin for sure.
For sure, right? This has been kind of a pattern from the side of SRG. So at least for the side of Vamos, you're just kind of thinking, okay, we are definitely going to pick up the Suyo, but what's going to be the next one? In terms of statistics and in terms of what we have seen before, it has been a Gatakacha. Or Hylos could be the
loss.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a time here for the side of SRG to get a Gatakacha instead. I think Gatakacha is a great counter to the Hylos. We saw how the Hylos used the Glorious Pathway, and the rest of the team cannot move forward together with the Hylos because of the Avatar of the Guardian. Cuts them off.
I mean, it's a very tight balance here, right? Gatot, as expected, is going to get locked in alongside with the go-to counter for Suyo, which is the Alpha. But you do see that Harith gets picked up immediately after. So now it looks like they want to get a winning matchup for Nets. I can only imagine that they want to ban out the Tan while they're at it.
The Tan, Lunox,
yep.
All these seems to be great, but Vamos actually didn't prioritize onto their mage. So at this point in time, Luo Yi is currently still available, and I would like to believe that SRG would definitely want to take that out.
That's also true.
Louis, they can consider, but you need a bursty hero to maximize the diversion surprises plays here. But you know, these three heroes right now. That's true, but is it too risky? You want to have a special attack here? I mean, surprise attack? Suyo alone? Because Suyo shines on going wrap around while the rest of the team going for the surprise attack.
I mean, I can see it happening, but not so much with the high loss, right? I feel like high loss kind of forces you into like one lane. You kind of want to follow that lane,
okay.
And if you're not putting your foot on the gas, I don't know what you're doing with the high loss. So I do think that Vamos has some good ideas. Number one, getting rid of the Wan, right? You want at least a marksman that you can keep up with and catch really, really fast. You don't want her to continuously, like, potentially outplaying you and save yourself the effort. SRG decide to get rid of Aurora.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I gotta cut you off. But me and Shamila a while ago on the talent room, he mentioned that SRG right now, especially in the starting of the game 2 onwards, they prioritize Warlord's mage heroes. So this is maybe a thing here for the side of SRG.
Okay, all right. Okay. I mean, we can get a confirmation if this last man is also a mage, right?
Could be a Vexana.
It could be a Vexana. It could be if it's Farmis. That's how you know for sure. That's how you know for sure.
Sure.
Come on, give it to us. Come on, give us a little bit of a tidbit here, Coach Arcadia. But coming back over to Vamos' side, they also decided to get rid of the Khalid. So again, two of the top picks in terms of the EXP, the Khalid and as well as the Phoveus, out of the question now. Does that mean that we're expecting the Gato back into the high loss matchup in the EXP, or do you think there's going to be more variance?
I honestly think that we might be able to see a Gato versus high loss in the EXP lead. Because honestly, I want... that's what I wanted for Zorn. Honestly, at this point in time, I wanted to see either a Khalid or an Edith onto the roam position.
Whoa. Wait, first, total pick once. 100% win rate. Okay,
Is this a good idea?
Is this a Zorn pick?
I don't know. I'm looking at our casters' faces and they're like, there's some good ideas here. I'm looking back at you guys and I'm seeing a lot of uncertainty.
Okay, Curse of the Blood shines in major team fights.
Okay.
Anyway, you activated one, it shared all the damage on the opposing team. And this is a dive-heavy composition we're seeing right now in the first phase of the draft here for the side of SRG. I'm not sure, though, if they'll be able to maximize here, but with a high-low scores pathway, sustained team fight, this is great for Vamos.
It's great for Vamos. However, Vamos, one of the few teams who decided to whip out the Carmilla in tandem with one other pick, and that is the Sicilian. SRG, smartly enough on this one, go into Matilda Ixia. GG, well played. God damn it, Coach Arcadia and Zoraveki, you're too darn smart.
Ixia coming in like this.
This is so unplayable now.
Oh my
Almost
goodness.
unlucky exactly this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
What a way to put this game on.
The foresight from SRG. The foresight is ridiculous. Well played, man. I can't say more than this. Zoraveki is making sure that there is no mercy for Pobs, but you know what? I'll just let our casters do the hard work here. Let's see whether SRG builds their dynasty or the reverse sweep starts now. Casters, take it away.
My goodness, Dafa. I know we talk a lot about the Sicilian Carmela combo. The only duo has been shown once by Vamos in the group stage, but to see it in such a pivotal game where they could lose it all, and SRG to come back with the classic Iskandar Matilda, this is gonna be a heck of a game. Game number 5 as they head into the land of dawn for the SRG on blue side and Vamos on red.
Will the vampiric couple be able to defy the dynasty that stands before them as the Selangor Red Giants stand a single victory away from making history? Only time and the land of dawn shall tell as we bear witness to what could be the ultimate game of MPL Malaysia Season 14.
This could be terminus. This could be the very last game in the grand finals to cap off the competitive year before M6, but so far, I mean, this petrified, bad impact is too much. First blood for Zorn.
Straight away punishing the Selangor Red Giants, Stormy, for overextending. I think he just forgot he had petrified.
Yeah, I think so too. You don't see it as often. This is kind of the way to catch your opponents off guard, and now the proxy on the bottom side. You don't want to give Cram too much space to work with.
Carmilla, definitely an unusual pick. Zorn is the only player in the entire league that will grab it up. And it's usually only picked to compete with heroes like the Chip or Loyi. Though Vamos looks like they went for it as a more general answer to SRG's aggression here, and to make sure that they have a little bit more late game potential. What I worry about is that both Sicilian and Harif are magic damage dealers. Itemizing against them is not too difficult for SRG.
I share your concern. I definitely agree with that, right? Chibi is the only guy who has that physical burst, but when that late game rolls around, how long does Team Vamos need to drag on for this Warlord Sicilian to be a threat?
Maybe that's part of the plan, right? Divert SRG's attention, make him build full magic defense for Nets and Warlord, and then let Chibi carry the game.
You only carry if you get to that stage, but the panel talked about how this Carmilla Sicilian is a staple of Vamos, literally their pocket pick, their last resort. But once the Matilda X that came out, Gideon instantly said this is unplayable. Is that really the case?
It does make it a lot more difficult because Team Vamos is playing a front-to-back lineup now. It's very obvious. They're not really going to be doing any flanking because they want to play behind Smooth and Zorn. And when the enemy is front-to-back, that full barrage, that's the positioning it wants them in. As long as Innocent holds out fine in lane against Nets, he becomes a monster.
And Warlord sends Zorn towards Doom. Bad impact. It's going to connect. That's going to be another kill. This time on the Chibi. Glorious Pathway revitalized AOG from Crab. Another knockup control. Zorn goes down. Stormy in the fight still. Double kill for Chibi. And Team Vamos wins the trade.
The unfortunate thing for SRG though is that their early game damage potential is actually on the lower side. With Views on the Matilda, Stormy on the Zusin, and Cram on a tank Gatot. Skies is the only source of DPS they can rely on. Oh, Innocent in trouble.
Potential solo kill. That's Innocent having to use the flicker. And Nets coming back for round two.
No.
Innocent gonna fight this out. A good attempt, but not good enough.
Kind of underestimated the timing of the Zaman Force. Thought that he could walk back in time for it to expire, but Nets was able to re-engage on him with it.
Maybe they can get Zorn. Just crowd control him, but Warlord saves him. You don't take down the Carmilla that easily. Just like that, Vamos have gained control of the turtle.
And this is good. Team Vamos needs to be in control early on. They got to take advantage of the fact that SRG just doesn't have enough burst right now to take down the Hylos with Revitalize, to start building up Chibi as a threat. If they itemize against the Suyo, Nets and Warlord go ham, and vice versa.
Is there a middle ground to this predicament? You kind of go Athena and then into Antique. Is that going to kind of balance out the scales?
It's a bit difficult because you also want to maybe get Radiant due to the amount of magic damage sources that are coming out. Would be quite easy to build up stacks on the Ring of Punishment, for example. It's gonna require a bit of strategizing. Not to mention that SRG are mainly going to be wanting to build a lot of damage on Innocent and maybe on Stormy as well, just to be able to deal with them come mid-game. They can't afford to let this drag too late because, well, we've seen what Warlord can do.
Absolutely. Then I also said that Every time he's on the panel, Team Vamos wins. It seems like we have started the trajectory. It's not big of a lead just yet, just under 1,000. So SRG not out of the woods by any degree.
If that's the case, maybe they'd be interested in taking him in as a mascot at this point. But I digress. For this game right now, Vamos is going to keep the pressure going.
And the target is Stormy. Petrify committed, but Humes gets him out.
Petrify is a very interesting choice on a Carmilla. It wouldn't be as effective as on someone like Benedetta or Yuzong, for example. But now I'm seeing the logic. Zorn is keeping them in place just a second longer to make the bat impacts easier to land. It is fully a duo play here from the Sicilian Carmilla. Let's see if it works out. Vamos already have a 1k gold lead.
The XP laners will start proxying waves. This kind of the wet noodle fight on the bottom side. And we're seeing that interesting interaction between what Vamos and SRG have, especially the unexpected amount of burst, right, that Team Vamos has. It's so easy to connect the bad impact with the Sanguine Claws. They do have some means to set up the second turtle up on the map. Let's see if SRG can put up a fight. Cram to the back line. Stormy does have the guiding winds on him to take if he wants to, but Nets can be dragged back, and now the fight is split. Nets unfortunately cannot fully commit, but it's enough for Team Vamos to gain priority over the turtle. Cram goes in with the AOG. Now Yums has to save him. Gets the taunt. Full barrage. Everyone comes in, but the Sanguine Claws checks them in, and Team Vamos have found the opening. SRG, sitting ducks, and Chibi once more can't get it, but 2 is enough.
Beautiful approach to the team fight here. Cram tried to distract, tried to maybe pull Chibi off of the turtle, but he's a Gaton, and Vamos have a good amount of mobility. They actually can just ignore him entirely. And although the Ixie is pretty good at dealing with a front-to-back composition, the Sicilian having those Sanguine Claws from a distance, easily canceling full barrages, SRG are in a little bit of trouble here, actually.
Now, just like that, it went from under 1,000 to a 3k kind of goal advantage, and it's still growing. Chibi, level 11, 4-0. Sakai's not even close to that. And this Jusin is actually suffering a little bit despite the amount of utility that she brings, and what we've witnessed, Sakai is again ran at, and help is not arriving anytime soon. Chibi is unstoppable.
One approach you can deal with a Zusin is in a similar way to the different methods of handling Valentina, where you either don't pick good ult or have too many. In this case, Vamos is going for a full dive composition, where as long as they have the lead, doesn't even matter if Stormy picks them up, they're just gonna run at them and overpower them in terms of damage and durability. And that is exactly what's happening. We've also highlighted Vamos only really need either Chibi or Nets and Warlord to pop off. And the dangerous thing for SRG is all of them are farming very efficiently.
And on top of that, the icing on the cake is that Vamos, Sicilian, sort of infinite scaling with the bad impact, right? So no matter how late the game goes, Vamos will always have that unleashed limit in terms of power creep, especially when the bad impact hits that 300 stacks. That's the danger zone. Lord spawning and Vamos on top of it.
The combination of this Carmilla Sicilian with Suyo is actually an interesting one in how it manipulates the draft, because oftentimes you will pick Alpha to counter it, but without an assassin in the jungle to easily jump Warlord in the backline, he can quite easily just dish out DPS. Selangor Red Giants had a pretty good comp going into this. They even anticipated the Carmilla Sicilian, but I think there were certain factors on the edge of things that were not fully considered.
Maybe a bit of tunnel vision, maybe just kind of a change of appetite, a change of palate. Vamos looking to break into the 7k gold lead in under 9 minutes. Lord coming from top side as well. And as much as SRG wants to mount the defense, they don't really have the best wave clear.
Their wave clear is not too good until Innocent gets a little bit more, and even then you'd have to rely on his full barrage. The lack of early game pressure. Oh!
Well, here comes the pressure, right? Stormy is going to be tied down alongside Sakai. Another Petrify from Zorn. 2 kills for Vamos. And it's time to break that castle wall. Just chip it bit by bit. Cement not really as tough as SRG wants it to be, as Vamos has the Lord in the favor coming in from top side. A 3 against 5 defense, respawn time is pretty short, but unfortunately Innocent compromise pulled away by Yoons, but that full barrage goes wide, completely nullified. And Team Vamos still wants to go for more as the rest of SRG comes back to life. Holy Crystal for Ness, mid inhibitor goes down, Chibi escape, and SRG just cannot find a way.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like they're prepared to deal with this Cecilion. Their positioning is not ideal. Total Draft isn't doing too many favors. Unfortunately, this series, the trend between these two teams does seem to be who can play faster, especially from the start of the game. And for this one, that was Team Vamos, a 10k goal lead in 10 minutes. SRG has been getting humbled quite a lot this playoffs, and this is looking like another repeat of that.
Maybe that is the solution, right?
Maybe.
The Vamos are winning, and by a landslide nonetheless.
Suyo can be pretty dangerous. Zusin and Alpha, a pretty good combo to deal with him, especially with Matilda to add to that maneuverability. But this Carmilla Sicilian combination actually throwing a bit of a wild card factor in. I'm not sure SRG realized the full extent of what they could do, because while these are unusual heroes that teams would not regularly practice against in scrims, they are comfort picks for Zorn and Warlord, and they are showing it.
I mean, that's why Team Vamos are known for pulling out some rabbit out of the hat, right? And both teams paying respect to one another. The next checkpoint is the Lord, and SRG would just have to take it.
The teams are communicating the only way they know how. At this stage, I'm pretty sure SRG knows that it is unlikely they can make the comeback as well. A 10k net worth lead this early on is quite insurmountable. We've already seen it multiple times this series even. Innocent does have good scaling. If he can find a good positioning, maybe get a couple kills here and there, the shutdown gold would propel him quite heavily. But with only one inhibitor standing against every structure of Team Vamos, I don't think even SRG can pull this back.
Team Vamos still has the chance to prove that they are greater and bigger than the Giants themselves. With this Lord in hand, we're looking at a worst case scenario. Team Vamos taking all inhibitors but can't end the game. But best case scenario, they end the game right here, right then and there.
Yeah, I don't think it would be too hard for them as well. We already saw literally in the game right before this, where SRG was so far ahead that they could just run at Vamos despite the damage that was being put out at them and still not get punished much. Team Vamos is in that exact same situation right now with a Carmilla, with a Hylos and Revitalize, with the Lord on their side and minion waves all pushing in at the same time. SRG just does not have the tools to defend this.
You want to talk about the next factor, you gotta look at Innocent. Just got the Sea Halberd, the Malefic Roar, even the Enchanted Talisman for Yum. It's all about the cooldowns. Saving Private Innocent is the most important part. Vamos, they sync up the waves. I don't know how much SRG can do with it. Even the full barrage has its limitations in terms of acquiring targets.
Unless Innocent can somehow get a kill on both Warlord and Chibi in this next fight, this game is looking to be over, but they're going to try their best as the Lord pushes in.
Yeah, Sakai's going to be caught out, it's pulled away, but still goes down. Here got the full barrage for Innocent. A last attempt, Katakacha outcommitted. Chibi assassinates Stormy. They want the crystal. Zorn on top of Innocent, healed out by Yum. Innocent takes Zorn down, but it's just not enough. And that will be Juego Numero 5 for Vamos.
The championship point denied from SRG as Vamos takes another victory in our grand final series. But they're not out of the waters just yet. SRG still holds match point, and another victory will be needed to even things up and bring it to a international region-wide best-of-7 grand finals.
The other regions have set the standards high, but we are trying our best to achieve it. At least the teams are. But this was the spot that SRG stopped them, or majority of them, last season before 2 scoreline. So we'll see if this time Vamos can push the limits a bit further to bring us to that coveted Game 7 that's eluded us for 2 full seasons. I want to hear what the panelists have to say about this, because they thought Ixia Matilda worked, but Team Vamos proved it wrong. So panel, take it away.
All I gotta say, GG, well played to Vamos. They are breaking the limits here by crushing the early game. The only opportunity that they had was to just scale faster, and they did it in 10 times speed. Well done to Vamos here.
Well done indeed. Honestly, kind of scary. It's always scary to see MPL MY being able to get, what, 10,000 lead.
And I just confirmed, yes, superstition is indeed a factor here in MY.
Let's not forget about the fact that you are here.
Call me.
Oh wait, that is a superstition that you're talking about.
Hit me up, Vamos. I mean, yeah, at this point that you pretty much deserve a jersey from Vamos, but walk me through this game, because initially for me, I'm thinking that as long as SRG walk out of the laning phase okay, the early game, it should be a pretty free game for SRG in a majority of these fights.
And that's true, and however, this game, it did not happen. And the combo of the Sicilian as well as the Carmino, it's just mind-blowing for me. But it did work indeed, the front to back, and the Sanguine Claws can also reach the Zushin, which is the most dominating in the mid laner hero right now.
Well, I gotta give it specifically our MVP of the game, Chibi, because I think he is the X factor in this. Yes, Zorn did cheese out Stormy early on with the Petrify. That, again, most people don't expect that to happen. I do forgive Stormy for failing the first time. Every single time he got petrified afterwards, that's on him. But Chibi on this Suyo, at least he's got a different mindset. He can poke you out, or he can look for the engage. We saw in the early game he was looking for those poke outs until there was a guaranteed way for him to get on in for the engagement. And I think that's where Chibi, understanding that as much as you want to play front to back, he's going to go for your sides. He's going to shank you with the ankles. He's going to hit you from everywhere.
It's definitely scary when we saw one of the big team fights at the bottom lane. Sanguine Claw somehow managed to catch, what, 3 people with Matilda, Ixia, as well, I think it's Stormy. And at that point in time, Chibi just found the opportunity. Of course, huge thanks over to Warlord for making that happen. Otherwise, Chibi wouldn't have made such a great play, which forced SRG to that kind of a corner.
Yeah, it feels like the Glorious Pathway is a means to an end to kind of speed up, especially if GB is coming from a flank angle. He just needs to touch that highway and zoom into the back line.
It is also a great synergy with Zorn as well in his Carmilla. It's easy for them to access here the team formation for the side of SRG. And all eyes on this Carmilla Hylos, but they did not know that Chibi, at the right moment as well, is flanking them on the back line.
I think that one of the main thing for the side of Vamos is the fact that they have a glorious pathway, and once they set it down, technically it's very telegraphic, right? I put it down, everyone's zooming right in your face. But to be fair, when it comes down to SRG's lineup, they don't have someone that have the instant gratification of stopping everyone right in their feet, except for Sakai's. He is the juggler after all, and if you want, do you really want to send Sakai's running right after Smooth or Zon that is right on the glorious pathway? Because once you go in, that is fully committal, and you might want to take that guiding wind to get out of it, but that means that Stormy or Innocent don't have that anymore.
Well, I agree with your point of being fully committal here, but my biggest problem right now is the fact that how many free ults Zorn got. I feel like SRG is really not really uncomfortable, but just haven't played against the Carmilla's Cursed Blood in a while, because there's, in no real world are you expecting to hit three SRG members getting all tied together when they clearly saw it happen. They all had their flickers, they all had their ults as well, and a Matilda on top of that. Attention is being brought to a different side of the map, and I think that attention is a very powerful resource for Vamos.
Speaking of attention, I did not pay attention a while ago because I asked Absac, why is the Alpha just standing there? I forgot the Petrify. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Petrify coming in from Zorn. It was twice in a row. Actually, once, of course, the Zorn managed to get that opportunity, just going for that Petrify. Wait, is the Alpha just standing there? That's yeah, exactly. I did not pay attention. Oh my goodness.
Just Singaporean eyes, let's be honest.
Forgive me. I have 4 eyes already. That's why they called me Dead Eye. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
I'm burning my own flesh here.
Look, as the game is going to continue to press on, this is a huge surge of confidence for Vamos, right? Let's quickly look at the damage taken. I am curious because, again, as much as Innocent is able to pump the damage out, unfortunately, actually, it's a lot more even than I thought, to be fair. Zorn getting saved by Warlord multiple times, and I think that SRG probably still following their game plan of punish Zorn, win the game. Now, I think they should have adapted a little bit better here. They probably could have punished Smooth more times, more effectively, honestly, or at least come down towards Nets' side of the map.
When it comes down to Zorn, in the previous game at the very least, he's been shut down so many times. And I think that for the side of Vamos, they're like, okay, enough is enough. We gonna have to use Zorn as means to peel. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, right? Zorn is able to peel, still manage to run away, right into Warlord, and still kind of be able to get themselves right back into the game again.
Yeah, just looking at our Hall of Famers here, the carry, the Rich Guy, Sandbag, Best Wingman, all dominated by Vamos. Chibi taking Rich Guy and the carry, Smooth taking the Sandbag, and the Best Wingman goes over to Warlord without a doubt there, saving the lives of people like Zorn constantly, and even Nets when it mattered the most. Although I will say, compared to the previous games we've seen, this has been on the low spectrum in terms of kill count, 2 to 12.
Well, I'm expecting it's because of the fact that they are running a Sicilian mid, right? Sicilian doesn't have that great of a showing in the early stages of the game, but hey, if they do manage to get themselves a great amount of objectives and of course a great amount of kills in the early stages of the game, everyone propels out of control, Sicilian finds himself an angle, Sicilian finds himself a lot more space, and like, hey, look, free hits, and free hits.
And the stats as well shows that SRG could not really find an opening to go for those kills. I mean, Zorn again on that Carmilla just makes it difficult for the Alpha, even for the Garakacha, to even go for the prolonged team fight. There's so many things that Zorn can do. The Petrify, if you go in, Petrify is there. Plus, you have incredible reach here from the Sicilian as well. This is the first time I'm seeing actually here in the pro scene when it comes to the Sicilian and the Carmilla combo. That's why we're surprised to see and how effective it is. I'm just asking also, this is also a counter here for the Alpha pick though.
Well, I mean, if Alpha jumps specifically on Carmilla, yes, it is a counter because he should always be jumping towards Sicilian's side. Any resources being thrown at Zorn is a waste of time because at any moment, Warlord can just scoop him up and bring him away. Now, let's look at the key players here because here in this clip from Vamos' side, we saw a lot of plays being played out, but generally, I mean, Chibi, we've already highlighted Chibi before. He's done a phenomenal job, but even Nets, he is holding on, right? You can see that this is a pretty toe-to-toe matchup between him and Innocent.
Honestly, when it comes down to, man, Team Vamos all together, they clearly want to be fast, and couple of times with the way they have drafted, it's not exactly the super fast game, but somehow when it comes down to the execution, especially this game itself that we saw, they manage to find their way, and of course they do have their own identity. They will be able to show it through their execution. If you ask me, looking at a Harif and as well as looking at a Sicilian, the last thing I would think of is just going all out aggressive. So honestly, we talked about the Roma, we talked about the EXP laner. For them to be able to get themselves a good amount of priority as well as getting the mid laner out of their lane in order to join into the team fights, that truly feels like the essence of Vamos, and they will be able to go head on against the trio, the roaming trio of SRG.
I don't know. I feel like it's tough because, again, with such long artillery that both sides have, be it the Ixia or be it the Sicilia, these are things that are like a screen and a half away. It's very hard to kind of judge the maximum distance that it could potentially go, especially when the players have only such a limited perspective. Overall, I do think that coming into this, if Vamos can just run off of the general momentum that they're generating, and not to mention the fans' energy as they wait in anticipation, if they can even up the score and get to match point, I think that SRG, they are going to have to bring their A game because right now Vamos, they've upped it one more time. First pick selection, 75% overall win rate.
Yep. Wait, are they coming into blue side? Or were they in blue side?
They were on red side.
They were on red side. Oh, crap. Oh, crap.
Look, to be fair, SRG has beaten Vamos in both blue and as well as red. So again, this would be a tempo breaker.
It's Deadeye.
On the dot. That's I guess you could say that.
You brought it, Husky. You brought it up in the stream.
I would feel that it's a more of a bullseye, I suppose. But
Very puntable.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that for now until I decide otherwise. Until my pun meter has taken enough. Now, 3 minutes left on the clock. Adaptation.
Yep.
What are we expecting? Because Vamos has been on the blue side multiple times here. But before we get into that, let's quickly pull up the WhatsApp that we asked from Azora Vecchi once more. And do you think SRG can fare better in a BO1 or BO3? And he says, we are the kings of BO3 for a reason. We've never lost a BO3 during our ESL and MSC run, actually. BO1 is more challenging for us because there's no room for you to adjust. And it's a lot about what you really prepared and just go in blind.
Exactly. Remember what I said a while ago? It's really a challenge for the coaching staff. And Swiss format, patch upcoming, now best of 1 series, and you don't know which team you are facing. It's really a big challenge.
You're gonna have to make massive amount of homework. Like,
I
you only have
know,
one
man.
game, make it work out, draft it correctly. It's kind of comes to the point whereby to a certain extent, you don't draft against who you are, or rather, you don't draft against who you're fighting, but it's more about making the best out of your own draft.
Or you can just tell your players, hey, stop making mistakes. Play perfect. Just play perfect. Like I'm done. Like I guess. I mean, I personally think that in that previous game, Stormy did not do very well. I think that generally it is just it could have been better for them. It could have been better for them. With that being said, we say farewell to Dead Eye. We'll see you in just a bit here. Oh wait, actually, I think we have enough games.
Bingo! Bingo! Bingo!
Come on! Hey! MPL 1 gives another Benedetta. Let's go! See, the extra luck, it feels so good rolling in the arena because it feels like you always get extra luck. Now, funny enough, Jace, thank you for being here. Once again, break this down for us. MPL MY Season 14's unpicked and underrated heroes. We got a full list. We got the Yishinshin, we got the Freyas, we got the Uranus, Ixia, Atlas, Paquito. Why? I mean, we've seen Ixia at the very least.
To be honest, if you're actually preparing for a team, you would have gone for, your meta heroes, right? Your the Suyos, the Jusins, everything, right? But sometimes this is exactly what happened earlier just now, right? We saw Camilla being picked and the Sicilian as well, wombo combo. This is a combo that I think Muntan has actually wanted that to be in pro play, but it doesn't really pop up. We only either see either the Sicilian or the Camilla happening at the same time, so that's kind of awkward. So I personally think it's underrated, yes, but I feel I love it. It introduced another different layer of the coaches that they need to anticipate.
I mean, don't say that, because then there's other hidden interactions like the Forsaken Light interaction, the the Oriental Warrior interaction as well. I don't know. I don't want that to become a thing. I don't want people to be drafting for the Oriental Warriors just to get like a minuscule to non-existent buff.
Oh, of course.
Right?
Oriental Warriors.
It's not. I'm telling you.
It's not a thing.
It is a thing. It's just not very good.
Yeah.
Now, coming into this game, it is still match point for SRG. We're hoping that Vamos can bring it to the equalizer 3-3 as they are on blue side and they have a 75% win rate there.
Well, this coming M6 will feature players from 20 different nationalities. Wow. This is definitely something that I am looking out for. M6. And Innocent is the first players to win back-to-back regular season MVP in MPL MY.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep. He is the most consistent player on SRG. When everybody else is doing kind of dog water, you know that Innocent will just, hey, I'll try and carry this game. I'll do my best.
Look, how about playoff MVP? Who was last season's playoff MVP?
What is playoff MVP?
Wait, do you guys not have playoff MVP or is it match MVP?
It is just matched. Oh, you mean like the finals?
The finals, like the finals.
Why do you call it play MVP? What does that mean?
Playoff MVP.
Oh, yes, we do.
Playoff MVP, right?
Yes, we do have that. We do have that in a matter of fact. I don't remember, to be perfectly honest with you. I'll get back to you on this, but Jace, what do you currently think about the draft so far? Because we're already seeing the atypicals except SRG making sure getting rid of the Zushin and as well as the Suyo, and then we see that Vamos, I'm not going to mention Chip because we know why, Phovius, the Yves, and as well as Fanny, it seems pretty much exactly the same as their blue side bans.
Yeah, and I personally feel like, right, these bans are pretty normal, pretty standard, but what Vamos is going for, first picking that Cho right off the bat. First picking Cho is really something that I really don't see very often. And then immediately you see SRG respond with Valentina just to counterpick that away from Warlord, right? That means that, you know, Vamos is going back to something they've always been doing for all the games except for that last game. So SRG probably knows what's up. And SRG, personally, Gideon, I feel they're strong when they're facing the normal Vamos instead of these, you know, random Langar or some spin the wheel kind of Vamos.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm gonna bring up two things. Number one, to answer your question, Abstract, yes, Innocent was also the FMVP, the finals MVP, play MVP, whatever you want to call it, for last season. Secondly, as we get into this, I'm now noticing a particular trend here. As the Gatot, the Valentine, as well as the Wanwan get in, we are getting a similar resemblance to game number 4. Game number 5, obviously going over the Vamos' side, but we've seen this happen, and it's very much based around the early game. Last time it didn't go well for Vamos, I'll just say that.
Yeah. But now you're in Zorn, right? Zorn's on this Cho. It's something that he's really comfortable with. And then after that, you also got the Hylos, another priority pick to counter or assist the hyper-aggression, the blitzkrieg that Vamos is well known about it. But Coach Arcadia for now, from the side of Singlango Red Giants, I'm looking for something like an Aurora or something to kind of slow down the tempo from Vamos, because right now, yes, there's a 1-1, there's a Valentina, but I'm looking for something to counter-engage.
I agree. Also, why do all the Singaporeans call them Vamos, not Vamos?
I said Vamos.
You're like Vamos.
Vamos, right?
Vamos. It sounds
all right,
like you eat cereal in the morning. Sounds like you eat like white bread.
Oh yeah, Vamos.
Vamos. I don't know. I can't get that out of my head.
Sorry, it's an accent, I guess.
No. It's not a his problem. It's an MPL SG. I've noticed that every single one of you. Churro said it. Deadeye said it. You said it at some point.
I did too.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But let's come back into the second half of the draft, right? We see that Khalid, which is a huge problem for Vamos the last time they saw it. But SRG target banning back onto the mid lane with once again the farmers too.
Now we got the answer that SRG really wants to focus on the Warlord, because in the previous game, or rather the previous round, we were looking for that Faramis ban.
Yeah, we were looking for that Faramis ban. But man, on top of that, the Cecilia, like SRG, want to make sure that unfortunately Warlord doesn't get to play the game.
This is kind of tough for Vamos to blind pick a mage at this point in time. It really propels me to think that Vamos would very much want to take a look at what are the jungle picks for now. But at least SRG, they are going to be looking at an R4 pick first. So at least Vamos have got some time to react based on what we have on SRG side. And very likely what I want to see is what is tried and tested, the alpha on SRG.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think R4 is a really good pick from SRG. If not, Vamos is definitely going to take that away. Alternatively, I'm also liking what Vamos has is smelling out from the side of SRG, right? Banning away these massive AoE CCs like the Khalid and the Tigre. So I'm thinking exactly what Yums like to play. But now, I think this is an alpha slot.
Alpha should be the go-to here. I see no reason not to. The unfortunate
line.
Interesting. Okay, so they go for the Nolan. This could actually speed up the pace of the game. I mean, Vamos could lead. I mean, this is, again, very much on the denial path for the side of SRG. Feels like they're not playing their own game. It's about making sure that Vamos feels uncomfortable trying to recreate some form of success.
I think that at least for SRG, Coach Arcadia drafted this Nolan for Sekai's because they want to put the final nail in the coffin on the Vamos, right? Because Sekai's out of 6 games, you won 100% of those Nolan games throughout the season.
And it's also a very good pick, right, to zone deny the Harif, especially when you go to Zaman Force. You know your Fracture is going to leave that A mark on the floor, and as a Harif, you just want to dash out of it. But now that Loi is coming into play, and there's going to be a Martis coming up of Vamos. Oh boy, win for Ride.
Oh, this is not good. Nolan doesn't have very high HP. If he gets caught by that Martis when he hits level 4, the Decimate could send him to the next world. I think that at least, at the very least, SRG has Valentina, which does pretty well against melees generally with the help of her Shadow Strike and the fact that she can kite. Not to mention, she can also steal the Decimate to make some turnaround plays.
At this point in time, I'm just looking out for an initiator from the side of SRG. If they are just going to be making full use of the AOG for a counter-engage kind of play, especially since Martis will want to run in hard, and not to forget, Cho does have got a very good way of just initiating and just funneling all these kills over the side of Martis. I definitely want to see a lot more lane priority from the side of SRG.
Okay, so Gatot is going into the roam section as CC is going to head on over to the EXP. Some sacrifices needed to be made, and unfortunately, Smooth is the one who has to take that punishment.
Yeah, CC is really good against Hylos. Like that shred and that constant chasing on, especially, you know, with a yo-yo ultimate, is very good.
With that being said, thank you for the breakdown here. That's it for the panel. We're throwing it back to the casters. Good luck. This could be equalization point.
Thank you very much to the panel. Like Eden said, this could be equilibrium again. We could go back to square one and head into the deadly Game 7. But we gotta get through this first, especially if you are Team Vamos looking for the third victory in this BO7 as they find themselves on that blue side, coming in with 75% win rate with first pick, SRG on red.
Vamos are eager to disrupt the status quo! Carmilla Sicilian combo has already worked out once, but now the Martis makes an appearance in the land of dawn. Will he decimate the hopes of SRG, or will the Red Giants finally put their foot down?
God, I miss this matchup, especially Chibi with the Martis. It always gives you that semblance of hope that Vamos are going to win the game. I mean, he's only played it once this entire season, and this is his playoffs, right? He won that game against Todak, but still was quite a performance. Innocent though, just toying with Nets and Zorn. He's gonna trade his health bar in return. Pretty darn low, in fact, but with Yuns coming to the rescue, it's gonna be a kind of a ceasefire down bot.
Always impressive how far Innocent is willing to go, especially on comfort picks like this. He's taking a lot of damage, but it's still okay enough to stay in the lane and continue farming. In terms of emblems, I'm not seeing anything too unusual. Teams are basically going for standard for now. In Pure Rage on Chibi, though, we know that he wants to rack up kills on this Martis. Though what I personally am most excited to see, Stormy made a name for himself as a Valentina. Because even when there were big teamfight ultimates to steal, he would always take Decimate when there was a Martis on the enemy team.
Talk about overloading the Valentina. This is one of the ways, I guess. Let's see. I mean, if you get the ball rolling, then Decimate does feel pretty good of a choice, right? You take out Martis with its own ability. Always feels different when you're Valentina, and you also get to show Warlord how it's done. In fact, both of them sort of switching one of the signature picks, but nonetheless, their mastery on it is pretty darn high in terms of the levels.
One thing to note though, Vamos actually do need to end this game fairly quickly. With Martis and Hari, they really don't have late game scaling to match up against 1-1 and Valentina. If they want to, SRG can actually just play it safe earlier on and go for the full scaling route. Though, I highly doubt they're going to do that.
And that has always been sort of a wish. I feel like we are hoping too much. We wanted to play slow, but they like to play fast. Zorn barely escapes death. So there's no out for the CC. Vamos finds a position in the bush. Yums checks it. This turtle fight is going to be delayed.
Looks like neither jungler feels particularly ready to go for it for now, which is definitely more beneficial for Sky since he wants his purple diversion play, but Skies is already out of there. He's taken his buff pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can see how fast Vamos backed out of it, right? Just let him Smooth go because he has a higher chance of survival. See both junglers at level 6. Cran retreat. Kick stolen by Stormy. Something to watch out for. Smooth from a different angle with the Glorious Pathway to secure the turtle for Vamos, but still, Sakai steals it. Now they finally engage. First blood for Yums. The rest of Team Vamos on the run. Chibi comes in, wants to look for the threshold, cannot find it. And SRG willing to push it a bit further, but Vamos gets out.
For a moment there, I thought that SRG was just going to back it off and give it away the Vamos. Like I mentioned there, late game scaling is fine. They don't actually have to contest early objectives. But Skies times it perfectly to go in and steal with the retry. And then they even turn it around after Vamos had already used a lot of their resources to pick up a kill. 1.5k gold lead already. if Vamos don't turn this around soon, their ability to keep themselves in the early mid-game power spike will dwindle.
It's a good time to also kind of talk about the possibilities, right? We've already mentioned a few times that SRG, if they win this grand finals, it will be the first and ever back-to-back. But what makes it more impressive is that they did it flawlessly through the upper bracket last season, but this season is through that lower bracket. It was a wake-up call from Todak, a bit of a nudge from Red Esports in their lower bracket semis to push them to this point. Taking out one of our legacy builders, I mean, the fact that it's SRG, I don't, what is the ceiling for them, right?
Yeah, it feels like they're going on that completionist route. They're trying to 100% the game while grabbing every achievement along the way. And in their case, the achievements are defeating all of our legacy teams here in MPL Malaysia. It's gonna be hard. Team Vamos, they managed to farm out a little bit to narrow that goal lead against the Red Giants. As long as they stay even, once we get to around the 6 or 7 minute mark, they can really start fighting against SRG. But 5 minutes in, Chibi with no kills. This Martis is not racking up nearly as quickly as before.
Stormy just stole the Decimate. We might be in for some action, right? Having 2 Decimates, one on each side. SRG gathering in that middle side. Head towards the turtle, it's the second one. Remember, first one was stolen. Diversion will not amount to anything, maybe just to get some info, but Vamos will start the aggro. Glorious pathway, Yunus will be the target, but unfortunately, there is no way in for Vamos. Meanwhile, Ness fights the solo kill on the Innocent, maybe that's the opening. Zorn brought down low, not dead yet, Decimate from Stormy though. You gotta watch out for this guy, he might be bootleg, but still is deadly. Guys finds the second turtle.
Leave it to Stormy. He will always try to steal the Decimate. Even with this glorious pathway, when there's diversion, nope, he wants those kills. Unfortunately, Innocent did end up losing his 1v1, so that will allow Nets to keep himself in the game somewhat here. And that's very important for Team Vamos. They need either Nets or Chibi to be popping off. And since Chibi is not able to get those kills, a lot of the pressure falls down onto this Harith. Innocent needs to try not to make those sort of mistakes. He's already gotten regular season MVP twice. We have to remember he did get playoffs MVP last season as well. If they're really going for completionist route, imagine if he gets this too.
Possibility is always there, but you look at Team Vamos, right? The Hall of Legends inductee Zorn. You also got Smooth, once a regular season MVP, Divergent to the back. An attempted AOG escape, but good kick from Zorn to prevent that from happening. Sure, Vamos finds a kill, but that top tier 2 is just getting battered by Cram.
Yep, Cram on the CC, also one of his comfort picks, able to make a lot happen with this hero. We already see how much damage he's able to output onto Zorn, the roamer on the side of... Oh, Skies!
He's playing with fire a little bit, forcing out the Zaman Force. Stormy is blocking that bush, and there's really nothing that Vamos can do, so... I mean, this is one of the slower games, right? Considering that both teams have been brawling for 5 games straight, and the fatigue setting in, but SRG, even with a more passive approach to the game, they still are leading 2.5k.
Yeah, it's a purposeful passive approach because there is a Martis. You don't want to feed him kills, and SRG know they have better late game scaling anyway. If they can get a couple kills here and there while keeping themselves ahead in terms of gold, the game will just naturally flow into their favor as long as they don't make a mistake.
And unfortunately for Zorn, he can't even stay there, right? Is there an angle to find some big kicks?
Oh, where's that diversion? In the mid lane.
Who was looking for Sakai's maybe. But yeah. Stormy now, there's a potential angle. Cramp on the back. It's a collapse. Warlord flickers into the wall, and here comes AOG on top of him. Might be a fatal mistake. This is the momentum SRG is looking for. Pedal to the metal. Here comes the Nitro Boost, supercharged. Second kill for them. It's Smooth. Weakness points unlocked, but unworthy of the crossbow tank. And the hidden technique still in SRG's grasp.
That is the official tempo breaker right there. The fight that really turns things around in the mid game. I talked about this timing, 6 to 8 minutes. Vamos is able to fight at this point, but if SRG is winning fights instead at this timing, then you have a problem on your hands. Remember, SRG is at match point. They are 1 win away from creating history by being the first Malaysian back-to-back champions. Team Vamos, this Martis pick has worked well for them in the past, but at 0-1-0, 8.5 minutes in,
oh my goodness,
his viability is turning down to nothing.
And red is their blood, yellow is their pride, and that's the motto of SRG. Coming into this, even the AI winning rate says the Selangor Red Giants have a damn good chance of making it back-to-back. For some, it's a fever dream, but for SRG, they have been doubted this season. Some of the past were rocky, but right now it seems to be the perfect ending about to be penned.
Yeah, I feel like the reason we see Lo Yi being led through as well, Warlord doesn't seem to have much mastery on the hero. Diversion plays have not been working out for Team Vamos throughout this game. And without it, a lot of map pressure gone.
And Zorn will find a kick, but that's purified, so Zorn just evaporates. A good attempt from Vamos, but SRG came prepared. Yin Yang reaction on Innocent. Crossbow tang on the nest. Innocent will be safe. And Team Vamos, you feel the desperation, you smell the tension, but SRG will not let themselves break.
Nets is lucky that Innocent didn't have his Inspire there, or that would have been a death. Oh, they're jumping in again.
AOG stolen Decimate, but unfortunately Stormy can't use it. Maybe it's a chance for Team Vamos to mount a counter-attack, but Innocent is always going to be an issue. So for SRG, without Stormy, they will back off, Lord up in 80 seconds.
All right. Vamos, they need to keep finding these small little wins. SRG has a huge lead right now, but it's actually not as big as Vamos had in the previous game. It is still something they could come back from, but you're going to need a pretty clean fight with multiple deaths in your favor to be able to achieve it. Chibi, unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to contribute too much anymore. He really is just an extra body to make sure that Nets can output his damage.
Have you reached a cutoff point where Chibi is more of a durable meat shoe and the kind of burden is on Nets? Or is there still kind of some wiggle room for Chibi to pop off?
The only wiggle room Chibi would have is if Nets and Warlord really whittle down SRG first.
Oh, and the tie into the AOG! They are just leashed by SRG, controlled.
And they found Nets. They really needed to make sure Nets could keep scaling. That's his first death. That's gonna really slow things down. That was the only real win condition Vamos could have played off of, and now Zorn also in trouble.
Terrified, taunt, and a couple of yo-yos in his face. This could be the coup de grace that SRG is looking for on a prelude to it. Nets will be coming back and have some decent wave clear with their Lo Yi, but SRG have set themselves up for Lord number 2.
And they are setting themselves up for victory and a second championship title right now. Team Vamos, we already mentioned, their lineup is, they find something at least. Nets with the kill on Cram.
But there's gonna be a trade. And then the crossbow tank. Smooth for Cram. I suppose so, both XP lane is full, but I mean, if you're Vamos, you need the whole team, and without Smooth, SRG once more gains back possession of the map.
Trading 1 for 1 when you're behind though is still actually pretty good, especially if it is Nets who is getting the kills. This Harif is the only thing they can really depend on. If he and Warlord can whittle down SRG and prolong the fight with Revitalize, Chibi can actually still start racking up a little bit of effectiveness by finishing people off with Decimate. It's a little late, but better late than never at this stage, because the alternative is them falling short of the finish line with a 4-2 score, a second season in a row.
Look back at the pages of history, it's essentially a different chapter, but the same ending. We might just get that. SRG really setting themselves up for that conclusion.
We have to remember, although they are part of a new team now, most of this lineup from Vamos was originally from the Homeboys. And last season, they lost the Grand Finals to SRG 4-2. Right now, it seems en route for that to repeat. And I'm sure that Vamos is having those flashbacks. They do not want this history, this dark moment in time for them to happen again in the present. All things considered, Nets actually even in farm with Innocent. It's the rest of the team that's having difficulty keeping up with the front line of SRG.
Cram in particular with a 3k goal lead over Smooth. The direct comparison there is not even close, feels unfair. Zorn from the back looks for a kick. He's gonna find it, but in the wrong angle. Again, another good attempt that ends in vain.
Such good reaction timing from Skies, and this is the problem with Assassins. If you give them even the slightest millisecond of time to move, they are going to move. The kick in the wrong direction was just the nail in the coffin.
Here comes AOG. SRG looking for a potential win. They break down the structures first. Vamos might just meet the same ending despite being on a different team. They decimate Innocent as Chibi keeps the hope of the teams alive. And that's going to be 3 dead. Nets will make it. Number 4, Stormy decimates one before he goes down. And Vamos still has a lifeline.
I mentioned the possibility, but I didn't think it would happen. If SRG prolonged the fight too much, if they took too much damage, Chibi managed to chain double decimate off of Graham and then Innocent, the 2 most important targets for them. And now they're gonna push down mid to take as many structures as they can before SRG can respawn.
The guys will try with the fracture, but Vamos can't get any structures. Holy Shoe still there, or at least Sakai is a Holy Shoe in this case. Best case scenario for Vamos, but look at SRG. They've broken every single inhibitor, and now Vamos have to constantly swim against the current.
It is a much needed breathing room for Vamos, but will it be enough? Or will it simply be a drop in the ocean that has been stained red by the Selangor Red Giants? The next Lord will be coming up in 25 seconds. Only a 3k gold lead actually for SRG, which isn't that big of a difference now that we are 15 minutes in and Nets is 5-1-3. Angle is important. Vamos was only able to get that because Selangor Red Giants underestimated their opponents. They didn't have to worry about the decimate this whole time and thought that Martes had become ineffective at this stage of the game. But that percentage HP, that execute at the end, you still have to respect it.
And also Warlord, right? Tons of damage, tons of control. Just got Wishing Lantern. Vamos put on the back foot once more. And if you remember Deja Vu, last season it was a Lord fight that ended the run for these ex-Homeboy players. And SRG have full control of the objective. Cram himself is enough. Diversion. Innocent moves away just in time, but this is such a dangerous position. The smell, the scent, you feel the breath, but there's no opening yet.
They do have to send someone back. There's a wave pushing in mid. Team Vamos cannot afford to lose to a back door at this stage. That would be heartbreaking, not to mention losing the championship. The chances are not over for them. Nets and Warlord actually do have some good damage if SRG position themselves incorrectly, but you can see that they're playing a lot safer now. Proper respect being given over to their opponents after that previous blunder.
Now Stormy stole the glorious pathway. A change of scenery, especially the utility that it provides, and now SRG will look to run down the Lord. Vamos just cannot do anything, not with Chibi on housekeeping duty.
All right, there's a Lord. No inhibitor standing for Team Vamos. Unfortunately, their wave clear is not the best with this lineup either. With no towers to hold, this is going to take a miracle defense. And SRG knows it. As long as they don't make the same mistake, as long as they don't underestimate Team Vamos, the path to a back-to-back championship stands right in front of them. Vamos, can they hold this push?
And on red side, SRG about to paint it red. Glorious pathway is going to be used. AOG to the backline. They split the fight. Graham is safe. Lord is still there. Warlord is low. Innocent just goes for him. This could be the final blow. They rallied an army in Season 11. Built an empire in Season 12. Forged a dynasty in Season 13. And now they will carve a legacy in Season 14 as the first ever back-to-back champion.
Oh my goodness, it has happened! History has been made! Our first ever back-to-back champions in MPL Malaysia! Selangor Red Giants will throw it over to the stage for the monumentous occasion!
Ladies and gentlemen, and there you have it!
This is your MPL Malaysia Season 14 champions, Selangor Red Giants!
After an exhilarating series, we have our first back-to-back champions in MPL Malaysia, the true Jago Iskandar Puteri!
Hari ini kita bukan saja menobatkan satu juara, kita juga meraihkan kehebatan kedua-dua pasukan yang kemarin ke M6 dan telah menunjukkan
bahawa mereka layak membawa nama Malaysia di pentas dunia.
And with that, let's not forget our first runner-up for MPL MY Season 4 team, Team Vamos. Legends in their own right, let's wish them the best as they prepare to carry Malaysia's pride to M6 as our heroes.
Terima kasih Team Vamos. Sememangnya mereka perform dengan sangat-sangat baik. But the better team won. Selangor Red Giant. Mereka berjaya untuk menangkan perlawanan ini.
And now the boys are ready, the newly crowned champions here at the center stage.
SRG menunjukkan kekuatan dan kecemerlangan dari regular season hingga ke peringkat playoff hari ini secara telah tercipta di mana mereka menjadi pasukan pertama yang memecah rekod juara MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 back to back champion. Perjalanan Selangor Red Giants luar biasa mulakan di musim ke-11 dan sekarang pasukan yang pertama back to back champions dan mereka boleh mendapatkan the golden road. Mereka berpeluang menjadi jago dunia.
And now, the Golden Road, the immortal run, the ultimate achievement that's yet to be unlocked by any team in the history of MLBB is now possible for SRG.
Selama 2 tahun, Selangor Red Giants, mereka berusaha, management, coaches, players, semua daripada Selangor Red Giant, mereka telah usaha untuk momen ini bukan saja menjadi back-to-back champion, but to bring the trophy back kepada Malaysia di M6.
Bringing the MSC 2024 trophy back to Malaysia was a huge moment, not just for SRG, but the entire MLBB community here. They have truly made history.
Sekarang kita akan teruskan di mana kita akan memberikan medal kepada pemain. Tapi dengan ini, kita akan menjemput VIP kita, YB Adam Adli, Timbalan Menteri Belia dan Sukan, Mr. Fikri Rizal Mahrudin, Marketing and Business Lead of Mutang Games, dan YB Tuan Muhammad Hairi bin Mat Shah, Pengerusi Jawatan Kuasa Belia Sukan, Pembangunan Usahawan, Koperasi dan Sumber Manusia Negeri Johor untuk naik ke atas pentas menyampaikan pingat. Kita akan memberikan medal satu persatu kepada players.
And now, our VIPs will be adorning the medals on our players of SRG here on stage.
First, we give to the head of the team, Coach Arcadia, and the dynamic duo, Ozora Becky. Back-to-back Dream Team inclusion, consistent performer, Graham, the one and only Innocent, the Moments Maker, Youth, the Beige Prodigy, Stormy, the Sky Prince, Sakai, and of course, one representing ISF, Gorgeous.
This season has been truly unforgettable, elevating us to new heights and setting impressive milestones.
Terima kasih banyak kepada VIP kita. Mari kita mengambil gambar terlebih dahulu. Let's take a picture first. All right, get ready for the pictures. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you very much to our VIPs. Terima kasih banyak YB Adam Adli, Mr. Fikri Rizal dan juga Tuan Muhammad Hairi. And now, the ring for our champions. We will invite our VIP.
Marcus C, Content Director, and Marvin C, Brand Director of Ferry, on stage.
Mereka yang akan menyampaikan the MPL Champion Ring to our champions, our back-to-back champions.
This is the team that harbor the true spirit of the Gaya Harimau.
All right. We ask for the camera to have a shot of the ring. And now we present the ring to Coach Arcadia. Show it to the camera. Give it up for Arcadia! And now, the championship ring for Ozora Becky.
One of the founding pillar of the SRG squad, going to his first M Series.
Congratulations, Jim the Gaming, for all the coaching staff. And now, once again, the Sky Prince will be given the ring.
The Mage Prodigy proven again, best mage in Malaysia and perhaps the world.
Now, Cram, again, the perfect teammate. And now the Mage Prodigy, your boy, Stormy. Let's present it to Gorgeous as well. They'll be representing Malaysia. The Moments Maker, Use.
Three-time M Series all-rounded roamer that can make anything happen.
The two-time regular season MVP, the one and only Innocent. Thank you very much, Marcus C, as well as Marvin C, for awarding the ring. Now, Selangor Red Giants, please move to the center of the stage. Come here, please. May I have Ozora Becky and Coach Arcadia right next to me. Before we begin, can I see the ring? Whoa! Oh! First of all, this is the moment. Semua orang tunggu-tunggu. After this, we will announce the finals MVP. But before we do, I would like to give the mic to Coach Ozora Becky. You guys have struggled, and now you're back-to-back champions. And again, representing MPLMY in the world stage. What do you have to say?
For me, really felt pressure. I would thought that like we are so strong. This season not gonna be so hard, but times and times again, MPLMY is improving really fast. Losing to Todak really stress. Even just now during the playoff, it was so stressful, especially when they managed to win us in the game 5 when they get a Sicilian. So much regrets actually, because we know what they are gonna pull off, but we hesitated. We actually hesitated to make the right call, and then course after course, I felt winning this one feels twice as good as winning the second one. The first one, back to back is Finally, we are the first back-to-back champion. The first one in MPL Malaysia.
The crown favors the fearless indeed.
And now, Coach Arcadia on stage again as champions. What do you have to say to your team as well as everyone here supporting Selangor Red Giants?
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you to my team because, you know, this season, we might have won the championship, but there were a lot of battles. We faced a lot of challenges along the way, but they were really hardworking. They gave their hearts out, and they made a lot of sacrifices. So props to them. And then, lastly, I just want to say thank you for the whole MPL MY community. You guys are very kind to us, and everyone who went here just to support us. Your support means a lot to us, and thank you again, guys. Without your support, we won't be a back-to-back champion. You guys are the champion as well. Thank you.
And now we will continue by crowning the finals MVP.
But with that, let's welcome Ms. Liu Mantib, head of Marcom, Max's brand and marketing, to the stage to present the award.
Yes, please, Ms. Liu Mun-tip, head of Marcom, Maxis and brand marketing.
And before we show the video of who is the finals MVP, do you guys have any guesses?
All right, right now on stage we have the one and only Innocent, the perfect teammate, Cram, the moments maker, Hughes, Sky Prince Skies, and the mage Prodigy Stormy. And the finals MVP is... Hold on, I'm also trying to figure out...
Congratulations, Stormy!
The mage Prodigy! Your boy! The very first mid laner to win finals MVP!
Congratulations, Stormy. Now we want to hear from you, and thank you so much, Ms. Liu, for presenting the award.
Thank you very much, Miss Liu. Stormy, come here. My boy, let me just say, ever since the start of Mobile Legends Esports, there's never been a mid laner winning the finals MVP. And now, as the Mage Prodigy, you're the first one to do it. What do you have to say to everyone here?
To be honest, right now I'm feeling very speechless right now because I think I did really deserve it. And also my other teammates also, so thank you very much.
Let me just say, with your hard work, you have deserved it.
Let's go, Stormy.
This is very slippery, by the way. Oh, and by the way, Stormy, forgot to say, being the finals MVP, we have a merch that will be prepared for you based on the hero that you want. Before this, Innocent got it.
So last season we had Innocent Roger. This season, what combination will we get? I wonder what Stormy will choose.
This is your hero, Stormy. You will be remembered for this.
Valentina.
Valentina! The finals game they use, the final hero they use in that game. Again, congratulations. And now, let's prepare for that trophy.
So yes, guys, hands on the trophy once more.
Now bring your trophy and go to the island,
where you'll celebrate your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champions for MPL MY Season 14, Selangor Red Giants!
The immortal Giants will continue. And now, their golden road is still alive. As after this, they will march towards M6.
And now this time, with the fans, with you, fellow Malaysians here in the crowd of the arena here at Edutech Johor.
And now, on the count of 3, SRG, lift your trophy in 3, 2, 1. Your champions, Selangor Red Giants. Akhirnya, MPL MY musim ke-14 telah sampai ke penghujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya untuk mengucapkan selamat tinggal. Namun, kita menanti dengan penuh harapan untuk melihat Malaysia menjadi jago dunia di M6.
A reminder to catch the M6 wildcard stage, which will be held at the IOI Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, Kuala Lumpur, from November 21st to November 24th.
Mari kita sama-sama menyokong Selangor Red Giant dan vamos di M6. Dan sekarang, untuk ucapkan selamat tinggal, nama saya Lafel.
Nama saya Cheryl.
Sekarang kita akan pass kepada panel untuk bincangkan kita punya champions.
A beautiful moment to behold here. SRG have done it, a back-to-back championship. The very first time achieved here in MPL MY. Obviously coming with its own perks, like its own merch, the rings, big checks, like nothing seems to go wrong for this squad.
Exactly right, and it takes what? 14 seasons for Malaysia to have a back-to-back champion. This is history in the making, and they are on the way. They've already broken history in the last MSC, and they might be breaking history in M6.
They continue to break grounds here from the ground up. They have been working so hard to get to this point. A long journey to become a champions, and now they hold the dynasty to continue being champions. Yes, we're back at the panel in deep darkness because we just want you guys to remember one color that matters the most. That is red. Welcome back to the panel once again. Oh my goodness.
Too bright.
Don't worry. When you're looking at SRG, it does hurt your eyes. Because since season 11 till now, 4 seasons, they have achieved 2 MPL MY trophies, back-to-back, as we said. 1 MSC 2024, the first international Malaysian team has actually conquered and still on course to achieve the Golden Road.
They actually made sure that they are not gonna be part of that curse, where we have seen so many of the mainstays in the national teams that didn't make it to M6, but they stood still and they made sure that they remain consistent. We knew from yesterday that they are gonna be your M6 representative for Malaysia, but one thing's for sure is that cemented themselves to be an unstoppable force.
I have to say, I can't wait for what M6 has to bring here. Hopefully SRG continue to improve. My heart goes out to Vamos, so this has been a crushing loss for them. 4-2 the last time they lost to them, and even today history repeats itself.
Man, to be honest, Gideon and Abstract, let this be a reminder that losing feels bad, and hopefully that's the drive for the next season.
Remember guys, losing feels bad, but what's worse is when you're just that close to 850,000. Once again, thank you to all of our audience members breaking bounds here. We have already broken the record since season 13. We are happy with that.
Yeah.
With that being said, 750K for a final total of 812,906. It is the more that I think about it, I did the math in my head. We're actually so close. So very close.
But it is 38k short.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you'll be able to actually calculate that very quickly.
I'm actually kind of surprised too as well.
Hey, pretty good.
But to be honest, this is a massive amount of crowd. And also, thank you very much to once again the supporters outside, watching us and witnessing everything, especially history unfolding live right before your eyeballs.
Yep, a great story has just been told, and now it continues on. I would say that this is a dynasty. I want to say that they're going to keep on dominating, and every team is out to get them at this point. I don't know if they can deal with that sort of pressure. They've done it once in MSC, but at M6 on home soil, the target is twice as big.
Oh, sometimes I completely forget how strong home country is. You get that kind of roar coming in from the Malaysians supporting for SRG as well as Vamos. Let's not forget about that. So, to be very honest, I'm actually kind of scared for my NIP Flash boys.
Hopefully they don't like. Hopefully they like loud sounds.
I think they do.
I hope they do, because again, it's going to get pretty quiet sometimes here. I don't know. We'll see how many Singaporean fans are going to come down. Hopefully a majority of them, actually, considering that it's so close by.
Exactly. Not
Here we go again.
I was thinking, when did I break my voice?
Well, Abstract, please, baby Abstract, please tell us about the M6 qualified teams. You can list down that very first column if you may do so.
Oh, perfect. With this voice, even better. We got Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines, Aurora Gaming. We got Team Liquid Indonesia, RRQ, Hoshi, and Team Vamos. I can just kind of get...
Oh, yeah, it's auto-tuned, for sure. Jace, would you please take the second column?
All right, of course, with pleasure. All right, Summer Red Giants, NIP Flash, CFU Gaming, Twisted Minds, and Maycamp Evolve. So many stack teams in only this column, Gideon.
Okay, thank you so much, Jace. And finally, Team Spirit, S2G Esports, Bloodthirsty Kings, Falcon Esports, and Keep Best Gaming. These are all the teams who have qualified for the M6. Oh boy. Man, I am exhausted. I'm exhausted. After a long journey that we've been through today, I'm glad to see some new faces, some old faces, just to spice things up here in Malaysia.
I'm just hoping for your voice to be auto-tuned at this
don't worry. Wait till M6. That's the M6 special. That's what we're waiting for. That's what we're waiting for, buddy.
I like the fact that both the Singaporean casters got auto-tune, but you're the only one. So we'll be looking forward to that one, Gideon.
We are going to be looking forward to that one. Honestly, thank you so much to all of our viewers out there for watching the show. Thank you once again. We also have to sign off for our two casters who didn't get the opportunity. Husky and as well as Sadafa. Husky doing the play-by-play and Sadafa taking care of the color. We'd like to thank them here on the desk. Hey, they're just right next to us. They're just right next to us. They can do it. They can wave off their sign-off.
Yep. Husky blew his voice for this. He blew his voice for this. Do you still have a voice right now?
I don't think he has much of a voice.
No, it's gone. It's absolutely gone now.
Can't hear a thing. Can't hear a thing. Boys, before we start closing out the show, I'm curious to know, do you have any final words?
Okay, final words, huh? I honestly...
Really think about this. The whole world is watching right now.
Oh, man. I'm still...
No pressure.
No pressure. I am still a true blue Singaporean, and I will still say that...
SRG, you guys are damn strong.
Okay. I'm not exactly pressured to say that. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the way you said it was a little aggressive. That's all. I wasn't expecting that one. But what about you, Jace?
Well, of course, I think you guys know my history. I'm really stuck in the middle right here. I'm seeing the glares coming from Husky and everybody. I feel a little pressure right now, but to be honest, I am glad that MPL and Malaysia gave me loads of fun right here, because the crowd, as Cheryl mentioned, is electric alongside with our other casters that came along. Shout out to Moment, shout out to Churros, and also Sid. They had lots of fun, and we hope to take back some of that energy back to Singapore.
This guy's forgetting that we're on an international stage. Not everybody knows what that means. Honestly, the confetti, considering the amount of people still around just to take a photo with SRG, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. With that being said, let's have a quick on a look at the stage here.
Oh, it's still packed.
It's so
packed. Everyone is just dying for a chance to take a photo. I mean, it makes absolute sense, right? You want to take a photo with your idols, especially since it's a back-to-back champion. We talked about the fact that they have made history. So this is the only time that you're gonna have to commemorate. This is the point in time you're gonna have to take the chance and just take all the photos that you can.
They have got to work hard because honestly, M6 is only gonna get harder. Now, boys, this is your final moment. Give me your best one-liners.
Thank you so much, MPL MY, for having me, as well as the rest of the MPL SG casters over.
I'm looking forward to the go in a row for SRG.
I wasn't expecting that one, Dave. I wasn't with that. With that being said, this is our final sign-off here at the MPL MY with Abstract, with Jays, Husky and Snuffa, and me, Gideon Q, signing off. Good day and good night.
Good night.